Black Beetles in Amber. Preface. Most of the verses in this volume are republished from newspapers and periodicals of the Pacific Coast. Naturally, the collection includes few not relating to persons and events more or less familiar to the people of that interesting region, to whom, indeed, the volume may be considered as especially addressed, though not without a hope that its contents may be found to have a sufficient intrinsic interest to commend it to others. In answer to the familiar criticism that the author has dealt mostly with obscure persons, unknown to fame, he begs leave to point out that he has done what he could to lessen the force of the objection by dispelling some part of their obscurity and awarding them such fame as he was able to bestow. If the work meet with acceptance, commentators will doubtless be raised up to give them an added distinction and make exposition of the circumstances through which they took attention, whereby the work will have a growing interest to those with the patience to wait. Further to fortify this apologia, I quote from my publishers the following relevant and judicious remarks on a kind of literature that is somewhat imperfectly understood in this night of its neglect. In all the most famous satires in our language, the victims would now be unknown were it not that they have been preserved, in amber, by the authors. The enlightened lover of satire cares little of whom it was written, but much for what is said, and more for how it is said. No one but critics and commentators troubles himself as to the personality of the always obscure hero of the Dunciad and the nobodies distinguished by the pens of Swift, Butler, Walcott and the other masters of English satire. Yet the work of these men is no less read than it was in their day. The same is true of Aristophanes, Horace and the other ancient censors of men and manners. Regarding the repeated appearance of certain offenders in the skits and drolleries of this book, I can only say that during the considerable period covered by the author's efforts to reclaim them they manifested a deplorable, and doubtless congenital, propensity to continuance in sin. Avalon. I dreamed I was dreaming one morn as I lay in a garden with flowers teeming. On an island I lay, in a mystical bay. In the dream that I dreamed I was dreaming, the ghost of a scent, had it followed me there, from the place where I truly was resting, it filled like an anthem the isles of the air, the presence of roses attesting. Yet I thought in the dream that I dreamed that the place was all barren of roses, that it only seemed, and the place, I deemed, was the Isle of Bedevilled Noses. Full many a seaman had testified how all who sailed near were enchanted, and landed to search, and in searching died. For the roses the sirens had planted. For the sirens were dead, and the billows boomed in the stead of their singing forever. But the roses bloomed on the graves of the doomed, though man had discovered them never. I thought in my dream 'twas an idle tale, a delusion that mariners cherished, that the fragrance loading the conscious gale was the ghost of a garden long perished. I said, I will fly from this island of woes. And acting on that decision, by that odor of rose I was led by the nose. For 'twas truly, truly, Elysian. I ran, in my madness, to seek out the source of the redolent river, directed by some supernatural, sinister force, to a forest, dark, haunted, infected. And still as I threaded, 'twas all in the dream that I dreamed I was dreaming, each turning. There were many a scream and a sudden gleam of eyes all uncannily burning. The leaves were all wet with a horrible dew that mirrored the red moon's crescent, and all shapes were fringed with a ghostly blue, dim, wavering, phosphorescent. But the fragrance divine, coming strong and free, led me on in my resolute seeking, till, joy, I could see, on the limbs of a tree, mine enemies hanging and reeking. Cain, Lord, shed thy light upon his desert path, and gild his branded brow, that no man spill his forfeit life to balk thy holy will, that spares him for the ripening of wrath. Already, lo, the red sign is descried, to trembling jurors visibly revealed. The prison doors obediently yield. The baffled hangman flings the cord aside. Howl, the brother's blood that marks your trail. Hark, how it cries against you from the ground. Like the far baying of the tireless hound. Faith. To your ear it is no nightingale. What signifies the date upon a stone? Tomorrow you shall die if not today. What matter when the avenger choose to slay? Or soon or late the devil gets his own. Thenceforth through all eternity you'll hold no one advantage of the later death. Though you had granted Ralph another breath, would he today less silent lie in cold? Earth cares not, cursed assassin, when you die. You never will be readier than now. Wear, in God's name, that mark upon your brow. And keep the life you purchased with a lie. One judge. Wallace, created on a noble plan. To show us that a judge can be a man. Through moral mire exhaling mortal stench. God guided sweet and foot clean to the bench. In salutation here and sign I lift. A hand as free as yours from lawless thrift. A heart, ah, would I truly could proclaim. My bosom lighted with so pure a flame. Alas, not love of justice moves my pen. To praise, or to condemn, my fellow men. Good will and ill its busy point in sight. I do but gratify them when I write. In palliation, though, I'd humbly state. I love the righteous and the wicked hate. So, sir, although we differ we agree. Our work alike from persecution free. And heaven, approving you, consents to me. Take, therefore, from this not all useless hand. The crown of honor, not in all the land. One honest man dissenting from the choice. Nor in approval one Fred Crocker's voice. An obituarian. A newspaper death poet sat at his desk. Wrapped in appropriate gloom. His posture was pensive and picturesque. Like a raven charming a tomb. Enter a partier drinking the cup. Of sorrow, and likewise of woe. Some harrowing poetry, Mr. Whack up. All wrote in the key of O. For the angels have called my old woman hence. From the strife, where she fit mighty free. It's a nickel a line. Conned, and the expense. For wealth is now little to me. The bard of mortality looked him through. In the piercingest sort of a way. It is much to me though it's little to you. I've taken a wife today. So he twisted the tail of his mental cow. And made her give down her flow. The grief of that bard was long-winded, somehow. There was reams and reamses of woe. The widower man which had buried his wife. Grew lily-like round each gill. For she turned in her grave and came back to life. Then he cruel ignored the bill. Then sorrow she opened her gates wide. As likewise did also woe. And the death poet's song, as is heard inside, is sang in the key of O. A commuted sentence. Boric and Waterman upon their grills. In Hades lay, with many a sigh and groan. Hotly disputing. For each swore his own. Were clearly keener than the other's ills. And, truly, each had much to boast of, bone. And sinew, muscle, tallow, nerve and skin. Blood in the vein and marrow in the shin. Teeth. Eyes and other organs, for the soul. Has all of these and even a wagging chin. All blazed and coruscated like a coal. For lower Sacramento, you remember. Has trying weather, even in mid-December. Now this occurred in the far future. All mankind had been a million ages dead. And each to her reward above had sped. Each to his punishment below, I call. That quite a just arrangement. As I said. Boric and Waterman in warmest pain. Crackled and sizzed with all their might and main. For, when on earth, they'd freed a scurvy host. Of crooks from the state prison. Who again had robbed and ravaged the Pacific coast. And, such the felons' predatory nature. Even got themselves into the legislature. So Waterman and Borac lay and roared. In Hades. It is true all other males felt the like flames and uttered equal wails. But did not suffer them. Whereas they bored each one the other. But indeed my tales not getting on at all. They lay and browned. Till Borac, who long since his teeth had ground away and spoke gum Arabic and made stumped speeches even in praying, looked around. And said to Bob's incinerated shade. Your Excellency. This is mighty hard on the inventors of the unpardonable pardon. The other soul, his right hand all aflame. For 'twas with that he'd chiefly sinned, although his tongue, too, like a wick was working woe. To the reserve of tallow in his frame. Said, with a sputtering, uncertain flow. And with a gesture like a shaken torch. Yes. But I'm sure we'll not much longer scorch. Although this climate is not good for hope. Whose joyous wing 'twould singe, I think the porch of hell will quit with a pacific slope. Last century I signified repentance. And asked for commutation of our sentence. Even as he spoke, the form of Satan loomed. In sight, all crimson with reflections fire. Like some tall tower or cathedral spire. Touched by the dawn while all the earth is gloomed. In mists and shadows of the night time. Sire. Said Waterman, his agitable wick still sputtering, what calls you back so quick? It scarcely was a century ago. You left us. I have come to bring, said Nick. St. Peter's answer, he is never slow. In correspondence, to your application. For pardon me, for commutation. He says that he's instructed to reply. And he has so instructed me, that sin. Like yours, and this poor gentleman's who's in. For bad advice to you, comes rather high. But since, apparently, you both begin to feel some pious promptings to the right. And fain would turn your faces to the light. Eternity seems all too long a term. So, 'tis commuted to 1/2. I'm quite prepared, when that expires, to free the worm. And quench the fire. And, civilly retreating. He left them holding their protracted meeting. A lifted finger. The Chronicle did a great public service in whipping, and his fellow rascals out of office. M.H. de Young's newspaper. What? You whip rascals. You, whose gutter blood bears, in its dark, dishonorable flood, enough of prison birds' prolific germs, to serve a whole eternity of terms. You, for whose back the rods and cudgels strove, ere yet the axe had hewn them from the grove. You, the de Young whose splendor bright and brave is phosphorescence from another's grave. Till now unknown, by any chance or luck. Even to the hearts at which you feebly struck. You whip a rascal out of office, you, whose leadless weapon once ignobly blew its smoke in 6 directions to assert your lack of appetite for others' dirt. Practice makes perfect, when for fame you thirst. Then whip a rascal. Whip a cripple first. Or, if for action you're less free than bold, your palms both brimming with dishonest gold, entrust the castigation that you've planned, as once before, to woman's idle hand. So in your spirit shall 2 pleasures join, to slake the sacred thirst for blood and coin. Blood. Souls have blood, even as the body hath. And, spilled, 'twill fertilize the field of wrath. Lo! In a purple gorge of yonder hills, where o'er a grave a bird its day-song stills, a woman's blood, through roses ever red, mutely appeals for vengeance on your head. Slandered to death to serve a sordid end. She called you murderer and called me friend. Now, mark you, libeller, this course if you dare to maintain, or rather to renew. If 1 short year's immunity has made you blink again the perils of your trade, the ghastly sequence of the maddened knave, the hot encounter and the colder grave. If the grim, dismal lesson you ignore, while yet the stains are fresh upon your floor, and calmly march upon the fatal brink, with eyes averted to your trail of ink, counting unkind the services of those who pull, to hold you back, your stupid nose. The day for you to die is not so far, or, at the least, to live the thing you are, pregnant with possibilities of crime, and full of felons for all coming time. Your blood's too precious to be lightly spilt, in testimony to a venial guilt. Live to get whelpage and preserve a name. No praise can sweeten and no lie unshame. Live to fulfill the vision that I see down the dim vistas of the time to be. A dream of clattering beaks and burning eyes, of hungry ravens glooming all the skies. A dream of gleaming teeth and foetid breath, of jackals wrangling at the feast of death. A dream of broken necks and swollen tongues, the whole world's gibbets loaded with de youngs. 2 delegates. In that fair city by the inland sea, where Blaine unhived his presidential bee, Frank Pixley's meeting with George Gorham sing. Celestial muse. And what events did spring from the encounter of those mighty sons of thunder, and of slaughter, and of guns. Great Gorham first, his yearning tooth to sate, and give him stomach for the day's debate. Entering a restaurant, with eager mien, demands an ounce of bacon and a bean. The trembling waiter, by the statesman's eye smitten with terror, hastens to comply. Nor chairs nor tables can his speed retard, for famine's fixed and horrible regard he takes for menace. As he shaking flew, lo! the portentous Pixley heaved in view. Before him yawned invisible the cell. Unheard, behind, the warden's footsteps fell. Thrice in convention rising to his feet, he thrice had been thrust back into his seat. Thrice had protested, been reminded thrice. The nation had no need of his advice. Balked of his will to set the people right. His soul was gloomy though his hat was white. So fierce his mien, with provident accord. The waiters swarmed him, thinking him a lord. He spurned them, roaring grandly to their chief. Give me, Fred Crocker pays, a leg of beef. His wandering eyes d'illuminating flame fell upon Gorham and the crisis came. For Pixley scowled and darkness filled the room, till Gorham's flashing orbs dispelled the gloom. The patrons of the place, by fear dismayed, sprang to the street and left their scores unpaid. So, when Jove thunders and his lightnings gleam, to sour the milk and curdle, too, the cream, and storm clouds gather, o'er the shadowed hill, the ass forsakes his hay, the pig his swill. Hotly the heroes now fell to, their breath came short and hard, as in the throes of death. They clenched their hands, their weapons brandished high, cut, stabbed, and hewed, nor uttered any cry, but gnashed their teeth and struggled on. In brief, one ate his bacon, t'other one his beef. Matter for gratitude. Especially should we be thankful for having escaped the ravages of the yellow scourge by which our neighbors have been so sorely afflicted. Governor Stoneman's Thanksgiving Proclamation. Be pleased, O Lord, to take a people's thanks, that thine avenging sword has spared our ranks, that thou hast parted from our lips the cup, and forced our neighbors' lips to drink it up. Father of mercies, with a heart contrite, we thank thee that thou goest south to smite, and sparest San Francisco's loins to crack thy lash on Hermosillo's bleeding back, that o'er our homes thine awful angel spread his wings in vain, and Guaymas weeps instead. We praise thee, God, that yellow fever here. His horrid banner has not dared to rear consumption's jurisdiction to contest. Her dagger deep in every second breast. Catarrh and asthma and congestive chill attest thy bounty and perform thy will. These native messengers obey thy call. They summon singly, but they summon all. Not, as in Mexico's impest clime, can Yellow Jack commit recurring crime. We thank thee that thou killest all the time. Thy tender mercies, Father, never end. Upon all heads thy blessings still descend. Though their forms vary, here the sown seeds yield abundant grain that whitens all the field. There the smit corn stands barren on the plain. Thrift reaps the straw and famine gleans in vain. Here the fat priest to the contented king points to the harvest and the people sing. Their mothers eat their offspring. Well, at least, thou hast provided offspring for the feast. An earthquake here rolls harmless through the land. And thou art good because the chimneys stand. Their templed cities sink into the sea. And damp survivors, shrieking as they flee, skip to the hills and hold a celebration in honor of thy wise discrimination. O God, forgive them all, from stonemen down. Thy smile who construe and expound thy frown, and fall with saintly grace upon their knees, to render thanks when thou dost only sneeze. 3 kinds of a rogue. Chapter 1. Charon, ambitious of immortal shame. Fame's dead wall daubed with his illustrious name. Served in the Senate, for our sins, his time. Each word a folly and each vote a crime. Law for our governance well skilled to make. By knowledge gained in study how to break. Yet still by the presiding eye ignored. Which only sought him when too loud he snored. Auspicious thunder, when he woke to vote. He stilled his own, to cut his country's throat. That rite performed, fell off again to sleep. While statesman ages dead awoke to weep. For sedentary service all unfit. By lying long disqualified to sit. Wasting below as he decayed aloft. His seat grown harder as his brain grew soft. He left the hall he could not bring away. And grateful millions blessed the happy day. Whatever contention in that hall is heard, his sovereign state has still the final word. For disputatious statesmen when they roar, startle the ancient echoes of his snore, which from their dusty nooks expostulate, and close with stormy clamor the debate. To low melodious thunders then they fade. Their murmuring lullabies all ears invade. Peace takes the chair, the portal silence keeps. No motion stirs the dark Lethean deeps. Washoe has spoken and the Senate sleeps. Chapter 2. Lo! The new Charon with a new intent. Making no laws, but keen to circumvent the laws of nature, since he can't repeal that break his failing body on the wheel. As Tantalus again and yet again, the elusive wave endeavors to restrain. To slake his awful thirst, so Charon tries to purchase happiness that age denies. Obtains the shadow, but the substance goes. And hugs the thorn, but cannot keep the rose. For Dead Sea fruits bids prodigally, eats. And then, with tardy reformation, cheats. Alert his faculties as 80 years. And 80 vices will permit, he nears. Dicing with death, the finish of the game. And curses still his candle's wasting flame. The narrow circle of whose feeble glow dims and diminishes at every throw. Moments his losses, pleasures are his gains, which even in his grasp revert to pains. The joy of grasping, that alone remains. Chapter 3. Ring up the curtain and the play protract. Behold our Charon in his last mad act. With man long warring, quarreling with God. He crouches now beneath a woman's rod. Predestined for his back while yet it lay. Closed in an acorn which, one luckless day, he stole, unconscious of its fetal twig, from the scant garner of a sightless pig. With bleeding shoulders pitilessly scored, he bawls more lustily than once he snored. The sympathetic comstocks droop to hear, and Carson River sheds a viscous tear, which sturdy tumblebugs assail amain, with ready thrift, and urge along the plain. The jackass rabbit sorrows as he lopes. The sagebrush glooms along the mountain slopes. In rising clouds the poignant alkali, tearless itself, makes everybody cry. Washoe canaries, on the Geiger grade, subdue the singing of their cavalcade, and, wiping with their ears the tears unshed, grieve for their family's unlucky head. Virginia City intermits her trade, and well-clad strangers walk her streets unflayed. Nay, all Nevada ceases work to weep, and the recording angel goes to sleep. But in his dreams his goosequill's creaking fount augments the debits in the long account. And still the continents and oceans ring with royal torments of the Silver King. Incessant bellowings fill all the earth, mingled with inextinguishable mirth. He roars, men laugh, Nevadans weep, beasts howl. Plash the affrighted fish, and shriek the fowl. With monstrous din their blended thunders rise, peal upon peal, and blare along the skies. Startle in hell the Sharons as they groan, and shake the splendors of the great white throne. Still roaring outward through the vast profound, the spreading circles of receding sound pursue each other in a failing race to the cold confines of eternal space. There break and die along that awful shore, which God's own eyes have never dared explore. Dark, fearful, formless, nameless evermore. Look to the west. Against yon steely sky, Lone Mountain rears its holy cross on high. About its base the meek-faced dead are laid, to share the benediction of its shade. With crossed white hands, shut eyes, and formal feet, their nights are innocent, their days discreet. Sharon, some years, perchance, remain of life, of vice and greed, vulgarity and strife. And then, God speed the day if such his will. You'll lie among the dead you helped to kill, and be in good society at last. Your purse unsilvered and your face unbrassed. A man. Penhoyer, Governor of Oregon, casting to south his eye across the bourne of his dominion, where the palmiped, with leathers, twixt his toes, paddles his marsh. Amphibious, saw a rising cloud of hats, and heard a faint, far sound of distant cheers. Below the swell of the horizon, lo! Cried one, the President. The President. All footed webwise then took up the word. The hill tribes and the tribes lacustrine, all. The folk riparian and literal, cried with one voice, the President. He comes. And some there were who flung their headgear up, in emulation of the southern mob, while some, more soberly disposed, stood still, and silently had fits, and others made such reverent genuflections as they could, having that climate in their bones. Then spake the court dunce, humbly, as became him, Sire, if thou, as heretofore thou hast, wilt deign to reap advantage of a fool's advice, by action ordered after nature's way, as in thy people manifest, for still stupidity's the only wisdom, thou wilt get thee straight unto to the border land, to mark the President's approach with such due decent courtesy as it shall seem. We have in custom the best warrant for Penhoyer, Governor of Oregon, eyeing the storm of hats which darkened all the southern sky, and hearing far hurrahs of an exulting people, answered not. Then some there were who fell upon their knees, and some upon their governor, and sought each in his way, by blandishment or force, to gain his action to their end. Behold, they said, thy brother governor to south, met him even at the gateway of his realm. Crook-kneed, magnetic-handed and agrin, backed like a rainbow, all things done in form of due observance and respect. Shall we alone of all his servitors refuse swift welcome to our master and our lord? Penhoyer, governor of Oregon, answered them not, but turned his back to them. And as if speaking to himself, the while he started to retire, said, he be damned to that high place o'er Portland's central block, where the recording angel stands to view the sinning world, nor thinks to move his feet aside and look below. Came flocking up inferior angels, all aghast, and cried, Penhoyer, governor of Oregon, has said, oh what an awful word. Too bad to be by us repeated. Yes, I know, said the superior bird, I heard it too, and have already booked it. Pray observe, splitting the giant tome, whose covers fell apart, o'ershadowing to right and left the eastern and the western world, he showed the newly written entry, black and big, upon the credit side of thine account. Penhoyer, governor of Oregon, ye foe to Cathay. Oh never an oath swears he, and never a pigtail jerks, with a brickbat he any lurks, for to bust ye crust, purty, of ye man from oversea, a singing as he works, for he knows full well, ys youth, a trick of exceeding worth, and he plans withouten ruth a conflagration's birth. Samuel Shortridge, like a worn mother he attempts in vain to still the unruly crier of his brain. The more he rocks the cradle of his chin, the more uproarious grows the brat within. At a national encampment, you're grayer than one would have thought you. The climate you have over there in the east has apparently brought you disorders affecting the hair, which, pardon me, seems a bit spare. You'll not take offense at my giving expression to notions like these. You might have been stronger if living out here in our sanative breeze. It's unhealthy here for disease. No, I'm not as plump as a pullet, but that's the old wound, you see. Remember my paunching a bullet? And how that it didn't agree with, well, honest hardtack for me. Just pass me the wine, I've a helly and horrible kind of drouth when a fellow has that in his belly, which didn't go in at his mouth. He's hotter than all down south. Great Scott! What a nasty day that was, when every galoot in our crack division who didn't lie flat was dissuaded from further attack by the bullet's felicitous whack. 'Twas there that our major slept under some cannon of ours on the crest, till they woke him by stilling their thunder, and he cursed them for breaking his rest, and died in the midst of his jest. That night, it was late in November. The dead seemed uncommonly chill to the touch, and one chap I remember, who took it exceedingly ill, when I dragged myself over his bill. Well, comrades, I'm off now, good morning. Your talk is as pleasant as pie. But, pardon me, one word of warning. Speak little and seldom, say I. That's my way. God bless you. Goodbye. Theosophistry. Says Anderson, Theosophist. Among the many that exist in modern halls, some lived in ancient Egypt's clime, and in their childhood saw the prime of Karnak's walls. Ah, Anderson, if that is true, 'tis my conviction, sir, that you are one of those that once resided by the Nile, peer to the sacred crocodile, heir to his woes. My judgment is, the holy cat. Muse through your larynx, and your hat. These many years. Through you the hallowed onion brings its melancholy sense of things, and moves to tears. In you the bull divine again bellows and paws the dusty plain. To nature true, I challenge not his ancient hate, but, lowering my gnarly pate, lock horns with you. And though reincarnation prove a creed too stubborn to remove, and all your school of Theosophs I cannot scare, all the more earnestly I swear that you're a fool. You'll say that this is mere abuse, without, in fraying you, a use. That's plain to see, with only half an eye. Come, now. Be fair, consider how it eases me. Azrael. The moon in the field of the keel-ploughed main was watching the growing tide. A luminous peasant was driving his wain, and he offered my soul a ride. But I nourished a sorrow uncommonly tall, and I fixed him fast with my eye. Oh, peasant, I sang with a dying fall, go leave me to sing and die. The water was weltering round my feet, as prone on the beach they lay. I chanted my death song loud and sweet. Kiodle, iodle, iae. Then I heard the swish of erecting years, which caught that enchanting strain. The ocean was swollen with storms of tears that fell from the shining swain. Oh, poet, leapt he to the silken strand, that ravishing song would make the devil a saint. He held out his hand, and solemnly added, shake. We shook. I crave a victim, you see. He said, you came hither to die. The angel of death, 'twas he. 'Twas he. And the victim he crove was I. 'Twas I, Fred Emerson Brooks, the bard. And he knocked me on the head. Oh Lord! I thought it uncommonly hard, for I didn't want to be dead. You'll sing no worser for that, said he. And he drove with my soul away. Oh, death-song singers, be warned by me. Kiodle, iodle, iae. Competition. The seraphs came to Christ and said, behold, the man, presumptuous and overbold, who boasted that his mercy could excel thine own, is dead and on his way to hell. Gravely the Saviour asked, what did he do to make his impious assertion true? He was a governor, releasing all the vilest felons ever held in thrall. No other mortal, since the dawn of time, has ever pardoned such a mass of crime. Christ smiled benignly on the seraphim. Yet I am victor, for I pardon him. A vision of doom. I stood upon a hill. The setting sun was crimson with a curse and a portent, and scarce his angry ray lit up the land that lay below, whose lurid gloom appeared freaked with a moving mist, which, reeking up from dim tarns hateful with some horrid ban, took shapes forbidden and without a name. Gigantic night birds, rising from the reeds, with cries discordant, startled all the air. And bodiless voices babbled in the gloom, the ghosts of blasphemies long ages stilled, and shrieks of women, and men's curses. All these visible shapes, and sounds no mortal ear had ever heard, some spiritual sense interpreted, though brokenly. For I was haunted by a consciousness of crime, some giant guilt, but whose I knew not. All these things malign, by sight and sound revealed, were sin begotten. That I knew, no more. And that but dimly, as in dreadful dreams. The sleepy senses babble to the brain. Imperfect witness. As I stood, a voice, but whence it came I knew not, cried aloud some words to me in a forgotten tongue. Yet straight I knew me for a ghost forlorn, Returned from the illimited inane. Again, but in a language that I knew. As in reply to something which in me had shaped itself a thought, but found no words. It spake from the dread mystery about immortal shadow of a mortal soul, that perished with eternity. Attend. What thou beholdest is as void as thou. The shadow of a poet's dream, himself. As thou, his soul as thine, long dead. But not like thine outlasted by its shade. His dreams alone survive eternity. As pictures in the unsubstantial void. Excepting thee and me, and we because the poet wove us in his thought, remains. Of nature and the universe no part. Nor vestige but the poet's dreams. This dread, unspeakable land about thy feet, with all its desolation and its terrors, lo! 'Tis but a phantom world. So long ago, that God and all the angels since have died. That poet lived, yourself long dead, his mind filled with the light of a prophetic fire. And standing by the western sea, above the youngest, fairest city in the world, named in another tongue than his for one, and sainted, saw its populous domain plague-smitten with a nameless shame. For there red-handed murder rioted. And there the people gathered gold, nor cared to loose the assassin's fingers from the victim's throat. But said, each in his vile pursuit engrossed, am I my brother's keeper? Let the law look to the matter. But the law did not. And there, oh pitiful! The babe was slain within its mother's breast, and the same grave held babe and mother. And the people smiled, still gathering gold, and said, the law, the law. Then the great poet, touched upon the lips with a live coal from truth's high altar, raised his arms to heaven and sang a song of doom. Sang of the time to be, when God should lean indignant from the throne and lift his hand, and that foul city be no more. A tale, a dream, a desolation and a curse. No vestige of its glory should survive. In fact or memory, its people dead. Its site forgotten, and its very name disputed. Was the prophecy fulfilled? The sullen disk of the declining sun was crimson with a curse and a portent. And scarce his angry ray lit up the land, freaked with a moving mist, which, reeking up from dim tarns hateful with a horrid ban, took shapes forbidden and without a name. And bodiless voices babbled in the gloom. But not to me came any voice again. And, covering my face with thin, dead hands, I wept, and woke, and cried aloud to God. Religious progress. Every religion is important. When men rise above existing conditions, a new religion comes in, and it is better than the old one. Professor Howison. Professor dear, I think it queer that all these good religions, twixt you and me, some 2 or 3, are schemes for plucking pigeons. I mean, 'tis strange that every change our poor minds to unfetter entails a new religion, true as other one, and better. From each in turn the truth we learn, that wood or flesh or spirit may justly boast it rules the roast, until we cease to fear it. Nay, once upon a time long gone, man worshipped cat and lizard. His God he'd find in any kind of beast, from A to Izzard. When risen above his early love of dirt and blood and slumber, he pulled down these vain deities, and made one out of lumber. Far better that than even a cat. The Howisons all shouted, when God is what religion's good. But one poor cynic doubted. A timber god, that's very odd, said Progress, and invented the simple plan to worship man, who, kindly soul. Consented. But soon our eye we lift ASCII. Our vows all unregarded. And find, at least so says the priest, the truth, and man's discarded. Along our line of march recline dead gods devoid of feeling. And thick about each sun-cracked lout dried hyacinths are kneeling. The fall of Miss Larkin. Hear me sing of Sally Larkin who, I'd have you understand, played accordions as well as any lady in the land. And I've often heard it stated that her fingering was such that Professor Schweinenhauer was enchanted with her touch. And that beasts were so affected when her apparatus rang, that they dropped upon their haunches and deliriously sang. This I know from testimony, though a critic, I opine, needs an ear that is dissimilar in some respects to mine. She could sing, too, like a jaybird. And they say all eyes were wet when Sally and the ranch dog were performing a duet, which I take it is a song that has to be so loudly sung as to overtax the strength of any single human lung. That, at least, would seem to follow from the tale I have to tell, which, I've told you how she flourished, is how Sally Larkin fell. One day there came to visit Sally's dad as sleek and smart a chap as ever wandered there from any foreign part, though his gentle birth and breeding he did not at all obtrude. It was somehow whispered round he was a Simon Pure dude. Howsoever that may have been, it was conspicuous to see that he was a real gent of an uncommon high degree. That Sally cast her tender and affectionate regards on this exquisite creation was, of course, upon the cards. But he didn't seem to notice, and was variously blind to her many charms of person and the merits of her mind, and preferred, I grieve to say it, to play poker with her dad, and acted in a manner that in general was bad. One evening, 'twas in summer, she was holding in her lap her accordion, and near her stood that melancholy chap, leaning up against a pillar with his lip in grog imbrued, thinking, maybe, of that ancient land in which he was a dude. Then Sally, who was melancholy too, began to hum and elongate the accordion with a preluding thumb. Then sighs of amorosity she painfully exhaled, and her music apparatus sympathetically wailed. In the gloaming, oh my darling, rose that wild impassioned strain, and her eyes were fixed on his with an intensity of pain, till the ranch dog from his kennel at the postern gate came round, and going into session strove to magnify the sound. He lifted up his spirit till the gloaming rang and rang with the song that to his darling he impetuously sang. Then that musing youth, recalling all his soul from other scenes, where his fathers all were dudes and his mothers all duddiness, from his lips removed the beaker and politely, o'er the grog, said, Miss Larkin, please be quiet, you will interrupt the dog. A rendezvous. Nightly I put up this humble petition. Forgive me, O Father of glories, my sins of commission, my sins of omission, my sins of the mission dolorous. Yorick. Hard by an excavated street one sat, in solitary session on the sand, and ever and anon he spake and spat, and spake again, a yellow skull in hand, to which that retrospective pioneer addressed the few remarks that follow here. Who are you? Did you come der Blaines across, or horn around? In days, 49. Did them thar eye holes see the Southern Cross from the Antarctic Sea get up and shine? Or did you drive a bull team all the way from Pike, with Mr. Joseph Bowers, say? Was you in Frisco when the water came up to Montgomery Street? And do you mind the time when Peters run the faro game? Jim Peters from Old Mississip, behind Wells Fargo's, where he subsequent was bust by Sandy, as regards both bank and crust. I wonder was you here when Casey shot James King, William? And did you attend the necktie dance ensuin? I did not. But Jayin the rush to go creek with my friend Edard McGowan, for we was resolved in sect diversions not to be involved. Maybe I knowed you. Seems to me I've seed your face afore. I don't forget a face. But names I disremember, I'm that breed of owls. I'm talking some at into space. And maybe my remarks is too derned free. Seein' your name is unbeknown to me. There was a time, I reckon, when I knowed nigh on to every dern galoot in town. That was as late as 50. Now she's growed. Surprisin'. Yes, me and my partner, Brown, was wide acquainted. If there was a cuss we didn't know, the cause was, he knowed us. Maybe you had that claim adjoinant mine. Up thar in Calaveras. Was it you? To which long Mary took a mighty shine. And throwed squar off on Jake the kangaroo. I guess if she could see ye now she'd take her chance, oh, happiness along, oh, Jake. You ain't so petty now as you was then. Your eyes is nothin' but two prospect holes. And women which are hitched to better men would hardly for sec glances damn their souls. As lengthy did. By God! I hope it's you. For, kicks the skull, I'm Jake the kangaroo. Stanford's welcome. O son of mine age, these eyes lose their fire. Be eyes, I pray, to thy dying sire. O father, fear not, for mine eyes are bright. I read through a millstone at dead of night. My son, oh tell me, who are those men? Rushing, like pigs to the feeding pen. Welcomers they of a statesman grand. They'll shake, and then they will pocket, his hand. Sagacious youth with the wondrous eye. They seem to throw up their headgear. Why? Because they've thrown up their hands until, oh, they're so tired, and dinners they've none to throw. My son, though dull are mine ears, I hear a great sound like the people's cheers. He's thanking them, Father, with tears in his eyes, for giving him lately that fine surprise. My memory fails as I near mine end. How did they astonish their grateful friend? By letting him buy, like apples or oats, with that which has made him so good, the votes, which make him so wise and grand and great. Now, Father, please die, for 'tis growing late. Posterity's award. I'd long been dead, but I returned to earth. Some small affairs posterity was making a mess of, and I came to see that worth received its dues. I'd hardly finished waking, the grave mold still upon me, when my eye perceived a statue standing straight and high. 'Twas a colossal figure, bronze and gold, nobly designed, in attitude commanding. A toga from its shoulders, fold on fold, fell to the pedestal on which 'twas standing. Nobility it had and splendid grace, and all it should have had, except a face. It showed no features, not a trace nor sign of any eyes or nose could be detected. On the smooth oval of its front no line, where sites for mouths are commonly selected. All blank and blind its faulty head it reared. Let this be said, 'twas generously yeared. Seeing these things, I straight began to guess for whom this mighty image was intended. The head, I cried, is Upton's, and the dress is Parson Bartlett's own. True, his cloak ended flush with his lowest vertebra, but no sane sculptor ever made a toga so. Then on the pedestal these words I read. Erected 1897. Saint Christopher. How fast the time had sped. Of course it naturally does in heaven. To, here a blank space for the name began. The 19th century's great foremost man. Completed, the inscription ended, in the year 3000 inch, which was just arriving. By Jove! Thought I, 'twould make the founders grin. To learn whose fame so long has been surviving. To read the name posterity will place in that blank void, and view the finished face. Even as I gazed, the year 3000 came. And then by acclamation all the people decreed whose was our century's best fame. Then scaffolded the statue like a steeple, to make the likeness, and the name was sunk deep in the pedestal's metallic trunk. Whose was it? Gentle reader, pray excuse the seeming rudeness, but I can't consent to be so forehand with important news. 'Twas neither yours nor mine, let that content you. If not, the name I must surrender, which, upon a dead man's word, was Deacon Fitch, an art critic. Ira P. Rankin, you've a nasal name. I'll sound it through the speaking trump of fame. And wondering nations, hearing from afar the brazen twang of its resounding jar, shall say, these bards are an uncommon class. They blow their noses with a tube of brass. So you object to Cytherea? Do. The picture was not painted, sir, for you. Your mind to gratify and taste address. The masking dove had been a dove the less. Provincial censor. All untaught in art. With mind indecent and indecent heart. Do you not know, nay, why should I explain? Instruction, argument alike were vain. I'll show you reasons when you show me brain. The spirit of a sponge. I dreamed one night that Stephen Massett died. And for admission up at heaven applied. Who are you? Asked St. Peter. Massett said. James Pipes, of Pipesville. Peter bowed his head. Opened the gates and said, I'm glad to know you. And wish we'd something better, sir, to show you. Don't mention it, said Stephen, looking bland. And was about to enter, hat in hand. When from a cloud below such fumes arose as tickled tenderly his conscious nose. He paused, replaced his hat upon his head. Turned back and to the saintly warden said. O'er his already sprouting wings, I swear. I smell some broiling going on down there. So Massett's paunch, attracted by the smell, followed his nose and found a place in hell. Ornithanthropos. Let John P. Irish rise. The edict rang. As when creation into being sprang. Nature, not clearly understanding, tried to make a bird that on the air could ride. But naught could baffle the creative plan. Despite her efforts, 'twas almost a man. Yet he had risen, to the bird a twin. Had she but fixed a wing upon his chin. To E.S. Salomon, who in a Memorial Day oration protested bitterly against decorating the graves of Confederate dead. What? Salomon. Such words from you. Who call yourself a soldier? Well. The Southern brother where he fell. Slept all your base oration through. Alike to him, he cannot know your praise or blame, as little harm. Your tongue can do him as your arm. A quarter century ago. The brave respect the brave. The brave respect the dead, but you draw that ancient blade, the ass's jaw, and shake it o'er a hero's grave. Are you not he who makes today a merchandise of old renown, which he persuades this easy town he won in battle far away? Nay, those the fallen who revile have ne'er before the living stood, and stoutly made their battle good, and greeted danger with a smile. What if the dead whom still you hate were wrong? Are you so surely right? We know the issue of the fight. The sword is but an advocate. Men live and die, and other men arise with knowledges diverse. What seemed a blessing seems a curse, and now is still at odds with then. The years go on, the old comes back to mock the new, beneath the sun. Is nothing new, ideas run recurrent in an endless track. What most we censure, men as wise have reverently practiced, nor will future wisdom fail to war on principles we dearly prize. We do not know, we can but deem. And he is loyalist and best, who takes the light full on his breast, and follows it throughout the dream. The broken light, the shadows wide. Behold the battlefield displayed. God save the vanquished from the blade, the victor from the victor's pride. If, Salomon, the blessed dew that falls upon the blue and gray is powerless to wash away the sin of differing from you, remember how the flood of years has rolled across the erring slain. Remember, too, the cleansing rain of widows and of orphans' tears. The dead are dead, let that atone. And though with equal hand we strew the blooms on saint and sinner too, yet God will know to choose his own. The wretch, whatever his life and lot, who does not love the harmless dead with all his heart and all his head, may God forgive him, I shall not. When, Salomon, you come to quaff the darker cup with meeker face, I, loving you at last, shall trace upon your tomb this epitaph. Draw near, ye generous and brave. Kneel round this monument and weep for one who tried in vain to keep a flower from a soldier's grave. Dennis Kearney. Your influence, my friend, has gathered head. To east and west its tides encroaching spread. There'll be, on all God's footstool, when they meet, no clean spot left for him to set his feet. Finis Eternitatis. Strolling at sunset in my native land, with fruits and flowers thick on either hand, I crossed a shadow flung athwart my way, emerging on a waste of rock and sand. The apples all are gone from here, I said. The roses perished and their spirits fled. I will go back. A voice cried out, the man is risen who eternally was dead. I turned and saw an angel standing there, newly descended from the heights of air. Sweet-eyed compassion filled his face, his hands a naked sword and golden trumpet bare. Nay, 'twas not death, the shadow that I crossed, I said. Its chill was but a touch of frost. It made me gasp, but quickly I came through, with breath recovered ere it scarce was lost. 'Twas the same land. Remembered mountains thrust great heads asky, and every dragging gust. In ashen valleys where my sons had reaped, stirred in familiar river beds the dust. Some heights, where once the traveler was shown, the youngest and the proudest city known, lifted smooth ridges in the steely light. Bleak, desolate acclivities of stone, where I had worshipped at my father's tomb. Within a massive temple's awful gloom, a jackal slunk along the naked rock, affrighted by some prescience of doom. Man's vestiges were nowhere to be found, save one brass mausoleum on a mound. I knew it well, spared by the artist time, to emphasize the desolation round. Into the stagnant sea the sullen sun sank behind bars of crimson, one by one. Eternity's at hand. I cried aloud. Eternity, the angel said, is done. For man is ages dead in every zone. The angels all are dead but I alone. The devils, too, are cold enough at last. And God lies dead before the great white throne. 'Tis foreordained that I bestride the shore, when all are gone, as Gabriel did before, when I had throttled the last man alive, and swear eternity shall be no more. O Azrael, O Prince of Death, declare, why conquered I the grave? I cried. What rare, conspicuous virtues won this boon for me? You've been revived, he said, to hear me swear. Then let me creep again beneath the grass, and knock you at yon pompous tomb of brass. If ears are what you want, Charles Crocker's there. Betwixt the greatest ears, the greatest ass. He rapped, and while the hollow echoes rang, out at the door a cursed hyena sprang, and fled. Said Azrael, his soul's escaped, and closed the brazen portal with a bang. The veteran John Jackson, once a soldier bold, hath still a martial feeling. So, when he sees a foe, behold, he charges him with stealing. He cares not how much ground today he gives for men to doubt him. He's used to giving ground, they say, who lately fought without him. When, for the battle to be won, his gallantry was needed, they say each time a loaded gun went off, so, likewise, he did. And when discharged, for war's a sport, so hot he had to leave it, he made a very loud report. But no one did believe it. An exhibit. Goldenson hanged. Well, heaven forbid that I should smile above him, though truth to tell, I never did exactly love him. It can't be wrong, though, to rejoice that his unpleasing capers are ended. Silent is his voice in all the papers. No longer he's a show, no more bear-like, his den he's walking. No longer can he hold the floor. When I'd be talking, the laws that govern jails are bad. If such displays are lawful, the fate of the assassin's sad. But ours is awful. What shall a wretch condemned to die in shame upon the gibbet be set before the public eye as an exhibit? His looks, his actions noted down, his words, if light or solemn, and all this hawked about the town. So much a column. The press, of course, will publish news, however it may get it. But blast the sheriff who'll abuse his powers to let it. Nay, this is not ingratitude. I'm no reporter, truly, nor yet an editor. I'm rude, perhaps unruly, because I burn with shame and rage, beyond my power of telling, to see assassins in a cage, and keepers yelling, "Walk up! Walk up!" The showman cries. Observe the lion's poses, his stormy mane, his glooming eyes, his, hold your noses. How long, O Lord, shall law and right be mocked for gain or glory, and angels weep as they recite the shameful story, the transmigrations of a soul? What, Pixley, must I hear you call the roll of all the vices that infest your soul? Was not enough that lately you did bawl your money worship in the ears of all? Still must you crack your brazen cheek to tell that though a miser you're a sot as well? Still must I hear how low your taste has sunk, from getting money down to getting drunk? Who worships money, damning all beside, and shows his callous knees with pious pride, speaks with half knowledge, for no man e'er scorns his own possessions, be they coins or corns. You've money, neighbor, had you gentle birth, you'd know, as now you never can, its worth. You've money, learning is beyond your scope, deaf to your envy, stubborn to your hope. But if upon your undeserving head science and letters had their glory shed, if in the cavern of your skull the light of knowledge shone where now eternal night breeds the blind, potty, vapor-fatted knots of cerebration that you think are thoughts, black bats in cold and dismal corners hung, that squeak and gibber when you move your tongue, you would not write in avarice's defense a senseless eulogy on lack of sense, nor show your eagerness to sacrifice all noble virtues to one loathsome vice. You've money, if you'd manners too you'd shame. To boast your weakness or your baseness name. Appraise the things you have, but measure not the things denied to your unhappy lot. He values manners lighter than a cork. Who combs his beard at table with a fork? Hare to seek sin and tortoise to forsake. The laws of taste condemn you to the stake. To expiate, where all the world may see, the crime of growing old disgracefully. Distinction, learning, birth and manners, too. All that distinguishes a man from you. Pray damn at will, all shining virtues gain. An added luster from a rogue's disdain. But spare the young that proselyting sin. A toper's apotheosis of gin. If not our young, at least our pigs may claim exemption from the spectacle of shame. Are you not he who lately out of shape blew a brass trumpet to denounce the grape? Who led the brave teetotalers afield and slew your leader underneath your shield? Swore that no man should drink unless he flung himself across your body at the bung? Who vowed if you'd the power you would fine the Son of God for making water wine? All trails to odium you tread and boast yourself enamored of the dirtiest most. One day to be a miser you aspire, the next to wallow drunken in the mire. The third, lo, you're a meritorious liar. Pray, in the catalogue of all your graces, have theft and cowardice no honored places? Yield thee, great Satan, here's a rival name, with all thy vices and but half thy shame. Quick to the letter of the precept, quick to the example of the elder Nick, with as great talent as was e'er applied, to fool a teacher and to fog a guide, with slack allegiance and boundless greed, to paunch the profit of a traitor deed. He aims to make thy glory all his own, and crowd his master from the infernal throne. Indictment on evidence. Bruce Douglas, nephew to a Scottish earl, sat in the city prison, low in heart and spirits. Round him lay the forms of men. Men of the people, of ignoble birth. Prone or supine in sleep, but sleep and he were out, the Douglas was too drunk for sleep. And so he sat and moaned. And still his moan had all the cadences and stops of song, recurrent swells and measured silences, which sought the ear as ocean's billows roll, at even spaces and with matching speed, one after one ashore. Wherefore uprose an old grey constable who in the morn and blossom of his life had courted fame, as horse reporter for a public print, and so was skilled in letters, and he spake there to the sergeant, saying, surely, now, the man's a poet. In his moan I hear the pulsing and the passion of the sea, hear the far beating of the waterfall, throbbing of noonday insects in the grass, all rhythmic movements of the universe, which poets echo in their thought and speech, even in their inarticulate complaints of pain. My life I'll hazard that the man's a bard disguised to look a gentleman. So, bringing his effects, which had till then lain unconsidered, from his pockets plucked and tossed aside, all curiously they explored the papers. Odes and odes there were, and every ode in praise of some fair scene in a fair land, and the fair land was this, our California. From the snowy peaks that glitter in the skies of Siskiyou, down to the golden margin where the land slips underneath the San Diegan Bay, and from the dim Sierra, far across, to where old ocean bears upon his breast the Mongol horde returning to its own, its native land and its dear household gods. Bruce Douglas, nephew of a Scottish earl, had sung the beauty of the Golden State. So then the clerk, splitting the book of doom, charged him therein with murder, arson, rape, theft, libel, mayhem and intent to leave the state and so defraud his creditors. With vagrancy, extortion and assault. Felonious, obtaining cash by false pretenses, with infanticide, even him. Bruce Douglas, nephew of a Scottish earl. To an aspirant. What? You a senator, you, Mike de Young? Still reeking of the gutter whence you sprung? Sir, if all senators were such as you. Their hands so slender and so crimson too. Shaped to the pocket for commercial work. For literary. Fitted to the dirk. So black their hearts, so lily-white their livers. The toga's touch would give a man the shivers. At the White House. Among the notables one day that came to see the president was one whose name was known from Puerto Rico to Luzon. Although it wasn't Smith nor even John. Renowned in field and council too, for he had tilled the soil and been a school trustee. Occasionally, just to pass the time, he worked at patriotism and scowled at crime. Went up and down the land denouncing those who loved him little as the country's foes. Predicted famine when they scorned his story. And for the ensuing harvest claimed the glory. His name indeed was famous, but because my memory's weak I know not what it was. The president he came that day to see was as illustrious in his way as he. His name a household word, that is to say. Men damned him roundly to begin the day. Deplored him in the fireside's rosy light. And grunted disesteem throughout the night. Not all men, some, the sons of pious mothers, prayed for him daily as upon him others. Sleek, snug, self-righteous, cunning as a rat. A fish in fervor and in faith a cat. Obscure by nature, he had ne'er been great. If fortune had not kicked him into state. His name. Go ask posterity, not me. From words opprobrious my page is free. So they were married, no I mean they met. For aught I know they are in session yet. They're in the White House, for each swore the place belonged to him by God's abounding grace. But, oh, may he take measures to prevent. If both at once they would be president. Tidings of good. Old Nick from his place of last resort came up and looked the world over. He saw how the grass of the good was short. And the wicked lived in clover. And he gravely said, this is all wrong. And never by me intended. If to me the power ever belong, I shall have this thing amended. He looked so solemn and good and wise, as he made this observation, that the men who heard him believed their eyes, instead of his reputation. So they brooded the matter about, and each reported the words as nearly as memory served, with additional speech, to bring out the meaning clearly. The consequence was that none understood. And the wildest rumors started of something intended to help the good and injure the evil-hearted. Then Robert Morrow was seen to smile with a bright and lively joyance. A man, said he, that is free from guile will now be free from annoyance. The Featherstones doubtless will now increase and multiply like the rabbits, while jailers, deputy sheriffs, police, and writers will form good habits. The widows more easily robbed will be. And no juror will ever heed but open his purse to my eloquent plea. For security, gain, or freedom. When Benson heard of the luck of the good, he was eating his dinner, he muttered. It cannot help me, for 'tis understood. My bread is already buttered. My plats of surveys are all false, they say. But that cannot greatly matter to me, for I'll tell the jurors that they may lick, if they please, my platter. An actor. Someone, 'tis hardly new, has oddly said. The color of a trumpet's blare is red. And Joseph Emmet thinks the crimson shame on woman's cheek a trumpet note of fame. The more the red storm rises round her nose, the more her eyes averted seek her toes. He fancies all the louder he can hear the tube resounding in his spacious ear, and all his varied talents to exert deepens his dullness to display his dirt. And when the gallery's indecent crowd, and gentlemen below, with hisses loud, in hot contention, these his art to crown, and those his naked nastiness to drown, make such a din that cheeks erewhile aflame grow white and in their fear forget their shame. With impudence imperial, sublime, unmoved, the patient actor bides his time, till storm and counterstorm are both allayed. Like donkeys, each by t'other one outbraid. When all the place is silent as a mouse, one slow, suggestive gesture clears the house. Famine's realm. To him in whom the love of nature has imperfectly supplanted the desire and dread necessity of food, your shore, fair Oakland, is a terror. Over all, your sunny level, from Tamiltown to where the pestuary's fragrant slime, with dead dogs studded, bears its azure fleet, broods the still menace of starvation. Bones of men and women bleach along the ways, and pampered vultures sleep upon the trees. It is a land of death, and famine there holds sovereignty, though some there be her sway, who challenge, and entrenched in larders live, drawing their sustentation from abroad. But woe to him, the stranger! He shall die, as die the early righteous in the bud and promise of their prime. He, venturesome to penetrate the wilds rectangular of grass-grown ways luxuriant of blooms, frequented of the bee and of the blithe, bold squirrel, strays with heedless feet afar from human habitation and is lost in mid-Broadway. Their hunger seizes him, and, careless man, deeming God's providence extends so far, he has not wherewithal to bate its urgency. Then, lo! appears a restaurant, mealery, a place where poison battles famine, and the two, like fishhawks warring in the upper sky, for that which one has taken from the deep, manage between them to dispatch the prey. He enters and leaves hope behind. There ends his history. Anon his bones, clean picked by buzzards, with the bones himself had picked, incautious, line the highway. Oh, my friends! Of all felonious and deadly wise devices of the enemy of souls, planted along the ways of life to snare man's mortal and immortal part alike, the Oakland restaurant is chief. It lives, that man may die. It flourishes that life may wither. Its foundation stones repose on human hearts and hopes. I've seen in it crabs stewed in milk and salad offered up with dressing so unholily compound that it included flour and sugar. Yeah, I've eaten dog there. Dog, as I'm a man. Dog seethed in sewage of the town. No more. Thy hand, dyspepsia, assumes the pen, and scrawls a tortured fineness on the page. The Mackay's hot wrath to Bonage, direful spring of blows unnumbered, heavenly goddess, sing that wrath which hurled to Hellman's office floor two heroes, mutually smeared with gore, whose hair in handfuls marked the dire debate, and riven coat-tails testified their hate. Sing, muse, what first their indignation fired, what words augmented it, by whom inspired. First, the great Bonage comes upon the scene, and asks the favor of the British Queen. Suppliant he stands and urges all his claim. His wealth, his portly person and his name. His habitation in the setting sun. As child of nature, and his suit he won. No more the sovereign, wearied with his plea. From slumber's chain her faculties can free. Low and more low the royal eyelids creep. She gives the assenting nod and falls asleep. Straightway the bondages all invade the court. And telegraph the news to every port. Beneath the seas, red hot, the tidings fly. The cables crinkle and the fishes fry. The world, awaking like a startled bat, exclaims, a bondage? What the devil's that? Mackay, meanwhile, to envy all attent. Untaught to spare, unable to relent. Walks in our town on needles and on pins. And in a mean, revengeful spirit, grins. Sing, muse, what next to break the peace occurred? What act uncivil, what unfriendly word? The god of Bosch ascending from his pool, where since creation he has played the fool, clove the blue slush, as other gods the sky, and, waiting but a moment's space to dry, touched bondage with his fingertip. O son, he said, alike of nature and a gun, knowest not Mackay's insufferable sin? Hast thou not heard that he doth stand and grin? Arise, assert thy manhood, and attest the uncommercial spirit in thy breast. Avenge thine honor, for by Jove I swear, thou shalt not else be my peculiar care. He spake, and ere his worshipper could kneel, had dived into his slush pool, head and heel, full of the god and to revenges nerved, and conscious of a will that never swerved. Bondage set sail, our world beyond the wave, as gladly took him as the other gave. New York received him, but a shudder ran through all the western coast, which knew the man. And science said that the seismic agitation was due to mutable equilibration. O goddess, sing what bondage next essayed. Did he unscabbard the avenging blade, the long spear brandish and pour wreck the shield, havoc the town and devastate the field? His sacred thirst for blood did he allay, by having the unfortunate Mackay. Small were the profit and the joy to him, to hew a base-born person, limb from limb. Let vulgar souls to low revenge incline. That of diviner spirits is divine. Bondage at noonday stood in public places, and, with regard to the Mackays, made faces before those formidable frowns and scowls. The dogs fled, tail tucked, with affrighted howls. And horses, terrified, with flying feet, o'erthrew the apple stands along the street, involving the metropolis in vast financial ruin. Men themselves, aghast, retreated east and west and north and south, before the menace of that twisted mouth, till Jove, in answer to their prayers, sent night to veil the dreadful visage from their sight. Such were the causes of the horrid strife, the mother wrongs which nourished it to life. Oh, for a quill from an archangel's wing! Oh, for a voice that's adequate to sing the splendor and the terror of the fray. The scattered hair, the coat-tails all astray, the parted collars and the gouts of gore, reeking and smoking on the banker's floor. The interlocking limbs, embraces dire, revolving bodies and deranged attire. Vain, vain the trial, 'tis vouchsafed to none, to sing two millionaires rolled into one. My hand and pen their offices refuse, and hoarse and hoarser grows the weary muse. Alone remains, to tell of the event, abandoned, lost and variously rent, the bondage nethermost habiliment. A song in praise. Hail, blessed blunder! Golden idol, hail! Clay-footed deity of all who fail! Celestial image, let thy glory shine, thy feet concealing, but a lamp to mine. Let me, at seasons opportune and fit, by turns adore thee and by turns commit. In thy high service let me ever be, yet never serve thee as my critics me. Happy and fallible, content to feel I blunder chiefly when to thee I kneel. But best felicity is his thy praise. Who utters unaware in works and ways. Who laborer est or proves. And feels thy suasion wheresoe'er he moves. Serving thy purpose. Not thine altar, still. And working, for he thinks it his, thy will. If such a life with blessings be not fraught, I envy Peter Robertson for naught. A poet's father. Welker, I'm told, can boast a father great. And honored in the service of the state. Public instruction all his mind employs. He guides its methods and its wage enjoys. Prime pedagogue, imperious and grand. He waves his ferule o'er a studious land. Where humming youths, intent upon the page. Thirsting for knowledge with a noble rage. Drink dry the whole Pyrean spring and ask. To slake their fervor at his private flask. Arrested by the terror of his frown. The vaulting spitball drops untimely down. The fly impaled on the tormenting pin. Stills in his awful glance its dizzy din. Beneath that stern regard the chewing gum. Which writhed and squeaked between the teeth is dumb. Obedient to his will the dunce cap flies. To perch upon the brows of the unwise. The supple switch forsakes the parent wood. To settle where 'twill do the greatest good. Puissant still, as when of old it strove. With Solomon for spitting on the stove. Learned professor, variously great. Guide, guardian. Instructor of the state. Quick to discern and zealous to correct. The faults which mar the public intellect. From where of Siskiyou the northern bound. Is frozen eternal to the sunless ground. To where in San Diego's torrid clime. The swarthy greaser swelters in his grime. Beneath your stupid nose can you not see? The dunce whom once you dandled on your knee? O mighty master of 1,000 schools! Stop teaching wisdom, or stop breeding fools. A coward. When Marriott, distressed by an attack, has the strange insolence to answer back. He hides behind a name that is a lie. And out of shadow falters his reply. God knows him, though, identified alike. By hardihood to rise and fear to strike. And fitly to rebuke his sins' decrees. That, hide from others with what care he please. Night shan't be black enough nor earth so wide. That from himself can ever hide. Hard fate indeed to feel at every breath. His burden of identity till death. No moment's respite from the immortal load. To think himself a serpent or a toad. Or dream, with a divine, ecstatic glow. He's long been dead and canonized a crow. To my liars. Attend, mine enemies of all degrees. From sandlot orators and other fleas. To fallen gentlemen and rising louts. Who babble slander at your drinking bouts. And, filled with unfamiliar wine, begin. Lies drowned, air born, in more congenial gin. But most attend, ye persons of the press. Who live, though why, yourselves alone can guess. In hope deferred. Ambitious still to shine. By hating me at half a cent a line. Like drones among the bees of brighter wing. Sunless to shine and impotent to sting. To estimate in easy verse I'll try. The controversial value of a lie. So lend your ears, God knows you have enough. I mean to teach, and if I can't I'll cuff. A lie is wicked, so the priests declare. But that to us is neither here nor there. 'Tis worse than wicked, it is vulgar too. N'import, with that we've nothing here to do. If 'twere artistic I would lie till death. And shape a falsehood with my latest breath. Parrhasius never more did pity lack. The while his model writhed upon the rack. Then I should for my adversary's pain. Who, stabbed with fibs again and yet again. Would vainly seek to move my stubborn heart. If slander were, and wit were not, an art. The ill-bred and illiterate can lie. As fast as you, and faster far than I. Shall I compete, then, in a strife accursed? Where Alan Foreman is an easy first. And where the second prize is rightly flung. To Charlie Shortridge or to Mike DeYoung. In mental combat but a single end. Inspires the formidable to contend. Not by the raw recruit's ambition fired. By whom foul blows, though harmless, are admired. Not by the coward's zeal, who, on his knee, behind the bole of his protecting tree, so curves his musket that the bark it fits, and, firing, blows the weapon into bits. But with the noble aim of one whose heart values his foeman for he loves his art. The veteran debater moves afield, untaught to libel as untaught to yield. Dear foeman mine, I've but this end in view, that to prevent which most you wish to do. What, then, are you most eager to be at? To hate me? Nay, I'll help you, sir, at that. This only passion does your soul inspire. You wish to scorn me. Sir, you shall admire. 'Tis not enough my neighbors that you school in the belief that I'm a rogue or fool. That small advantage you would gladly trade. For what one moment would yourself persuade? Right, then, your largest and your longest lie. You shan't believe it, howsoe'er you try. No falsehood you can tell, no evil do, shall turn me from the truth to injure you. So all your war is barren of effect. I find my victory in your respect. What profit have you if the world you set against me? For the world will soon forget. It thought me this or that. But I'll retain a vivid picture of your moral stain, and cherish till my memory expire the sweet, soft consciousness that you're a liar. Is it your triumph, then, to prove that you will do the thing that I would scorn to do? God grant that I forever be exempt from such advantage as my foes' contempt. Phil Crimmins. Still as he climbed into the public view, his charms of person more apparent grew, till the pleased world that watched his airy grace saw nothing of him but his nether face, forgot his follies with his head's retreat, and blessed his virtues as it viewed their seat on the scales. The proverb hath it, Waterman, there never is great loss without some little gain. 'Tis nature's plan of restitution, I've no doubt, as sometimes a repentant thief restores, for conscience's relief, some 10%, or thereabout, of all the loot with which he ran. Dear Governor, when you were ill, you lost, they say, some £20. But, muse and ponder as I will, and cast my searching thoughts around, I find in that great loss no gain. Unless indeed in heart and brain you suffered it, but I'll be bound that they are unaffected still. For still you're foolish and absurd, and still malicious and perverse, as ever, and in truth I've heard that since recovering you're worse. The inference, I think, is fair. You lost not what we best could spare. Your character remains to curse the state until you're sepulchred. 'Tis true there's measurably less of you to pack, and you're a load. But chiefly that concerns, I guess, the patient beast that you best rode, when, booted, spurred and gloved and all, you led Mark Borick from the stall to ride him on that rocky road. Political unrighteousness in gain to Borick, though, we scan a loss to every honest soul. It aids the weakly harridan, his thoroughbred and butterfoal, to end, the weight whose loss we mourn, from Waterman by illness torn, was mostly water. It were droll to learn he'd 20 pounds of man. Codex Honoris. Jacob Jacobs, of Oakland, he swore, dat Solomon Martin, I'll have his gore. Solomon Martin, of Oakland, he said, Of Shachab's der bleed I will shed. So they met, with seconds and surgeon at call. And fought with pistol and powder and, all was done in good faith, as before I said. They fought with pistol and powder and, shed tears, oh my friends, for each other they marred. Fighting with pistol and powder and lard. For the lead had been stolen away, every trace. And Christian hog product supplied its place. Then the shade of Moses indignant arose. Kuviker dan Leidnings go vash your gloss. Jacobs, of Oakland, they say. Applied for a pension the following day. Solomon Martin, of Oakland, I hear. Will call himself colonel for many a year. To W.H.L.B. Refrain, dull orator, from speaking out. For silence deepens when you raise the shout. But when you hold your tongue we hear, at least, your noise in mastering that little beast. Emancipation. Behold, the days of miracle at last return, if ever they were truly past. From sinful creditors' unholy greed, the church called Calvary at last is freed. So called for there the Saviour's crucified. Roberts and Carmody on either side. The circling contribution box no more provokes the nod and simulated snore. No more the lottery, no more the fair lures the reluctant dollar from its lair. Nor ladies' lunches at a bit a bite destroy the health yet spare the appetite. While thrifty sisters o'er the cauldron stoop to serve their God with zeal, their friends with soup. And all the brethren mendicate the earth with viewless placards, we've been so from birth. Sure of his wage, the pastor now can lend his whole attention to his latter end. Remarking with a martyr's prescient thrill the hemp maturing on the cheerless hill. The holy brethren, lifting pious palms, pour out their gratitude in prayer and psalms. Chant de profundis, meaning, out of debt. And dance like mad, or would if they were let. Deeply disguised, a deacon newly dead supplied the means, Jack Satan holds his head as high as any and as loudly sings his jubilati till each rafter rings. Rejoice, ye ever faithful, bellows he. The dead is lifted and the temple free. Then says, aside, with gentle cachinnation, I have a mortgage on the congregation. John Donkey. There isn't a man living who does not have at least a sneaking reverence for a horseshoe. Evening Post. Thus the poor ass whose appetite has ne'er known than the thistle any sweeter fare, thinks all the world eats thistles. Thus the clown, the wit and mentor of the country town, grins through the collar of a horse and thinks others for pleasure do as he for drinks, though secretly, because unwilling still, in public to attest their lack of skill. Each dunce whose life and mind all follies mar, believes as he is all men living are. His vice is theirs, their understandings his. Not that he knows not, all he fancies, is. How odd that any mind such stuff should boast. How natural to write it in the post. Hell. The friends who stood about my bed looked down upon my face and said, God's will be done, the fellow's dead. When from my body I was free, I straightway felt myself, ah me, sink downward to the life to be. Full 20 centuries I fell, and then alighted. Here you dwell. For I, a voice cried, this is hell. A landscape lay about my feet, where trees were green and flowers sweet. The climate was devoid of heat. The sun looked down with gentle beam upon the bosom of the stream. Nor saw I any sign of steam. The waters by the sky were tinged, the hills with light and color fringed. Birds warbled on the wing unsinged. Ah, no, this is not hell, I cried. The preachers ne'er so greatly lied. This is earth's spirit glorified. Good souls do not in Hades dwell. And, look, there's John P. Irish. Well. The voice said, that's what makes it hell. By false pretenses. John S. Hittel, whose sovereign genius wields the quill his tributary body yields. The author of an opera, that is. All but the music and librettos his. A work renowned, whose formidable name, linked with his own, repels the assault of fame. From the high vantage of a dusty shelf, secure from all the world except himself, who told the tale of culture in a screed that all might understand if all would read. Master of poesy and lord of prose, dowered, like a setter, with a double nose. That one for Erato, for Clio this. He flushes both, not his fault if we miss. Judge of the painter's art, who'll straight proclaim the hue of any color you can name, and knows a painting with a canvas back, distinguished from a duck by the duck's quack. This thinker and philosopher, whose work is famous from Commercial Street to Turk, has now a fortune, of his pen the meed. A woman left it him who could not read, and so went down to death's eternal night, sweetly unconscious that the wretch could write. Lucifer of the torch. O Reverend Ravlin, once with sounding lung, you shook the bloody banner of your tongue, urged all the fiery boycotters afield, and swore you'd rather see them die than yield. Alas, how brief the time, how great the change. Your dogs of war are ailing all of mange. The loose leash dangles from your fingertips, but the loud havoc dies upon your lips. No spirit animates your feeble clay. You'd rather yield than even run away. In vain McGlashan labors to inspire your pallid nostril with his breath of fire. The light of battles faded from your face. You keep the peace, John Chinaman his place. O Ravlin, what cold water, thrown by whom upon the kindling boycott's ruddy bloom, has slaked your parching blood-thirst and allayed the flash and shimmer of your lingual blade. Your salary's unpaid. In the old days, when Christ with scourges drave the Ravlins headlong from the temple's nave, each bore upon his pelt the mark divine, the boycott's red authenticating sign, birthmarked forever in surviving hurts, glowing and smarting underneath their shirts. Successive Ravlins have revenged their shame by blowing every coal and flinging flame. And you, the latest, may you be the last, endorsed with that hereditary, vast, and monstrous rubric, would the feud prolong, save that cupidity forbids the wrong. In strife you preferably pass your days, but brawl no moment longer than it pays, by shouting when no more you can incite the dogs to put the timid sheep to flight, to load, for you, the brambles with their fleece. You cackle concord to congenial geese, put pinches of goodwill upon their tails, and pluck them with a touch that never fails. The whirligig of time. Dr. Jewell speaks of Balaam and his vices, to assail ancient enmities how cruel. Balaam cudgeled once a jewel, a railroad lackey. Ben Truman, you're a genius and can write, though one would not suspect it from your looks. You lack that certain spareness which is quite distinctive of the persons who make books. You show the workmanship of Stanford's cooks about the region of the appetite, where geniuses are singularly slight. Your friends the Chinamen are understood, indeed, to speak of you as belly good. Still, you can write, spell, too, I understand. Though how two such accomplishments can go, like sentimental schoolgirls, hand in hand, is more than ever I can hope to know. To have one talent good enough to show has always been sufficient to command the veneration of the brilliant band of railroad scholars, who themselves, indeed, although they cannot write, can mostly read. There's Town, with Fillmore, Goodman and Steve Gage. Ned Curtis of Napoleonic face, who used to dash his name on Glory's page. A.M. appended to denote his place among the learned. Now the last faint trace of Nap is all obliterate with age, and Ned's degree less precious than his wage. He says, I done it, with his every breath. Thou canst not say I did it, says Macbeth. Good land! How I run on! I quite forgot whom this was meant to be about. For when I think upon that odd, unearthly lot, not quite Creed Haymans, yet not holy men, I'm dominated by my rebel pen, that, like the stubborn bird from which 'twas got, goes waddling forward if I will or not. To leave your comrades, Ben, I'm now content. I'll meet them later if I don't repent. You've writ a letter, I observe, nay, more. You've published it, to say how good you think the coolies, and invite them to come o'er in thicker quantity. Perhaps you drink no corporation's wine, but love its ink. Or when you signed away your soul and swore on railroad battlefields to shed your gore, you mentally reserved the right to shed the raiment of your character instead. You're naked, anyhow, unragged you stand, in frank and stark simplicity of shame. And here upon your flank, in letters grand, the iron has marked you with your owner's name. Needless, for none would steal and none reclaim. But £1 $dollar Tanford is a pretty brand, wrought by an artist with a cunning hand. But come, this naked unreserve is flat. Don your habiliment, you're fat, you're fat. The legatee. In fair San Francisco a good man did dwell, and he wrote out a will, for he didn't feel well. Said he, it is proper, when making a gift, to stimulate virtue by comforting thrift. So he left all his property, legal and straight, to the cursedest rascal in all of the state. But the name he refused to insert, for, said he, let each man consider himself legatee. In due course of time that philanthropist died, and all San Francisco, and Oakland beside, save only the lawyers, came each with his claim, the lawyers preferring to manage the same. The cases were tried in Department 13. Judge Murphy presided, sedate and serene, but couldn't quite specify, legal and straight, the cursedest rascal in all of the state. And so he remarked to them, little and big, to claimants, you skip, and to lawyers, you dig. They tumbled, tumultuous, out of his court, and left him victorious, holding the fort. 'Twas then that he said, it is plain to my mind, this property's ownerless, how can I find the cursedest rascal in all of the state? So he took it himself, which was legal and straight. Died of a rose. A reporter he was, and he wrote he. The grave was covered as thick as could be with floral tributes, which reading, the editor man he said, he did so. For floral tributes he's got for to go. For I hold the same misleading. Then he called him in and he pointed sweet to a blooming garden across the street, inquiring, what's the May growing? The reporter chap said, why, where's your eyes? Them's floral tributes. Arise, arise. The editor said, and be going. A literary hangman. Beneath his coat of dirt great Nielsen loves to hide the avenging rope. He handles all he touches without gloves, excepting soap. At the 11th hour, as through the blue expanse he schemes, on joyous wings, the late Frank Hutchings overtakes Miss Sims, both bound for heaven's high gate. In life they loved and, God knows why, a lover so should sue. He slew her, on the gallows high, died pious, and they flew. Her pinions were bedraggled, soiled, and torn as by a gale. While his were bright, all freshly oiled. The feathers of his tail. Her visage, too, was stained and worn. And menacing and grim. His sweet and mild, you would have sworn that she had murdered him. When they'd arrived before the gate, he said to her, "My dear, 'tis hard once more to separate. But you can't enter here. For you, unluckily, were sent so quickly to the grave. You had no notice to repent, nor time your soul to save." "'Tis true," said she, "and I should wail in hell even now, but I lingered about the county jail to see a Christian die. A controversialist. I've sometimes wished that Ingersoll were wise to hold his tongue, nor rail against the skies. For when he's made a point some pious dunce, like Bartlett of the Bulletin, replies, I brandish no iconoclastic fist, nor enter the debate an atheist. But when they say there is a God, I ask, why Bartlett, then, is suffered to exist? Even infidels that logic might resent, saying, there's no place for his punishment. That's worse than earth. But humbly I submit that he's himself a hell wherever sent. Mendax. High Lord of Liars, Senex, unto thee let meaner mortals bend the subject knee. Thine is mendacity's imperial crown, alike by genius, action and renown. No man, since words could set a cheek aflame, e'er lied so greatly with so little shame. O bad old man, must thy remaining years be passed in leading idiots by their ears? Thine own, which justice, if she ruled the roast, would fasten to the penitential post, still wagging sympathetically, hung on the same rocking bar that bears thy tongue. Thou dog of darkness, dost thou hope to stay time's dread advance till thou hast had thy day? Dost think the strangler will release his hold, because, forsooth, some fibs remain untold? No, no, beneath thy multiplying load of years thou canst not tarry on the road, to dabble in the blood thy leaden feet have pressed from bosoms that have ceased to beat. Tell to thyself whatever lies thou wilt, catch as thou canst at pennies got by guilt. Straight down to death this blessed year thou lt sink, thy life washed out as with a wave of ink. But if this prophecy be not fulfilled, and thou who killest patience be not killed, if age assail in vain and vice attack, only by folly to be beaten back, yet nature can this consolation give. The rogues who die not are condemned to live. The retrospective bird, his caw is a cackle, his eye is dim, and he mopes all day on the lowest limb. Not a word says he, but he snaps his bill, and twitches his palsied head, as a quill. The ultimate plume of his pride and hope quits his now featherless nose o' the Pope, leaving that eminence brown and bare, exposed to the prince of the power of the air. And he sits and he thinks, I'm an old, old man, mateless and chickless, the last of my clan. But I'd give the half of the days gone by to perch once more on the branches high, and hear my great-granddaddy's comical croaks in authorized versions of bulletin jokes. The Oakland dog. I lay one happy night in bed, and dreamed that all the dogs were dead. They'd all been taken out and shot, their bodies strewed each vacant lot o'er all the earth, from Berkeley down to San Leandro's ancient town, and out in space as far as Niles. I saw their mortal parts in piles. One stack upreared its ridge so high against the azure of the sky, that some good soul, with pious views, put up a steeple and sold pews. No wagging tail the scene relieved, I never in my life conceived. I swear it on the Decalogue. Such penury of living dog. The barking and the howling stilled, the snarling with the snarler killed. All nature seemed to hold its breath. The silence was as deep as death. True, candidates were all in roar. On every platform, as before. And villains, as before, felt free to finger the calliope. True, the Salvationist by night. And milkman in the early light. The lonely flutist and the mill performed their functions with a will. True, church bells on a Sunday rang. The sick man's curtain down, the bang of trains, contesting for the track. Out of the shadow called him back. True, cocks, at all unheavenly hours. Crew with excruciating powers. Cats on the woodshed rang and roared. Fat citizens and foghorns snored. But this was all too fine for ears. Accustomed, through the awful years, to the nocturnal monologues and day debates of Oakland dogs. And so the world was silent. Now, what else befell, to whom and how? Imprimis, then, there were no fleas. And days of worth brought nights of ease. Men walked about without the dread of being torn to many a shred. Each fragment holding half a cruise of hydrophobia's quickening juice. They had not to propitiate some cursed Caiatl at each gate, but entered one another's grounds, unscared, and were not fed to hounds. Women could drive and not a pup would lift the horses' tendons up and let them go, to interject a certain musical effect. Even children's ponies went about, all grave and sober-paced, without a bulldog hanging to each nose, proud of his fragrance, I suppose. Dog being dead, man's lawless flame burned out, he granted woman's claim. Children's and those of country, art. They all took lodgings in his heart. When memories of his former shame crimsoned his cheeks with sudden flame, he said, I know my fault too well. They fawned upon me and I fell. Ah! 'Twas a lovely world. No more. I met that indisposing bore. The unseraphic synagogue. The man who's proud to love a dog. Thus in my dream the golden reign of reason filled the world again. And all mankind confessed her sway. From Walnut Creek to San Jose. The unfallen brave. Not all in sorrow and in tears, to pay of gratitude's arrears the yearly sum. Not prompted wholly by the pride of those for whom their friends have died. Today we come. Another aim we have in view than for the buried boys in blue to drop a tear. Memorial Day revives the chin of Barnes, and Salomon chimes in. That's why we're here. And when in after ages they shall pass, like mortal men, away, their war song sung. When fame shall tell the tale anew of how intrepidly they drew the deadly tongue, then cull white lilies for the graves of loyalty's loquacious braves. And roses red, those represent their livers, these. The blood that in unmeasured seas they did not shed. A celebrated case. Way down in the boom belt lived Mrs. Roselle. A person named Petrie, he lived there as well. But Mr. Roselle he resided away. Sing Tural Iae. Once Mrs. Roselle in her room was alone. The flesh of her flesh and the bone of her bone neglected the wife of his bosom to woo. Sing Tural Ioo. Then Petrie, her lover, appeared at the door, remarking, My dear, I don't love you no more. That's awfully rough, said the lady, on me. Sing Tural Iee. Come in, Mr. Petrie, she added, pray do. Although you don't love me no more, I love you. Sit down while I spray you with vitriol now. Sing Tural Ioo. Said Petrie, that liquid I know won't agree with my beauty, and then you'll no longer love me. So spray and be, oh, what a word he did say. Sing turul iorol iae. She deluged his head and continued to pour. Till his bonny blue eyes, like his love, were no more. It was seldom he got such a hearty shampoo. Sing turul iorol ioo. Then Petrie he rose and said, Mrs. Roselle, I have an engagement and bid you farewell. You see, she began to explain, but not he. Sing turul iorol iee. The sheriff he came and he offered his arm, saying, Sorry I am for disturbin' you, marm. But business is business. Said she, so they say. Sing turul iorol iae. The judge on the bench he looked awfully stern. The district attorney began to attorn. The witnesses lied and the lawyers, oh my. Sing turul iorol fee. The chap that defended her said, It's our claim. That he loved us no longer and told us the same. What else than we did could we decently do? Sing turul iorol ioo. The district attorney, sarcastic, replied. We loved you no longer, that can't be denied. Not having no eyes we may dote on you now. Sing turul iorol iow. The prisoner wept to entoken her fears. The sockets of Petrie were flooded with tears. O heaven-born sympathy, bully for you. Sing turul iorol ioo. For jurors considered the prisoner mad. And four thought her victim uncommonly bad. And four that the acid was, all in his eye. Sing rum tiddy iddity high. Couplets. For inscription on a sword presented to Colonel Cutting of the National Guard. I am for cutting. I'm a blade. Designed for use at dress parade. My gleaming length, when I display. Peace rules the land with gentle sway. But when the war dogs bare their teeth. Go seek me in the modest sheath. I am for cutting. Not for me. The task of setting nations free. Let soulless blades take human life. My softer metal shuns the strife. The annual review is mine. When gorgeous shopmen sweat and shine. And Biddy, tiptoe on the pave. Adores the cobble-trotting brave. I am for cutting. 'Tis not mine. To hew amain the hostile line. Not mine all pitiless to spread. The plain with tumuli of dead. My grander duty lies afar. From haunts of the insane hussar. Where charging horse and struggling foot. Are grimed alike with cannon soot. When loveliness and valor meet. Beneath the trees to dance, and eat. And sing, and much beside, behold. My golden glories all unfold. There formidably are displayed. The useful horrors of my blade. In time of feast and dance and ballad. I am for cutting chicken salad. A retort. As vicious women think all men are knaves. And shrew-bound gentlemen discourse of slaves. As reeling drunkards judge the world unsteady. And idlers swear employers ne'er get ready. Thieves that the constable stole all they had. The mad that all except themselves are mad. So, in another's clear escutcheon shone. Barnes rails at stains reflected from his own. Prates of docility, nor feels the dark. Ring round his neck, the Ralston collar mark. Back, man, to studies interrupted once. Ere yet the rogue had merged into the dunce. Back to Yale. And, grown with years discreet. The course of virgin's lust cut short, complete. Go drink again at the Pyrean pool. And learn at least better to play the fool. No longer scorn the draught, although the font. Unlike Pactolus, waters not Belmont. A vision of resurrection. I had a dream. The habitable earth. Its continents and islands, all was bare. Of cities and of forests. Naught remained. Of its old aspect, and I only knew. As men know things in dreams, unknowing how. That this was earth and that all men were dead. On every side I saw the barren land. Even to the distant skies enclosing blue. Thick-pitted all with graves. And all the graves, save one, were open, not as newly dug, but rather as by some internal force riven for egress. Tombs of stone were split, and wide agape, and in their iron decay the massive mausoleums stood in halves. With mildewed linen all the ground was white. Discarded shrouds upon memorial stones hung without motion in the soulless air. While greatly marveling how this should be, I heard, or fancied that I heard, a voice. Low like an angel's, delicately strong. And sweet as music. Spirit, it said, behold. The burial place of universal man. 1,000,000 years have rolled away since here. His sheeted multitudes, save only some. Whose dark misdeeds required a separate and individual arraigning, rose to judgment at the trumpet's summoning, and passed into the sky for their award, leaving behind these perishable things, which yet, preserved by miracle, endure, till all are up. Then they and all of earth, rock-hearted mountain and storm-breasted sea, river and wilderness and sites of dead, and vanished capitals of men, shall spring to flame. And naught shall be forevermore. When all are risen that wonder will occur. 'Twas but 10 centuries ago the last. But one came forth, a soul so black with sin, against whose name so many crimes were set, that only now his trial is at end. But one remains. Straight, as the voice was stilled, that single rounded mound cracked lengthwise. And one came forth in grave clothes. For a space he stood and gazed about him with a smile superior. Then laying off his shroud, disclosed his 2 attenuated legs, which, like parentheses, bent outwardly, as by the weight of saintliness above, and so sprang upward and was lost to view. Noting his headstone overthrown, I read, Sacred to memory of George K. Fitch, deacon and editor, a holy man, who fell asleep in Jesus, full of years and blessedness. The dead in Christ rise first. Master of 3 arts. Your various talents, Goldenson, command. Respect, you are a poet and can draw. It is a pity that your gifted hand should ever have been raised against the law. If you had drawn no pistol, but a picture, you would have saved your throttle from a stricture. About your poetry I'm not so sure. 'Tis certain we have much that's quite as bad, whose hardy writers have not to endure the hangman's fondling. It is said they're mad. Though lately Mr. Brooks, I mean the poet, looked well, and if demented didn't show it. Well, Goldenson, I am a poet, too, taught by the muses how to smite the harp, and lift the tuneful voice, although, like you and Brooks, I sometimes flat and sometimes sharp. But let me say, with no desire to taunt you, I never murder even the girls I want to. I hold it one of the poetic laws to sing of life, not take it. I have shown a high regard for human life because I have such trouble to support my own. And you, well, you'll find trouble soon in blowing your private coal to keep it red and glowing. I fancy now I see you at the gate. Approach St. Peter, crawling on your belly. You cry, good sir, take pity on my state. Forgive the murderer of Mamie Kelly. And Peter says, oh, that's all right, but, mister, you scribbled rhymes. In hell I'll make you blister. Thersites. So, in the Sunday papers you, Del Mar. Damn, all great Englishmen in English speech. I am no Englishman, but in my reach. A rogue shall never rail where heroes are. You are the man, if I mistake you not, who lately with a supplicating twitch plucked at the pockets of the London rich, and paid your share engraver all you got, because that you have greatly lied, because you libel nations, and because no hand of officer is raised to bid you stand, and falsehood is unpunished of the laws. I stand here in a public place to mark, with level finger where you part the crowd. I stand to name you and to cry aloud. Behold mendacity's great hierarch, a society leader. The social world. Oh, what a world it is! Where full-grown men cut capers in the German cotillion, waltz, or what you will, and whiz, and spin and hop and sprawl about like mermen. I wonder if our future Grant or Sherman, as these youths pass their time, is passing his. If eagles ever come from painted eggs, or deeds of arms succeed to deeds of legs. I know they tell us about Waterloo, how, foremost fighting, fell the evening's dancers. I don't believe it, I regard it true, that soldiers who are skillful in the lancers less often die of cannon than of cancers. Moreover, I am half persuaded, too, that David when he danced before the ark had the reporter's word to keep it dark. Ed Greenway, you fatigue. Your hateful name, like maiden's curls, is in the papers daily. You think it, doubtless, honorable fame, and contemplate the cheap distinction gaily. As does the monkey the blue-painted tail he believes becoming to him. 'Tis the same with men as other monkeys, all their souls crave eminence on any kind of poles. But cynics, barking tribe, are all agreed that monkeys upon poles performing capers are not exalted, they are only treed. A glory that is kindled by the papers is transient as the phosphorescent vapors that shine in graveyards and are seen, indeed, but while the bodies that supply the gas are turning into weeds to feed an ass. One can but wonder sometimes how it feels to be an ass, a beast we beat condignly, because, like yours, his life is in his heels, and he is prone to use them unbenignly. The ladies, bless them, say you dance divinely. I like Saint Vitus better, though, who deals his feet about him with a grace more just, and hops, not for he will, but for he must. Doubtless it gratifies you to observe elbowy girls and adipose mammas, all looking adoration as you swerve this way and that. But prosperous papas laugh in their sleeves at you, and their ha-has, if heard, would somewhat agitate your nerve. And dames and maids who keep you on their shelves don't seem to want a closer tie themselves. Gods! What a life you live, by day a slave to your exacting back and urgent belly, intent to earn and vigilant to save. By night, attired so sightly and so smelly, with countenance as luminous as jelly, bobbing and bowing, king of hearts and knave. Of diamonds, I'd bet a silver brick. If brains were trumps you'd never take a trick. Expositor veritatis. I slept, and, waking in the years to be, heard voices, and approaching whence they came, listened indifferently where a key had lately been removed. An ancient dame said to her daughter, go to yonder caddy, and get some emery to scour your daddy. And then I knew, some intuition said, that tombs were not and men had cleared their shelves of urns, and the electroplated dead stood pedestaled as statues of themselves. With famous dead men all the public places were thronged, and some in piles awaited bases. One mighty structure's high facade alone contained a single monumental niche, where, central in that steep expanse of stone, gleamed the familiar form of Thomas Fitch. A man cried, lo! Truth's temple and its founder. Then gravely added, I'm her chief expounder. The troubadour. Professor Gailey, you're a great man, sure. They say that you can almost fly. Can spell. And parse, but cannot figure well. For mathematics is not literature. And hold, with rancor, that twice two are fewer than they're cracked up to be. Let sinners tell. Wherein you disappoint, but I will swell the chorus of your greatness. I'll procure for that exploit a megaphone of brass, and roar your excellences to the sky, and fill with witness all the world. Alas! You can't write poetry. No more can I. But that, you'll notice, is another matter. Besides, I'm less ubiloquent, and fatter. You hold the chair, so your credentials say. Of English letters. That is well and fine. Through teaching diligently, line by line, you may yourself have the good luck some day to learn enough of it to bid you stay your red right hand from making it. The 9. Dear muses then with laurels will entwine your brows and leg it lightly to display their joy. O bold, bad poet, hear these words of wisdom, from a grizzled head, inserted civilly into your ear. In teaching verse you'll better earn your bread, and on our feelings less unkindly trample. If you will work by precept, not example. Not all the shouting capitals you use can strengthen feebleness, nor all the skill you lack conceal the foolish hates that fill the fountain whence the driblet of your views flows in a dirty channel to suffuse with slime the British Empire. Dip your quill in something sweeter and you'll write less ill. At least your rant we better can excuse. No doubt you wish you had been born a bore. Spelling accepted, so indeed you were. A bore as well, but that's a very poor ambition. By the Lord, I should prefer to be a Briton though they shot me daily, and threw my body to your hoofs, Jack gaily. A finger on the lips. Oh Mike, have ye heard the good news? They're gwan to have home rule at last. And a parliament fine they will choose. And Warwick's a thing o' the past. They'll vote every man an estate, wid all he can drink and ate. Indade it's the blessedest day we've seen since we landed here in America. Wished. Though, I say, bedad, it's no place to cheer. For home rule we mustn't hurrow. They'll be wantin' it here if we do. 3 highwaymen. A street contractor, t'other morn, walked out before the day was born. The silver moon beyond his reach had prudently retired, and each fair golden star his clutch that feared trembled, grew pale, and disappeared. The sun rose not, afraid to risk his tempting, double-eagle disc. Our hero, why spin out the verse? 2 robbers robbed him of his purse, left him uncomfortably spread on his own pavement, semi-dead, and ran away exultant. He sang murder, fire, in every key, until politeness bade him cease, for fear of waking the police. Then straight unto the chief, all faint, he made his way and his complaint. I met 2 robber men, said he. We battled and, well, look at me. Sad citizen, O chief, you see. How much? Asked that sententious man. Well, sir, as nearly as I can compute it, though I gave them fits. They got away, with my 6 bits. Why, damn your avaricious soul. The chief said, do you claim the whole? You did quite well to get, begad, within 6 bits of all they had. To Colonel Dan Burns. They say, my lord, that you're a Warwick. Well, the title's an absurd one, I believe. You make no kings, you have no kings to sell. Though really, 'twere easy to conceive you stuffing half a dozen up your sleeve. No, you're no Warwick, skilful from the shell to hatch out sovereigns. On a mare's nest, maybe you'd incubate a little jackass baby. I fancy, too, that it is naught but stuff. This power that you're said to be behind the throne. I'm sure 'twere accurate enough to represent you simply as inclined to push poor Markham, ailing in his mind and body, which were never very tough, round in an invalid's wheeled chair. Such menial employment to low natures is congenial. No, Dan, you're an impostor every way. A human bubble, for the earth, you know, hath bubbles, as the water hath. Some day some careless hand will prick your film, and oh, how utterly you'll vanish. Daniel, throw, as fallen Wolsey might to Cromwell say, your cursed ambition to the pigs, though truly 'twould make them greater pigs, and more unruly. George A. Knight. Attorney Knight, it happens so sometimes that lawyers, justifying cutthroats' crimes for hire, calumniating, too, for gold, the dead, dumb victims cruelly unsold, speak through the press to a tribunal far more honorable than their honors are, a court that sits not with assenting smile while living rogues dead gentlemen revile, a court where scoundrel ethics of your trade confuse no judgment and no cheating aid, the court of honest souls, where you in vain may plead your right to falsify for gain, sternly reminded if a man engage to serve assassins for the liar's wage, his mouth with vilifying falsehoods crammed, he's twice detestable and doubly damned. Attorney Knight, defending Powell, you to earn your fee, so energetic grew, so like a hound, the pride of all the pack, clapping your nose upon the dead man's track, to run his faults to earth, at least proclaim at vacant holes the overtaken game, that men who marked you nourishing the tongue, and saw your arms so vigorously swung, all marveled how so light a breeze could stir so great a windmill to so great a whir. Little they knew, or surely they had grinned, the mill was laboring to raise the wind. Ralph Smith, a shoulder striker. God, oh hear this hardy man's description of thy dear dead child, the gentlest soul, save only one, e'er born in any land beneath the sun. All silent benefactions still he wrought, high deed and gracious speech and noble thought, kept all thy law, and, seeking still the right, upon his blameless breast received the light. Avenge, O Lord, thy slaughtered saints, one cried, whose wrath was deep as his comparison wide. Milton, thy servant. Nay, thy will be done. To smite or spare, to me it all is one. Can vengeance bring my sorrow to an end? Or justice give me back my buried friend? But if some Milton vainly now implore, and Powell prosper as he did before, yet 'twere too much that, making no ado, thy saints be slaughtered and be slandered too. So, Lord, make Knight his weapon keep in sheath, or do thou wrest it from between his teeth. Unarmed St. Peter sat at the Jasper gate, when Senator White arrived in state. Admit me. With pleasure, Peter said. Pleased to observe that the man was dead. That's what I'm here for. Kindly show your ticket, my lord, and in you go. White stared in blank surprise. Said he. I run this place, just turn that key. Yes. Said the saint, the senator heard with pain the inflection of that word. But, mastering his emotion, he remarked, my friend, you're too damned free. I'm Stephen M. By thunder, white. And, yes, the Guardian said, with quite the selfsame irritating stress, distinguishing his former yes. And still demurely as a mouse, he twirled the key to that upper house. Then Stephen, seeing his bluster vain, admittance to those halls to gain, said, neighborly, pray tell me, Pete, does anyone contest my seat? The saint replied, nay, nay, not so. But you voted always wrong below. Whatever the question, clear and high, your voice rang, I, ever, I. Now indignation fired the heart of that insulted immortal part. Die, wretch! He cried, with blanching lip, and made a motion to his hip, with purpose murderous and hearty, to draw the Democratic party. He felt his fingers vainly slide upon his unapparelled hide. The dead arise from their silent tents, but not their late habiliments. Then wailed, the briefest of his speeches, I've left it in my other breeches. A political violet. Come, Stanford, let us sit at ease, and talk as old friends do. You talk of anything you please, and I will talk of you. You recently have said, I hear, that you would like to go to serve as senator. That's queer. Have you told William Stowe? Once when the legislature said, go, Stanford, and be great, you lifted up your Jovian head, and overlooked the state. As one made leisurely awake, you lightly rubbed your eyes, and answered, thank you, pleased to make a note of my surprise. But who are they who skulk aside, as to get out of reach, and in their clothing strive to hide $3,000 each? Not members of your body, sure. No, that can hardly be. All statesmen, I suppose, are pure. What? There are rogues? Dear me. You added, you'll recall, that though you were surprised and pained, you thought, upon the whole, you'd go, and in that mind remained. Now, what so great a change has wrought, that you so frankly speak of seeking honors once unsought, because you scorn to seek? Do you not fear the grave reproof? In good creed Haman's eye, will Stephen Gage not stand aloof, and pass you coldly by? Oh, fear you not that Vrooman's lich will rise from earth and point at you a scornful finger which may lack, perchance, a joint. Go, Stanford, where the violets grow, and join their modest train. Await the work of William Stowe, and be surprised again. The subdued editor, Poe Peter Pixley, sat in his den, chewing upon his quid. He thought it was Leo 13, and then he bit it intenser, he did. The amber which overflew from the cud, like rivers which burst out of bounds, 'twas peculiar pleasant to think it blood, a gushin' from papal wounds. A knockin' was heard uponto the door, where someone a waitin' was. Come in, said the shedder of priestly gore, arrestin' to once his jaws. The person which entered was curly of hair, and smilin' as ever you see. His eyes was blue, and uncommon fair was his physiognomy, and yet there was somewhat remarkable grand. And the editor says as he looks, your height, it was highness, you understand. That he meant. But he spoke like books. Your height, I am in. I'm the editor man of this paper, which is to say, I'm the owner, too, and it's always ran in the independentest way. Not a damn the lut can interfere. A shapen my course for me. This paper's, and nothing can make it veer. Pixleyan in policy. It's little to me, said the sunny youth, if journals is better or worse. Where I am to home they won't keep, in truth. The climate is that perverse. I've come, howsomever, your mind to light. With a more superior fire. You'll have naught henceforward to do but write. While I sets by to inspire. We'll make it hot all round, bedad. And his laughter was loud and free. The devil, cried Pixley, surpassing mad. Exactly, my friend, that's me. So he took a chair and a feather fan. And he sets and sets and sets. Inspirin', that humbled editor man. Which sweats and sweats and sweats. All unavailin' his struggles be. And it's, oh, a weepin' sight. To see a great editor, bold and free. Reducted to such a plight. Black Bart, p8. Welcome, good friend. As you have served your term. And found the joy of crime to be a fiction. I hope you'll hold your present faith, stand firm. And not again be open to conviction. Your sins, though scarlet once, are now as wool. You've made atonement for all past offenses. And conjugated, 'twas an awful pull. The verb, to pay, in all its moods and tenses. You were a dreadful criminal, by heaven. I think there never was a man so sinful. We've all a pinch or two of Satan's leaven. But you appeared to have an even skinful. Earth shuddered with aversion at your name. Rivers fled backward, gravitation scorning. The sea and sky, from thinking on your shame. Grew lobster-red at eve and in the morning. But still red-handed at your horrid trade. You wrought, to reason deaf, and to compassion. But now with gods and men your peace is made. I beg you to be good and in the fashion. What's that? You ne'er again will rob a stage. What? Did you do so? Faith, I didn't know it. Was that what threw poor Themis in a rage? I thought you were convicted as a poet. I own it was a comfort to my soul. And soothed it better than the deepest curses. To think they'd put one poet in a hole. Where, though he wrote, he could not print his verses. I thought that Welker, Stewart, Brooks, and all. The ghastly crew who always are begriming. With villain couplets every page and wall. Might be arrested and run in for rhyming. And then Parnassus would be left to me. And Pegasus should bear me up it gaily. Nor down a steep place run into the sea. As now he must be tempted to do daily. Well, grab the lyre strings, hearties, and begin. Bawl your harsh souls all out upon the gravel. I must endure you, for you'll never sin. By robbing coaches, until dead men travel. A scion of nobility. Come, sisters, weep, our baron dear. Alas! Has run away. If always we had kept him here. He had not gone astray. Painter and grainer it were vain. To say he was, before. And if he were, yet ne'er again. He'll darken here a door. We mourn each matrimonial plan. Even tradesmen join the cry. He was so promising a man. Whenever he did buy. He was a fascinating lad. Deny it all who may. Even moneyed men confess he had. A very taking way. So from our tables he is gone. Our tears descend in showers. We loved the very fat upon his kidneys, for 'twas ours. To women he was all respect. To duns as cold as ice. No lady could his suit reject. No tailor get its price. He raised our hope above the sky. Alas! Alack! And oh! That one who worked it up so high should play it down so slow. The night of election. O venerable patriot, I pray. Stand not here coatless. At the break of day. We'll know the grand result, and even now. The eastern sky is faintly touched with grey. It ill befits thine age's hoary crown. This rude environment of rogue and clown. Who, as the lying bulletins appear, With drunken cries incarnadine the town. But if with noble zeal you stay to note the outcome of your patriotic vote for Blaine, or Cleveland, and your native land, take, and God bless you, take my overcoat. Done, pard, it's mighty white of you. And now, I guess the country'll keep the trail somehow. I ain't allowed to vote, the warden said, but whacked my coat up on old Stanislaw. The convict's ball. San Quentin was brilliant. Within the halls of the noble pile with the frowning walls, God knows they've enough to make them frown. With a governor trying to break them down, was a blaze of light. 'Twas the natal day of his nibs, the popular John S. Gray. The ball is free, cried Black Bart, and they all said a ball with no chain was a novel ball. And I never have seed, said Jimmy Hope. Sec a lightsome dance withouten a rope. Chinamen, Indians, Portuguese, blacks, Russians, Italians, Canucks and Kanaks, Chilenos, Peruvians, Mexicans, all greased with their presence that notable ball. None were excluded excepting, perhaps, the Reverend Morrison's churchly chaps, whom, to prevent a religious debate, the warden had banished outside of the gate. The fiddler, fiddling his hardest the while, called off, in the regular foothill style, circle to the left, and, forward and back, and, helm to port for the stab-barred tack. This great virtuoso, it would appear, was made of the gatherer many a year. Ally man left, to a painful degree. His French was unlike to the French of Paris, as heard from our countrymen lately abroad. And his do-si-do was the gem of the fraud. But what can you hope from a gentleman bard? From circles of culture by dogs in the yard? 'Twas a glorious dance, though, all the same, the Jardin Mobile in the days of its fame never saw legs perform such springs. The cold chisel's magic had given them wings. They footed it featly, those lades and gents. Dull care, said Long Moll, had a helly go hence. 'Twas a very aristocratic affair. The creme de la creme of the place was there. The swells and belles of our toughest sets. And Hubert Howe Bancroft sent his regrets. A prayer. Sweet spirit of cesspool, hear a mother's prayer. Her terrors pacify and offspring spare. Upon Silurians alone let fall. And God in heaven have mercy on them all. The red revenges of your fragrant breath, hot with the flames invisible of death, sing in each nose a melody of smells, and lead them snoutwise to their several hells. To one detested, sir, you're a veteran, revealed in history and fable, as warrior since you took the field, defeating Abel, as commissary later, or, if not, in every cottage. The tale is, you contracted for a mess of pottage. In civil life you were, we read, and our respect increases. A man of peace, a man, indeed, of 30 pieces, to paying taxes when you turned your mind, or what you call so. A wide celebrity you earned. Safra also. In every age, by various names. You've won renown in story. But on your present record flames a greater glory. Cain, Esau, and Iscariot too. And Ananias, likewise. Each had peculiar powers, but who could lie as Mike lies? The boss's choice. Listen to his wild romances. He advances foolish fancies. Each expounded as his view. Goo. In his brain's opacus clot, ah. He has got a maggot. What a man with views to overwhelm us. Gulielmus. Hear his demagogic clamor. Hear him stammer in his grammar. See him laboring to spell. Gulielmus L. Slave who paid the price demanded. With two-handed iron branded. By the boss, pray cease to dose us. Gulielmus L. Jocosus. A merciful governor. Standing within the triple wall of hell. And flattening his nose against a grate. Behind whose brazen bars he'd had to dwell. 1,000,000,000 ages to that date. Stoneman bewailed his melancholy fate. And his big teardrops, boiling as they fell, had worn between his feet, the record mentions, a deep depression in the good intentions. Imperfectly by memory taught how. For prayer in hell is a lost art, he prayed. Uplifting his incinerated brow. And flaming hands in supplication's aid. "O grant," he cried, "my torment may be stayed. In mercy, some short breathing spell allow. If one good deed I did before my ghosting. Spare me and give Delmas a double roasting. Breathing a holy harmony in hell. Down through the appalling clamors of the place. Charming them all to willing concord. Fell. A voice ineffable and full of grace. Because of all the law-defying race. One single malefactor of the cell. Thou didst deny a pardon. Thy petition gains thee 10,000 years of intermission. Back from their fastenings began to shoot the rusted bolts, with dreadful roar, the gate laboriously turned. And, black with soot, the extinguished spirit passed that awful strait. And as he legged it into space, elate, muttered, "Yes, I remember that galoot. I'd signed his pardon. Ready to allot it. But stuck it in my desk and quite forgot it." An interpretation. Now Lonergan appears upon the boards. And truth and error sheath their lingual swords. No more in wordy warfare to engage. The commentators bow before the stage. And bookworms, militant for ages past, confess their equal foolishness at last. Reread their Shakespeare in the newer light. And swear the meanings obvious to sight. For centuries the question has been hot. Was Hamlet crazy, or was Hamlet not? Now, Lonergan's illuminating art reveals the truth of the disputed part. And shows to all the critics of the earth that Hamlet was an idiot from birth. A soaring toad. So, Waterman, you would not serve again. Although we'd all agree to pay you double. You find it all is vanity and pain. One clump of clover in a field of stubble. One grain of pleasure in a peck of trouble. 'Tis sad, at your age, having to complain of disillusion, but the fault is whose? When pygmies stumble, wearing giants' shoes. I humbly told you many moons ago. For high preferment you were all unfit. A clumsy bear makes but a sorry show. Climbing a pole. Let him, judicious, sit with dignity at bottom of his pit. And none his awkwardness will ever know. Some beasts look better, and feel better, too, seen from above. And so, I think, would you? Why, you were mad. Did you suppose because our foolish system suffers foolish men to climb to power, make, enforce the laws? And, it is whispered, break them now and then. We love the fellows and respect them when we've stilled the volume of our loud hurrahs. When folly blooms we trample it the more, for having cultivated it before. Behold yon laborer. His garb is mean. His face is grimy, but who thinks to ask the measure of his brains? 'Tis only seen he's fitted for his honorable task, and so delights the mind. But let him bask in droll prosperity, absurdly clean. Is that the man whom we admired before? Good Lord, how ignorant, and what a bore! Better for you that thoughtless men had said, noting your fitness in the humbler sphere. Why don't they make him governor, instead of, why the devil did they? But I fear my words on your inhospitable ear are wasted like a sermon to the dead. Still, they may profit you if studied well. You can't be taught to think, but may dispel. An undress uniform. The apparel does not proclaim the man. Polonius lied like a partisan. And Salomon still would a hero seem. If, heaven dispel the impossible dream. He stood in a shroud on the hangman's trap. His eye burning holes in the black cap. And the crowd below would exclaim amain. He's ready to fall for his country again. The perverted village. After Goldsmith. Sweet Auburn. Liveliest village of the plain. Where health and slander welcome every train. Whence smiling innocence, its tribute paid. Retires in terror. Wounded and dismayed. Dear lovely bowers of gossip and disease. Whose climate cures us that thy dames may tease. How often have I knelt upon thy green. And prayed for death. To mitigate their spleen. How often have I paused on every charm. With mingled admiration and alarm. The brook that runs by many a scandal mill. The church whose pastor groans upon the grill. The cowthorn bush with seats beneath the shade. Where hearts are struck and reputations flayed. How often wished thine idle wives, some day. Might more at whist, less at the devil, play. Unblessed retirement. Ere my life's decline. Killed by detraction, may I witness thine. How happy she who, shunning shades like these. Finds in a wolf den greater peace and ease. Who quits the place whence truth did earlier fly. And rather than come back prefers to die. For her no jealous maids renounce their sleep. Contriving malices to make her weep. No iron-faced dames her character debate. And spurn imploring mercy from the gate. But down she lies to a more peaceful end. For wolves do not calumniate, but rend. Sinks piecemeal to their maws, a willing prey. While resignation lubricates the way. And all her prospects brighten at the last. To wolves, not women, an approved repast. 1884. Mr. Sheets. The devil stood before the gate. Of heaven. He had a single mate. Behind him, in his shadow, slunk. Clay Sheets in a perspiring funk. St. Peter, see this season ticket. Said Satan, pray undo the wicket. The sleepy saint threw slight regard. Upon the proffered bit of card. Signed by some sacerdotal cheats. Admit the bearer and Clay Sheets. Peter expanded all his eyes. Clay Sheets. Well, I'll be damned, he cries. Our couches are of golden cloud. Nothing of earth is here allowed. I'll let you in, he added, shedding. On Nick a smile, but not your bedding. A jack at all views. So, Estee, you are still alive. I thought that you had died and were a blessed ghost. I know at least your coffin once was bought. With railroad money. And, 'twas said by most historians that Stanford made a boast. The cellar threw you in. That goes for naught. Man takes delight in fancy's fine inventions. And woman too, 'tis said, if they are French ones. Do you remember, Estee, 'twas long. And long ago. How fierce you grew and hot. When anything impeded the straight, strong, wild sweep of the great billow you had got. Atop of, like a swimmer bold. Great Scott! How fine your wavemanship! How loud your song! Of, down with railroads! When the wave subsided. And left you stranded you were much divided. Then for a time you were content to wade. The waters of the robber baron's moat. To fetch, and carry was your humble trade. And ferry Stanford over in a boat. Well paid if he bestowed the kindly groat. And spoke you fair and called you pretty maid. And when his stomach seemed a bit unsteady. You got your serviceable basin ready. Strange man! How odd to see you, smug and spruce. There at Chicago, burrowed in a chair. Not made to measure and a deal too loose. And see you lift your little arm and swear. Democracy shall be no more. If it's a fair and civil question, and not too abstruse. Were you elected as a robber baron? Or as a communist whose teeth had hair on? My lord poet. Who drives fat oxen should himself be fat. Who sings for nobles, he should noble be. There's no non sequitur, I think, in that. And this is logic plain as ABC. Now, Hector Stuart, you're a Scottish prince. If right you fathom your descent, that fall from grace. And since you have no peers, and since you have no kind of nobleness at all, 'twere better to sing little, lest you wince, when made by heartless critics to sing small. And yet, my liege, I bid you not despair. Ambition conquers but a realm at once. For European bays arrange your hair. 2 continents, in time, shall crown you dunce. To the fool killer. Ah, welcome, welcome. Sit you down, old friend. Your pipe I'll serve, your bottle I'll attend. 'Tis many a year since you and I have known society more pleasant than our own. In our brief respites from excessive work, I pointing out the hearts for you to dirk. What have you done since lately at this board? We canvassed the deserts of all the horde, and chose what names would please the people best. Engraved on coffin plates, what bounding breast would give more satisfaction if at rest? But never mind, the record cannot fail. The loftiest monuments will tell the tale. I trust ere next we meet you'll slay the chap who calls old Tyler, Judge, and Mary, Cap. Calls John P. Irish, Colonel, and John P. whose surname Jackson speaks his pedigree. By the same title, men of equal rank. Though one is belly all, and one all shank. Showing their several service in the fray. One fought for food and one to get away. I hope, I say, you'll kill the title man, who saddles one on every back he can. Then rides it from Beersheba to Dan. Another fool, I trust, you will perform your office on while my resentment's warm. He shakes my hand a dozen times a day. If, luckless, I so often cross his way. Though I've 3 senses besides that of touch, to make me conscious of a fool too much. Seek him, friend killer, and your purpose make apparent as his guilty hand you take. And set him trembling with a solemn shake. But chief of all the addle-witted crew, conceded by the hangman's league to you. The fool, his dams acquainted with a knave, whose fluent pen, of his no brain the slave, strews notes of introduction o'er the land, and calls it hospitality. His hand may palsy seize ere he again consign to me his friend, as I to Hades mine. Pity the wretch, his faults howe'er you see, who may accredits to his victim, be like shuttlecock which battledores attack. One speeds it forward, one would drive it back. The trustful simpleton is twice unblessed. A rare good riddance, an unwelcome guest. The glad consigner rubs his hands to think how duty is commuted into ink. The consignee, his hands he cannot rub. He has the man upon them, mutters, cub. And straightway plans to lose him at the club. You know, good killer, where this dunce abides. The secret jungle where he writes and hides. Though no exploring foot has e'er upstirred his human elephant's exhaustless herd. Go, bring his blood. We'll drink it, letting fall a due libation to the gods of Gaul. On second thought, the gods may have it all. 1 and 1 are 2. The trumpet sounded and the dead came forth from earth and ocean. And Pickering arose and sped aloft with wobbling motion. What makes him fly lopsided, cried a soul of the elected. One ear was wax, a rogue replied. And isn't resurrected. Below him on the pitted plain. By his abandoned hollow. His hair and teeth tried all in vain. The rest of him to follow. Saint Peter, seeing him ascend, came forward to the wicket. And said, my mutilated friend, I'll thank you for your ticket. The call, said Pickering, his hand to reach the latch extended. Said Peter, affable and bland, the free list is suspended. What claim have you that's valid here? That ancient vilifier reflected, then, with look austere, replied, I am a liar. Said Peter, that is simple, neat, and candid Anglo-Saxon. But, well, come in, and take a seat. Up there by Colonel Jackson. Montague Leverson. As some enormous violet that towers. Colossal o'er the heads of lowlier flowers. Its giant petals royally displayed. And casting half the landscape into shade. Delivering its odors, like the blows of some strong slugger, at the public nose. Pride of two nations, for a single state, would scarce suffice to sprout a plant so great. So Leverson's humility, outgrown the meaner virtues that he deigns to own. To the high skies its great corolla rears. In the benign sufflation of his cheers. The woeful tale of Mr. Peters. I should like, good friends, to mention the disaster that befell Mr. William Perry Peters, of the town of Muscatel. Whose fate is full of meaning if correctly understood. Admonition to the haughty, consolation to the good. It happened in the hot snap which we recently incurred. When 'twas warm enough to carbonize the feathers of a bird. And men exclaimed, by Hunky, who were bad enough to swear. And pious persons supervised their adjectives with care. Mr. Peters was a pedagogue of honor and repute. His learning comprehensive, multifarious, minute. It was commonly conceded in the section whence he came, that the man who played against him needed knowledge of the game. And some there were who whispered, in the town of Muscatel, that besides the game of draw he knew orthography as well. Though, the school directors, frigidly contemning that as stuff, thought that draw, and maybe spelling, if he had it, was enough. Withal, he was a haughty man, indubitably great. But too vain of his attainments and his power in debate. His mien was contumelious to men of lesser gift. It's only me, he said, can give the human mind a lift. Before a proper audience, if ever I've a chance. You'll see me chipping in, the cause of learning to advance. Just let me have a decent chance to back my mental hand. And I'll come to center lightly in a way they'll understand. Such was William Perry Peters, and I feel a poignant sense of grief that I'm unable to employ the present tense. But Providence disposes, be our scheming what it may. And disposed of Mr. Peters in a cold, regardless way. It occurred in San Francisco, whither Mr. Peters came. In the cause of education, feeling still the holy flame of ambition to assist in lifting up the human mind to a higher plane of knowledge than its architect designed. He attended the convention of the pedagogic host. He was first in the pavilion, he was last to leave his post. For days and days he narrowly observed the chairman's eye. His efforts ineffectual to catch it on the fly. The blessed moment came at last, the chairman tipped his head. The gentleman from that functionary said. The gentleman from reflected with a grin. They'll know me better by and by, when I'm chipping in. So William Perry Peters mounted cheerfully his feet. And straightway was aglow with an incalculable heat. His face was as effulgent as a human face could be. And caloric emanated from his whole periphery. For he felt himself the focus of non-muscatelish eyes. And the pain of their convergence was a terror and surprise. As with pitiless appulsion all their heat waves on him broke. He was seen to be evolving awful quantities of smoke. Put him out, cried all in chorus. But the meaning wasn't clear. Of that succoring suggestion to his obfuscated ear. And it notably augmented his incinerating glow. To regard himself excessive, or in any way de trop. Gone was all his wild ambition to lift up the human mind. Gone the words he would have uttered, gone the thought that lay behind. For words that burn may be consumed in a superior flame. And thoughts that breathe may breathe their last, and die a death of shame. He'd known himself a shining light, but never had he known himself so very luminous as now he knew he shone. A pillar, aye, of fire, he'd said, to guide my race will be. And now that very inconvenient thing to him was he. He stood there all irresolute, the seconds went and came. The minutes passed and did but add fresh fuel to his flame. How long he stood he knew not, 'twas a century or more. And then that incandescent man levant for the door. He darted like a comet from the building to the street. Where Fahrenheit attested 95 degrees of heat. Vicissitudes of climate make the tenure of the breath precarious, and William Perry Peters froze to death. Twin unworthies. Ye parasites that to the rich men stick. As to the fattest sheep the thrifty tick. Edard to Stanford and to Crocker, Ben. To Ben and Edard many meaner men. And lice to these, who do the kind of work that thieves would have the honesty to shirk. Whose wages are that your employer's own. The fat that reeks upon your every bone. And deign to ask, the flattery how sweet. About its health and how it stands the heat. Hail and farewell. I meant to write about you. But, no, my page is cleaner far without you. Art. Lo! Tooth and nail my countrymen contest. Which portrait of Columbus is the best? Considering that the pirate never sat. That is as like as this, and this as that. We want a face that shows, by all the rules. A prophecy of 90 million fools. A war cry. Charles Shortridge, with his martial mouth in place. At his own ear, shouts dreadful. Pale horrors shudder through eternal space. Of which he has a headful. In dissuasion. Dan Burns, you be a senator, I hear. And senators are persons of much note. I cannot choose but think it very queer. That you solicit for the place a vote. Why, don't you know you'll have to ride the goat? Be skyward from a shaken blanket hurled. And put in session on a heated chair. Till your immortal part is more than rare. Your foretaste of another, warmer world. 'Tis said that all ambitious louts who dare aspire to senatorial fame receive it. In some such fashion, though I don't believe it. Still, you'll suppose that this has all occurred. If in that upper house you e'er arise. Trembly and hot, to speak your maiden word. Walls, desks, floor, ceiling to your failing eyes. Seeming to blend. And senators like flies. To spin about in space. Rash man, forbear. To cherish your accursed ambition. Sir. Your breeding and your character confer. Small right to breathe in that expanded air. For toads to perch with eagles is to err. Pray heaven to send contentment with your station. And bar you from the halls of legislation. The toga, if you win it, scarce will serve. To cover up the stripes, where are the stars? Which to a fertile fancy seem to curve. Round you like shadows of the prison bars. Embezzlement, I'm told, exists in Mars. Where sometimes an official will convey. And in the shadow of the jail abide. Till it seems photographed upon his hide. And shapes his gait. As if he dragged alway. A ball and chain. Upon the moon's far side. Dwells such a man, who knows not, goes the story. Which of the saints he is when out for glory. A prediction. When the skies are green with clover. And the cows are flying over. When the roses lose their fragrance. When the ants are shiftless vagrants. When the peacocks pluck their tails. And the lion pares his nails. When old ocean's roaring ridges roll beneath iridium bridges. When diseases and physicians quarrel. When the politicians go to work, when lawyers never fib no more again forever. When we gather ice to burn, and to eggs potatoes turn. When the pie-distended sleeper on the nightmare keeps his peeper, quick to round her up and mount her. Field and Terry will encounter. When the whales, in battle order, march across our northern border. When the serpent of the sea is no longer known to be. When the cats intone in Latin, and the lady ape wears satin. When the vulture, mortgage, perches nevermore upon the churches. When the sycophant despises arts by which the birdlouse rises comfortably to the sky. And the smithy haunting fly, sitting on the swelling bellows, is no prouder than his fellows. When the mocking-bird eschews all of his assenting views, nor proclaims them out of season. When the poets learn to reason. When lieutenants damn the bullets, penetrating captains' gullets. And a major feels the pain of his colonel's shattered brain. When the best of human creatures is the most austere of preachers. And the woman who's demurest is the truest and the purest. When the Mississippi, yearning for its native hills and turning deftly backward in its bed, lays its mouth against its head. When the turtle doves are cruel, Field and Terry fight a duel. Another plan. Editor Owen, of San Jose, commonly known as our friend J.J. Weary of scribbling for daily bread. Weary of writing what nobody read. Slept one day at his desk and dreamed that an angel before him stood and beamed with compassionate eyes upon him there. Editor Owen is not so fair in feature, expression, form or limb. But glances like that are familiar to him. And so, to arrive by the shortest route, at his visitors will he said simply, toot. Editor Owen, the angel said, scribble no more for your daily bread. Your intellect staggers and falls and bleeds, weary of writing what nobody reads. Eschew now the quill, in the coming years. Homilize man through his idle ears. Go lecture. Just what I intended to do, said Owen. The angel looked pained and flew. Editor Owen, of San Jose, commonly known as our friend J.J. Scribbling no more to supply his needs. Weary of writing what nobody reads. Passes of life each golden year. Speaking what nobody comes to hear. A political apostate. Good friend, it is with deep regret I note the latest, strangest turning of your coat. Though any way you wear that mental clout, the seamy side seems always to be out. Who could have thought that you would e'er sustain the southern shotgun's arbitrary reign? Your sturdy hand assisting to replace the broken yoke on a delivered race. The ballot's purity no more your care. With equal privilege to dark and fair. To yesterday a traitor, to today you're constant but the better to betray. Tomorrow your convictions all are naught, but the wild asses of the world of thought, which, flying mindless o'er the barren plain, perceive at last they've nothing so to gain, and, turning penitent upon their track, economize their strength by flying back. Ex-champion of freedom, battle lunged. No more, red-handed, or at least red-tongued. Brandish the javelin which by others thrown clove Sambo's heart to quiver in your own. Confess no more that when his blood was shed, and you so sympathetically bled, the bow that spanned the mutual cascade was but the promise of a roaring trade. In offices, Your fingering now the trigger shows that you knew your Negro was a nigger. Ad hominem this argumentum runs. Peace, let us fire another kind of guns. I grant you, friend, that it is very true. The blacks are ignorant, and sable, too. What then? One way of two a fool must vote. And either way with gentlemen of note. Whose villain feuds the fact attest too well. That pedagogues nor vice nor error quell. The fiercest controversies ever rage. When Miltons and Salmacii engage. No project wide attention ever drew. But it disparked all the learned crew. As through their group the cleaving lines prolonged. With fiery combatants each field is thronged. In battle royal they engage at once. For guidance of the hesitating dunce. The Titans on the heights contend full soon. On this side Webster and on that Calhoun. The monstrous conflagration of their fight. Startling the day and splendoring the night. Both are unconquerable, one is right. Wilt keep the pygmy, if we make him strong, from siding with a giant in the wrong? When genius strikes for error, who's afraid to arm poor folly with a wooden blade? O Rabelais, you knew it all. You're good. An honest judge, by men misunderstood. Knew to be right there was but one device. Less fallible than intellect, the dice. The time must come, heaven expedite the day. When all mankind shall their decrees obey. And nations prosper in their peaceful sway. Tinker Dick. Good Parson Dickson preached, I'm told. A sermon, 'twas very old. And very, very, bald. 'Twas all about, I know not what. It was about, nor what 'twas not. A screw loose, it was called. Whatever, Parson Dick, you say. The world will get each blessed day. Still more and more ask you. And fall apart at last. Great snakes. What skillful tinker ever takes his tongue to turn a screw? A peaceful community. With lifted hands, Lone Mountain's giant cross stands in the sky against the western splendor. A ship beyond is playing pitch and toss. She hugs, ships all are feminine in gender. The shore, then thickly turns away to find another shore to suit her altered mind. About the foot of that tall rood are spread the simple mound and pompous mausoleum. 3 several republics of the dead, whose citizens love peace. You'll never see them assail a streetcar passenger with stones, nor brain a woman with their marrow bones. Not even in Potter's Field the pauper crew go on strike to get a fair division of monumental fame. If they but knew, their barren paddock is a field Elysian, compared with many an historic place, where royal odors leg it into space. The dead intimidate no sandlot judge, nor was it ever their besetting sin to scare burly sheriffs. Faith, I'd not begrudge that cross the necks if it were fashioned into a double gibbet, on one arm to bear a rioter, on t'other one a mayor. Long live the dead, since they prefer to live within the law. It is a monstrous pity that early legislation did not give them the authority to rule this city. Here's to their health, and may their tribe increase, recruited from the judges and police, with a book, words shouting, singing, smiling, frowning, sense lacking. Nothing more obscure than Browning, save blacking. A competitor. Mrs. Frona Eunice Waite. My legs are not so very straight. My spine, I'm sorry to observe, maintains a most rebellious curve. My neck is skinny, and my bust would justify a husband's trust. But Papa thinks his Mary Ann is built upon a gorgeous plan. Mrs. Frona Eunice Waite. I take the liberty to state that Venuses would go on strike, if ordered to be all alike. For some are made for this, and some for that. You take 'em as they come. But Papa says, my Mary Ann knocks out the whole damn caravan. Mrs. Frona Eunice wait. They think in Greaserville I'm great. They say in Greaserville, you bet. She'll make them hens get up and get. She's just a bird. So when I clout myself in cheesecloth you look out. For Papa says, my Mary Ann has win whenever she has ran. Mrs. Frona Eunice wait. I'm giving you the business straight. Make any standards that you please. Beneath my cloth I'm just the cheese. I care not what the artists say. I'm in it and I'm in to stay. For Papa says, if Mary Ann will advertise she'll get a man. Mrs. Frona Eunice wait. Head Venus herder of the state. Round up your girls. But Frona, dear, I think it very, very queer that you yourself do not compete. Are you too plump or too petite? My Papa says, why, Mary Ann, she's from Beersheba to Dan. Generosity. By 7 brave poems the Mikado shows his royal fitness for the field of prose. Of bold, bad bards to crown him brother chief. Dick Watson Gilder spares one laurel leaf. Bats in sunshine. Well, Mr. Kemble, you are called, I think, a great divine, and I'm a great profane. You as a Congregationalist blink some certain truths that I esteem again, and drop them in the coffers of my brain, pleased with the pretty music of their chink. Perhaps your spiritual wealth is such a golden truth or two don't count for much. You say that you've no patience with such stuff as by Renan is writ, and when you read, why do you read? Have hardly strength enough to hold your hand from flinging the vile screed into the fire. That were a wasteful deed, which you'd repent in sackcloth extra rough. For books cost money, and I'm told you care to lay up treasures here as well as there. I fear, good, pious soul, that you mistake your thrift for toleration. Never mind. Renan in any case would hardly break his great, strong, charitable heart to find the bats and owls of your myopic kind pained by the light that his ideas make. 'Tis truth's best purpose to shine in at holes where cower the Kembles, to confound their souls. A word to the unwise. Charles Maine, of the firm of Maine and Winchester, has ordered a grand mausoleum for his plot in Mountain View Cemetery. City Newspaper. Charles Maine, of Maine and Winchester, attend with friendly ear the chit-chat of a friend who knows you not, yet knows that you and he travel 2 roads that have a common end. We journey forward through the time allowed. I humbly bending, you erect and proud. Our heads alike will stable soon the worm, the one that's lifted, and the one that's bowed. You in your mausoleum shall repose, I where it pleases him who sleep bestows. What matter whether one so little worth shall stain the marble or shall feed the rose? Charles Maine, I had a friend who died one day. A metal casket held his honored clay. Of Cyclopean architecture stood the splendid vault where he was laid away 12 years, and lo, the roots of grass had burst asunder all the joints, the brass, the gilded ornaments, the carven stones, lay tumbled all together in a mass. 12 years. That taxes your belief. Make it 1,000 if the time's too brief. 'Twill be the same to you, when you are dead. You cannot even count your days of grief. Suppose a pompous monument you raise, till on its peak the solar splendor blaze, while yet about its base the night is black. But will it give your glory length of days? Say, when beneath your rubbish has been thrown some rogue to reputation all unknown. Men's backs being turned, should lift his thieving hand. Efface your name and substitute his own. Whose then would be the monument? To whom would be the fame? Forgotten in your gloom. Your very name forgotten, ah, my friend. The name is all that's rescued by the tomb. For memory of worth and work we go to other records than a stone can show. These lacking, naught remains, with these. The stone is needless for the world will know. Then build your mausoleum if you must. And creep into it with a perfect trust. But in the twinkling of an eye the plough shall pass without obstruction through your dust. Another movement of the pendulum. And, lo! The desert-haunting wolf shall come. And, seated on the spot, shall howl by night. O'er rotting cities, desolate and dumb. On the platform. When Dr. Bill Bartlett stepped out of the hum of Mammon's distracting and wearisome strife, to stand and deliver a lecture on some conditions of intellectual life. I cursed the offender who gave him the hall to lecture on any conditions at all. But he rose with a fire divine in his eye, haranguing with endless abundance of breath, till I slept, and I dreamed of a gibbet reared high. And Dr. Bill Bartlett was dressing for death. And I thought in my dream, these conditions, no doubt, are bad for the life he was talking about. So I cried, pray remember this all was a dream. Get off of the platform, it isn't the kind. But he fell through the trap, with a jerk at the beam, and wiggled his toes to unburden his mind. And, oh, so bewitching the thoughts he advanced, that I clung to his ankles, attentive, entranced. Judge not. To foreigners in San Francisco, greeting. When you see a labor leader fiercely beating the air with all his fingers to betoken his view of this or that air, yet 'tis spoken. When you see him, as in dancing, foot it featly, to manifest dissent the more completely. When you hear him in a tempest of emotion, deflate himself of some unpeaceful notion. Don't prophesy a blazing revolution. Don't drag the guillotine from its seclusion. Don't whistle up a storm of blood and thunder, to fill the world with horror, fear and wonder. He's dreadful in defining his position. He's terrible in threatening sedition, and a past grand master of submission. Desperation. My days all are wasted in vainly contesting the field against fate. My nights with remorses insanely are swarming, and specters of hate. Oh, for rest! Oh, for peace! I cry madly. Let me fall, for I faint in the strife. To be dead, I'd give gladly all that I have, except life. To dog, pervading pest, old Adam, when he saw thy prime progenitor, I doubt not, swore, and kicked the cursed Caiatl from the door. Though now thy whelpage we protect by law. In faith, thou must have been a beastly, raw, uncultivated monster many score immemorable centuries before. Thy rigor was by breeding made to thaw. How racy of the soil thou must have been, indigenous and close to nature's heart. How strong thy jawlock, habits how unclean, and what a sink of infamy thy heart. It may be, though, thou wert created upright. If man, the angel's care, could fall, a pup might to a grabber. If, Prentice Maslin, you would kindly leave a coin or two of what the state has hoarded, we'd think it generous of you. For we've but just begun our fortunes to retrieve, having lost all our treasury afforded to certain robbers, who, departing, left us you as a memorial of the theft. Memorial? Bless you! You're the very thing. Incarnate, and by no means any cleaner. For incarnation Sir, you are the king of crimes, grown great and proud remembering. When you were young and but a misdemeanor. Let lesser souls be ravenous of pelf. He scorns the gains of greed whose greed itself. What? Shall a firework covetously yearn? While splendoring the skies, a gorgeous rocket. Where golden constellations grandly burn. To take the earth along. 'Tis sad to learn that even the robe of glory has a pocket. In you, alas! I'd fondly hope to see one man that loved himself unselfishly. Memorial Day. The bands have played, the singers finished singing. The flag's done flapping and the bell's done ringing. Hereditary candidates have spoken. Their tongues are silent and their hearts are broken. Barnes, Shortridge, Salomon in all his glory. With wounds, their mouths, no longer wide and gory. Healed by the touch of time. For even orations must sometimes come to end if one have patience. And still in spite of all the din infernal. Of every general and judge and colonel. Our grand old heroes sleep in peace eternal. A dampened ardor. The Chinatown at Bakersfield was blazing bright and high. The flames to water would not yield, though torrents drenched the sky and drowned the ground for miles around. The houses were so dry. Then rose an aged preacher man, whom all did much admire, who said, to force on you my plan, I truly don't aspire. But streams, it seems, might quench these beams, if turned upon the fire. The fireman said, this hoary wight, his folly dares to thrust on us. 'Twere well he felt our might. Nay, he shall feel our must. With jet of wet and small regret, they laid that old man's dust. Adair Welker, poet. The swan of Avon died, the swan of Sacramento'll soon be gone. And when his death song he shall coo, stand back, or it will kill you too. To a word warrior. Frank Pixley, you, who kissed the hand that strove to cut the country's throat, cannot forgive the hands that smote. Applauding in a distant land. Applauding carelessly, as one, the weaker willing to befriend. Until the quarrel's at an end. Then learn by whom it was begun. When North was pitted against South. Non-combatants on either side. In calculating fury vied. And fought their foes by word of mouth. That mad logomachy you led. With formidable feats of tongue. Then on the battle's rear you hung. With Samson's weapon slew the dead. So hot the ardor of your soul, that every fierce civilian came, his torch to kindle at your flame. Or have you blow his cooling coal? Men prematurely left their beds, and sought the gelid bath, so great the heat and splendor of your hate. Of Englishmen and copperheads, king liar of deceitful men, for imposition doubly armed. The patriots whom your speaking charmed, you stung to madness with your pen. There was a certain journal here, its English owner growing rich. Your hand the treason wrote for which a mob cut short its cursed career. If, Pixley, you had not the brain to know the true from false, or you to truth had courage to be true, and loyal to her perfect reign. If you had not your powers arrayed to serve the wrong by tricksy speech, nor pushed yourself within the reach of retribution's accolade, I had not had the will to go outside the olive-bordered path of peace to cut the birch of wrath, and strip your body for the blow. Behold how dark the war clouds rise about the mother of our race. The lightnings gild her tranquil face, and glitter in her patient eyes. Her children throng the hither flood, and lean intent above the beach. Their beating hearts inhibit speech. with stifling tides of English blood. Their skies, but not their hearts, they change. Who go in ships across the sea, through all centuries to be. The strange new land will still be strange. The island mother holds in gauge the souls of sons she never saw. Superior to law, the law of sympathetic heritage. Forgotten now the foolish reign of wrath which sundered trivial ties. A soldier's saber vainly tries to cleave a spiritual chain. The iron in our blood affines, though fratricidal hands may spill. Shall hate be throned on Bunker Hill, yet love abide in Seven Pines. A culinary candidate, a cook adorned with paper cap, or waiter with a tray, may be a worthy kind of chap, in his way. But when we want one for recorder, then, Mr. Walton, take our order. To one acquitted. Sir, you have killed a man and you are free. That is, your hanging ne'er will come about. For I've observed when jurors disagree, 'tis not as 'tis when other thieves fall out. Some honest men are in the case, no doubt. But none come by their own, not even the chap whose honest office is to spring the trap. Some needy tramp, I think, is deputized that lowly function to perform, although I must confess I am not well advised concerning that. I ne'er did undergo a hanging. But if I am right, you owe the customary perquisite to some poor shivering and disappointed bum. If Californian hangmen are too proud to wear the clothing of the wretch they string, and the good ancient customs been allowed to lapse, or if so sell the murderers swing in this good land that there is no such thing as custom in the case, the truth we reach is, you forfeited your life, but not your breeches. Content. One day when Satan visited the earth, in order that his eyes might feed his mirth, a loyal follower in sorrow said, Father of falsehood, to our idols wed. We rear memorials in bronze and stone to every kind of mortal greatness known. But not in this thy realm stands anywhere a monument or statue to declare thy greater glory. With the modest mien, a violet that loves to bloom unseen, Satan replied, all earthly fame I shun, content with consciousness of work well done. Statues to heroes, mine the humble glory, to tell on every pedestal the story. At the observatory, Mahatma Holden, autocrat of stars, fixed to the telescope his curious eye, and waited for some great phenomenon to seek his field of vision. Years and years, retiring early, rising with the sun, with patience proof against defeat, he still had sought some grand discovery. And still, dogging the footsteps of endeavor, came grim disappointment and in mockery derided him. But now, even as he gazed, a great white light crept up the sky, and lo! Into the telescope's illumined ken swam with a stately grace a noble orb, and paused in mid-field of the mighty tube. Mahatma Holden, autocrat of stars, was found next morn beneath the instrument, senseless and motionless as one that's dead. By some emotion overcome, said one sometime physician to the Gug of Smat, who with sharp stimulants and kindly words strove to revive him. Scarcely had the fresh and wholesome air saluted both his lungs, than, paper, cried he, paper, pen and ink. Quick, ere the glorious memory fades. Ah, friends! Not all in vain my vigils and my skill to read the secrets of the upper deep. At last I'm famous and my name shall ring adown the centuries unlinked with theirs. My menials, Burnham, Bar, he faltered then, yet with a mighty effort pieced himself mastered his spirit, calmly gazed about. And, with angelic dignity, explained. "I found the moon. And it was even so. The oleomargarine man. Once, in the county of Marin, where milk is sold to purchase gin. Renowned for butter and renowned for 14 ounces to the pound. A bull stood watching every turn of Mr. Wilson with a churn. As that deigning worthy stalked about him, eyeing as he walked El Toro's sleek and silken hide, his neck, his flank and all beside. Thinking with secret joy, I'll spread this mammal on a slice of bread." Soon Mr. Wilson's keen concern to get the creature in his churn unhorsed his caution, made him blind to the fell vigor of bull kind. Till, filled with valor to the teeth, he drew his dasher from its sheath and bravely brandished it. The while he smiled a dark, portentous smile, a deep, sepulchral smile, a wide and open smile, which, at his side, the churn to copy vainly tried. A smile so like the dawn of doom, that all the field was palled in gloom, and all the trees within a mile, as tribute to that awful smile, made haste, with loyalty discreet, to fling their shadows at his feet. Then rose his battle cry, "I'll spread this mammal on a slice of bread." To such a night the day had turned, that Taurus dimly was discerned. He wore so meek and grave an air, it seemed as if engaged in prayer. This thunderbolt incarnate had no thought of anything that's bad. This concentrated earthquake stood and gave his mind to being good. Lightly and low he drew his breath. This magazine of sudden death. All this the thrifty Wilson's glance took in, and, crying, "Now's my chance," upon the bull he sprang amain, to put him in his churn. Again rang out his battle yell, "I'll spread this mammal on a slice of bread." Sing, Muse, that battle royal, sing the deeds that made the region ring. The blows, the bellowing, the cries, the dust that darkened all the skies, the thunders of the contest. All. Nay, none of these things did befall. A yell there was, a rush, no more. El Toro, tranquil as before, still stood there basking in the sun. Nor of his legs had shifted one. Stood there and conjured up his cud, and meekly munched it. Scenes of blood had little charm for him. His head he merely nodded as he said, "I've spread that butterman upon a slice of southern Oregon. The genesis of crime. God said, 'Let there be crime,' and the command brought Satan, leading Stoneman by the hand. 'Why, that's stupidity, not crime,' said God. 'Bring what I ordered.' Satan with a nod replied, 'This is one element, when I the other, opportunity, supply. In just equivalent, the tool affine, and in a chemical embrace combine. And crime result, for crime can only be stupiditative opportunity. So leaving Stoneman, not as yet endowed with soul, in special session on a cloud, Nick to his sooty laboratory went, returning soon with t'other element. 'Here's opportunity,' he said, and put pen, ink, and paper down at Stoneman's foot. He seized them, heaven was filled with fires and thunders, and crime was added to creation's wonders. Llewellyn Powell. Villain, when the word is spoken, and your chains at last are broken, when the gibbet's chilling shade ceases darkly to enfold you, and the angel who enrolled you as a master of the trade of assassination sadly blots the record he has made, and your name and title paints In the calendar of saints. When the devils, dancing madly, in the midmost hell, are very multitudinously merry. Then beware, beware, beware. Nemesis is everywhere. You shall hear her at your back. And, your hunted visage turning, fancy that her eyes are burning, like a tiger's on your track. You shall hear her in the breeze, whispering to summer trees. You shall hear her calling, calling to your spirit through the storm. When the giant billows form, and the splintered lightning, falling down the heights of heaven, appalling splendors all the tossing seas. On your bed at night reclining, stars into your chamber shining, as they roll around the pole, none their purposes divining, shall appear to search your soul, and to gild the mark of Cain, that burns into your tortured brain. And the dead man's eyes shall ever meet your own wherever you, desperate, shall turn you to, and you shall escape them never. By your heritage of guilt, by the blood that you have spilt, by the law that you have broken, by the terrible red token that you bear upon your brow, by the awful sentence spoken, an irrevocable vow, which consigns you to a living death and to the unforgiving furies who avenge your crime through the periods of time, by that dread eternal doom hinted in your future's gloom, as the flames infernal tell of their power and perfection, in their wavering reflection on the battlements of hell. By the mercy you denied, I condemn your guilty soul in your body to abide, like a serpent in a hole. The sunset gun off Santa Cruz, the western wave, was crimson as with blood. The sun was sinking to his grave beneath that angry flood. Sir Walter Turnbull, brave and stout, then shouted, "Ho! Lads, run! The powder and the wad bring out, to fire the sunset gun. That punctual orb did ne'er omit, to keep, by land or sea, its every engagement. It shall never wait for me. Behold the black-mouthed cannon stand, ready with charge and prime, the lanyard in the gunner's hand. Sir Walter waits the time. The glowing orb sinks in the sea, and clouds of steam aspire, then fade, and the horizon's free. Sir Walter thunders, fire! The gunner pulls, the lanyard parts, and not a sound ensues. The beating of 10,000 hearts was heard at Santa Cruz. Off Santa Cruz the western wave was crimson as with blood. The sun, with visage stern and grave, came back from out the flood. The viduate dame, 'tis the widow of Thomas Blythe, and she goeth upon the spree. And red are cheeks of the bystanders, for her acts are light and free. In a 7-ounce costume, the widow of Thomas Blythe, white perched high on the window ledge, the difficult can trieth. 10 constables they essay to bait the dame's hallooing. With the widow of Thomas Blythe, their hands are overflowing, and they cry, call the National Guard to quell this parlous muss. For all of the widows of Thomas Blythe are upon the spree and us. Oh, long shall the eerie tale be told by that posse's surviving tithe, and with tears bedewed he'll sing this rude ballad of the widow of Thomas Blythe. 4 of a kind. Robert F. Morrow. Dear man, although a stranger and a foe to soft affection's humanizing glow, although untaught how manly hearts may throb with more desires than the desire to rob, although as void of tenderness as wit, and owning nothing soft but Maurice Schmidt, although polluted, shunned and in disgrace, you fill me with a passion to embrace. Attentive to your look, your smile, your beck. I watch and wait to fall upon your neck. Lord of my love, and idol of my hope. You are my Valentine, and I'm a rope. Alfred Clark, Jr. Illustrious son of an illustrious sire. Entrusted with the duty to cry, fire. And call the engines out, exert your power. With care. When, looking from your lofty tower, you see a ruddy light on every wall. Pause for a moment ere you sound the call. It may be from a fire, it may be, too, from good men's blushes when they think of you. Judge Rutledge. Sultan of stupids. With enough of brains to go indoors in all uncommon rains. But not enough to stay there when the storm is past. When all the world is dry and warm. In irking comfort, lamentably gay. Keeping the evil tenor of your way. You walk abroad, sweet, beautiful and smug. And justice hears you with her wonted shrug. Lifts her broad bandage half an inch and keeps one eye upon you while the other weeps. W. H. L. Barnes. Happy the man whose sin's proverbial wage receives on the installment plan, in age. For him the bulldog pistol's honest bark has naught of terror in its blunt remark. He looks with calmness on the gleaming steel. If ere it touched his heart he did not feel superior hardness turned its point away. Though urged by fond affinity to stay, his bloodless veins ignored the futile stroke. And moral mildew kept the cut in cloak. Happy the man, I say, to whom the wage of sin has been commuted into age. Yet not quite happy, hark, that horrid cry. His cruel mirror wounds him in the eye. Reconciliation. Stanford and Huntington, so long it outs. Kissed and made up. If you have any doubts, dismiss them, for I saw them do it, man. And then, why, then I clutched my purse and ran. A vision of climate. I dreamed that I was poor and ill and sad. Broken in hope and weary of my life. My ventures all miscarrying, naught had. For all my labor in the heat and strife. And in my heart some certain thoughts were rife. Of an unsummoned exit. As I lay, considering my bitter state, I cried. Alas! That hither I did ever stray. Better in some fair country to have died, than live in such a land, where fortune never, unless one be successful, crowns endeavor. Then, even as I lamented, lo! There came a troop of presences, I knew not whence. Nor what they were, thought cannot rightly name. What's known through spiritual evidence, reported not by gross material sense. Why come ye here? I seemed to cry, though not my sleeping tongue did utter, to the first. What are ye, with what woeful message fraught? Ye have a ghastly look, as ye had burst some sepulchre in memory. Weird creatures. I'm sure I'd know you if ye had but features. Some subtle organ noted the reply. Inaudible to ear of flesh the tone. The finest climate in the world am I. From Siskiyou to San Diego known. From the Sierra to the sea. The zone called semi-tropical I've pulled about. And placed it where it does most good, I trust. I shake my never-failing bounty out. Alike upon the just and the unjust. That's very true, said I, but when 'tis shaken, my share by the unjust is ever taken. Permit me, it resumed, now to present my eldest son, the champagne atmosphere. And others to rebuke your discontent. The mammoth squash, strawberry all the year. The fair no lightning, flashing only here. The wholesome earthquake and Italian sky, with its unstriking sun. And last, not least, the compos mentis dog. Now, ingrate, try to bring a better stomach to the feast. When nature makes a dance and pays the piper, To be unhappy is to be a viper. Why, yet, said I, with all your blessings fine. And heaven forbid that I should speak them ill. I'm poor and ill and sorrowful. Ye shine with more of splendor than of heat, for still, although my will is warm, my bones are chill. Then warm you with enthusiasm's blaze. Fortune waits not on toil, they cried. Oh then, join the wild chorus clamoring our praise. Throw up your beaver and throw down your pen. Begone, I shouted. They bewent, a smirking. And I, awakening, fell straight a working. A mass meeting. It was a solemn rite as e'er was seen by mortal man. The celebrants, the people there, were all Republican. Their Este bent his grizzled head. And General Diamond, too. And one, 'twas Reddick, someone said. Though no one clearly knew. I saw the priest, white-robed and tall. Assistant, Father Stowe. He was the pious man men call Dan Burns of Mexico. Ah, 'twas a high and holy rite. As anyone could swear. What does it mean? I asked a white, who knelt apart in prayer. A mass for the repose, he said. Of Colonel Markham's, what? Is gallant Colonel Markham dead? 'Tis sad, God wot. A mass, repeated he, and rose. To go and kneel among the worshippers, for the repose of Colonel Markham's tongue. The new Dennis. Lo! Kearney, rising on his hinder legs. For higher rates of freight and passage begs. Time was when Dennis talked another way. Because he drove an opposition dray. Thus, soon or late, to override the laws. All common carriers make common cause. Pool the foul issues of their dirty lungs. Lick each other with fraternal tongues. Crocker and Kearney, men of equal leather. Arcades Ombo, they are pigs together. A rational anthem. My country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of felony. Of thee I sing. Land where my fathers fried young witches and applied whips to the Quaker's hide. And made him spring. My knavish country, thee. Land where the thief is free. Thy laws I love. I love thy thieving bills. That tap the people's tills. I love thy mob whose wills. All laws above. Let federal employees. And rings rob all they please. The whole year long. Let office holders make. Their piles and judges rake. Our coin. For Jesus' sake. Let's all go wrong. Incivism. He's no good citizen, the crowd of politicians cries aloud. How so, says one. Because, why, curse the man, while we deplete his purse. Some air contentedly he hums. Or twiddles his incivic thumbs. What more could you desire? The whelp. We want him to stand in and help. Two crowds contend, his purse to twist. Away, pray which should he assist? It matters not whose hand unsacks his shekels, for we all go snacks. Famine in prosperity. Two monks upon a field of battle observed some lean and hungry cattle. Said one, but little feed is growing, where death so lately has been mowing. Replied the other, gravely eyeing the piles of dead about them lying. All flesh is grass, I'm quite confounded. That cows should starve by hay surrounded. An epigrammatist. Once Hector Stuart in his tersest mood took up his pencil. By the Holy Rood, he cried, I'll write an epigram. He did. Nay, by the Holy Mile his pencil slid. Fig leaf. A definition. An artist's trick by which the nudes, protected from the eyes of prudes, which else with their peculiar flame might scorch the canvas in its frame, or melt the bronze, or burn to lime the marble, in a minute's time. For sparks are sometimes seen to dance where falls a dame's offended glance, and little curls of smoke to rise from fingers veiling virgin eyes. O prudes, I know you, once you made among us here a fool crusade against some casts from the antique, great, naked, natural and Greek, whereto you flocked, a prurient crush, and diligently tried to blush, half strangled in the vain attempt, till someone, may the wretch be hemped, depressed his lordly length of ear, your loud lubricity to hear, then took his chisel up and dealt at art a blow below the belt. Insulted, crimson with the shame, her cheeks aglow, her eyes aflame, the goddess spread her pinions bright, sprang, and the town was left in night. Since then in vain the painter toils, his canvas still repels the oils. In vain with melancholy sighs, his burin the engraver plies. Lines multiply beneath his hand, their meaning none can understand. With stubborn clay and unsubdued, the sculptor shapes his fancies crude, unable to refine the work, and makes a god look like a Turk. To marble grown, or metal, still, the monstrous image makes him ill. Till, crazed with rage, the damaged lot he breaks, or sells to Irving Scott. For President, Leland Stanford. Mahomet Stanford, with covetous stare, gazed on a vision surpassingly fair. Far on the desert's remote extreme, a mountain of gold with a mellow gleam reared its high pinnacles into the sky, the work of mirage to delude the eye. Pixley Pasha, at the prophet's feet, piously licking them, swearing them sweet, ventured, observing his master's glance, to beg that he order the mountain's advance. Mahomet Stanford exerted his will, commanding, in Allah's name, hither, hill. Never an inch the mountain came. Mahomet Stanford, with face aflame, lifted his foot and kicked, alack, Pixley Pasha on the end of the back. Mollified thus and smiling free, he said, since the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. With infinite pains. Camels in caravans, Negroes in trains, warriors, workmen, women, and fools, food and water and mining tools. He gathered about him, a mighty array. And the journey began at the close of day. All night they traveled, at early dawn. Many a wearisome league had gone. Morning broke fair with a golden sheen. Mountain, alas, was nowhere seen. Mahomet Stanford pounded his breast. Pixley Pasha he thus addressed. Dog of mendacity, cheat and slave, may jackasses sing o'er your grandfather's grave. For mayor, O Abner Doble, whose catarrhal name, but of the same might envy, 'tis a rough, rude thing to say, but it is plain enough. Your name is to be sneezed at, its acclaim will fill the speaking trump of future fame. With an impeded utterance, a puff, suggesting that a pinch or two of snuff would clear the tube and somewhat disinflame. Nay, Abner Doble, you'll not get from me my voice and influence, I'll cheer instead some other man. For when my voice ascends a tall pinnacle of praise, and at high sea sustains a chosen name, it shan't be said, my influence is naught but influenza, a mine for reformers. When God resolved to make the world, he gathered all the matter in chaos that was mixed and whirled, in unassorted scatter. He separated that from this, and tagged on each a label, naming all kinds of substances, as far as he was able. He lacked of learning, though, enough to execute his aim, for There still remained a lot of stuff he hadn't any name for. And this, the world completed, lies without concatenation. All unassorted, and supplies ideals for all creation. In pickle. The journals say that the embalming done to Garfield's body badly was begun. Faultily finished all too soon, in short. Was of a most unsatisfactory sort. Unsatisfactory? How so? To whom? Has the long sullen silence of the tomb at last been broken? Is rebellion's head reared in the subject province of the dead? Unsatisfactory, forsooth. Who'd wish to satisfy, in salting it, a fish with spices when the conscious cook supplies the autumnal mincemeat for the winter pies? He makes no question if the meat prefer clove, cinnamon or pepper, sage or myrrh. There was, says Chowder, if a clam upbraid, no thought of pleasing thee when I was made. What shall the dead with impudence complain of how we've potted each inert remain? The pickle criticize and even condemn, as if the purpose were to pleasure them. Their cure they rightly canvass in disease. We'll cure them after in what way we please. With blazing eulogies in crowded halls, and mourning emblems blackening the walls. With gorgeous funerals, both at the spot where you were buried and where you were not. A dummy funeral's inutile show. 50 to manifest a dummy woe. With black-ruled journals, selling all at twice the customary uneventful price. With guarded tomb and monument as fine as any lighthouse on the ocean line. Garfield, if still you are dissatisfied, you might as profitably not have died. So you're complaining, vive la bagatelle. The brine, no doubt, was weak, and cheap as well. Got for a song an undertaker sang. We paid him for it through the nose, the pang more keen than all our sorrow. Even so, your bones that served us for a public show outlast already our unsalted woe. James Montague, poet. 'Tis said he wrote with wondrous ease, and that is here conceded. But anybody, if he please, can write such verse as he did. Although for James 'twas easy quite, another's difficulty might in self-defense be pleaded. A cheating preacher. Munhall, to have my soul you bravely try. Although, to save my soul, I can't say why. 'Tis not to you, to me however much. Why, bless it, you might save 1,000,000 such, yet lose your own. For still the means of grace that you employ to turn us from the place by the archenemy of souls frequented are those which to ensnare us he invented. I do not say you utter falsehoods, I would scorn to give to ministers the lie. They cannot fight, their calling has estopped it. True, I did not persuade them to adopt it. But, Munhall, when you say the devil dwells in all the breasts of all the infidels, making a lot of individual hells, you talk as I should if some world I trod where lying is acceptable to God. I don't at all object, forbid it heaven, that your discourse you temperately leaven with airy reference to wicked souls, cursing impenitent on glowing coals, nor quarrel with your fancy, blithe and fine, which represents the wickedest as mine. Each ornament of style my spirit eases. The subject saddens, but the manner pleases. But when you deal damnation round, 'twere sweet to think hereafter that you did not cheat. Deal, and let all accept what you allot, M. But, blast you, you are dealing from the bottom. A crocodile. Nay, Peter Robertson, 'tis not for you to blubber o'er Max Taubles, for he's dead. By heaven, my hearty, if you only knew how better is a grave worm in the head than brains like yours, how far more decent, too. A tomb in far Korea than a bed. Where Peter lies with Peter. You would covet his happier state and, dying, learn to love it. In the recesses of the silent tomb. No maunderings of yours disturb the peace. Your mental bagpipe, droning like the gloom of Hades audible, perforce must cease from troubling further. And that crack, oh, doom! Your mouth, shaped like a long bow, shall release in vain such shafts of wit as it can utter. The ear of death can't even hear them flutter. The American Party. Oh, Marcus D. Boric, me hearty. I sympathize with ye, poor lad. A man that's shot out of his party is mighty unlucky, bedad. And the sowl, oh, that man is sad. But, Marcus, Gasun, ye desarve it. Ye know for yourself that ye do. For ye jayned not intendin' to survey it, but hopin' to make it survey you. Though the roll of its members was two. The other was Pixley, and surely. Ye said, he's a kite that will sail. And so ye hung till him securely. Enactin' the role of a tale. But there wasn't the ghost of a gale. But the party today has behind it a powerful backin', I'm told. For just enough Irish have jayned it. And I'm a mannin' to be enrolled. To kick ye out into the cold. It's hard on ye, darlint, I'm thinkin'. So young, so American, too. Wid bypassers grinnin' and winkin'. And sayin', wid reference to you. Get on to the murtherin' Jew. Republicans never will take ye. They had ye for many a year. And Democrats, angels forsake ye. If ever ye come about here. We'll brand ye and scallop your ear. Uncoloneled. Though war signs fail in time of peace, they say. Two awful portents gloom the public mind. All Mexico is arming for the fray. And Colonel Mark MacDonald has resigned. We know not by what instinct he divined the coming trouble, maybe, like the steed described by Job, he smelled the fight afar. Howe'er it be, he left, and for that deed is an aspirant to the GR. When cannon flame along the Rio Grande, a citizen's commission will be handy. The gates ajar. The day of judgment spread its glare o'er continents and seas. The graves cracked open everywhere. Like pods of early peas. Up to the court of heaven sped the souls of all mankind. Republicans were at the head. And Democrats behind. Rehub Lloyd was there before the tube of Gabriel could call. The dead in Christ rise first, and Rehub had risen first of all. He sat beside the throne of flame. As, to the trumpet's sound, for statesmen of the party came, and ranged themselves around. Pure spirits shining like the sun, from taint and blemish free. Great William Stowe was there for one, and George A. Knight for three. Souls less indubitably white approached with anxious air. Judge Blake at head of them by right of having been a mayor. His ermine he had donned again, long laid away in gums. 'Twas soiled a trifle by the stains of politicians' thumbs. Then Knight addressed the judge of heaven. Your honor, would it trench on custom here if Blake were given a seat upon the bench? 'Twas done. Tom Shannon, Peter cried. He came, without ado. In forma pauperis was tried. And was acquitted, too. Stowe rose, remarking, I concur. Lloyd added, that suits us. I move Tom's nomination, sir. Be made unanimous. To a bully. They say, George Perry, you're a lawyer. Well. At least that's your profession, but in fact. Law's like religion, though, the truth to tell. The likeness is not otherwise exact. In this, that in them both. My learned brother. Profession's one thing, practice quite another. But you do practice, for the other day I saw you mentioned in a case in court. Cross-questioning a witness. I must say, you did it as a cat that loves to sport with an unworthy mouse all too unwilling to accept the justice of repeated killing. This witness, so the tale is told to me, fatigued of your attempt upon his life, I mean his reputation, made him free with yours, affirming that you beat your wife. If that is true, they say that it upset you. She must be monstrous cowardly to let you. You hold it right to torture men who come, heaven knows unwillingly, to aid the law. So that by terror of your tongue made dumb, they can't tell rightly what they heard or saw. Impeaching credibility, you call it. When, seeing an honest-looking head, you maul it. Well, witnesses are fallible, involved sometimes in scandals, and 'tis true that they are factors in the problem to be solved. The judge and jury led by what they say. But lawyers, they are factors too, their problem being foolish clients and how best to rob them. They've more to say than witnesses, and more important 'tis that they be truthful, too. Were't not, then, right the witness take the floor and mercilessly cross-examine you? Were truth your jewel, bless us, what a setting! I've certain questions that would set you sweating. Nay, don't be fidgeting to ask them here. We're perilous, for I no license hold to be a blackguard, and no judge is near to jail you for replies too sharp and bold. Besides, it were no easy task to shame you. Until I'm paid a fee I'll not defame you. You see I lack advantages that you possess, and therefore cannot be so brave. Who has, and uses, them's respected, who has not, yet bullies, is a scurril knave. Though, faith, the difference is narrow, very, by which a knave's distinguished from a Peri. You served, if rightly I remember, once a term in the state legislature, where you figured merely as a harmless dunce, save when, ambitious in the larger air of rhetoric you held the floor a season, to give yourself for sin sufficient reason. Thus a great bird whose nature is in doubt, with difficulty rises from the earth, his wide wings spreading with an effort out, and shows by his unconscionable girth. Ere yet the agitated air insult your resentful nose, he's but a glutted vulture. Touching these matters I would fain inquire, if I but had you on the witness grill, over the slow but efficacious fire of cross-examination, and I'd kill the worm with quite insensible gradation, and quench the fire with great deliberation. What, you're no worse than other lawyers? Well, I never said you were, my little man. Do you suppose I run this private hell for one small soul? 'Tis your entire clan I'm trying to barbecue, despite their pleadings. Get out, you brat. You hamper the proceedings. A land fight. Great Dewey, mightiest of men, to sink or take a ship, shows the white flag and feather when he hears the guns of Grip. Great Grip. Great Dewey. Oh, my heart. There's less tempestuous weather when they are leagues and leagues apart than when they get together. The air is full of uniform gold lace with buttons blent, and then a voice succeeds the storm. I've downed that festive gent. Long shall the tale be told by brave and high-born cavaliers. And old Montojo from the grave shall rise with all his ears. Compliance. Said Rockefeller, Sr., to his boy. Be good and you shall have eternal joy. Said Rockefeller, Jr., to his dad. I never do a single thing that's bad. Said Rockefeller, Sr., long gone gray. In service at the altar, ever pray. And Rockefeller, Jr., being bid upon his knees and neighbors ever did. Arboriculture. Californians are asking themselves how Joaquin Miller will make the trees grow which he proposes to plant in the form of a Maltese cross on Goat Island. In San Francisco Bay. New York Graphic. You may say they won't grow, and say they'll decay. Say it again till you're sick of the say. Get up on your ear. Blow your blaring bazoo. And hire a hall to proclaim it. And you may stand on a stump with a lifted hand. As a pine may stand or a redwood stand. And stick to your story and cheek it through. But I point with pride to the far divide. Where the snake from its groves is seen to glide. To Mariposa's arboreal suit. And the shaggy shoulders of Shasta Butte. And the feathered furs of Siskiyou. And I swear as I sit on my marvelous hair. I roll my marvelous eyes and swear. And sneer, and ask where would your forests be? Today if it hadn't been for me. Then I rise tiptoe, with a brow of brass. Like a bully boy with an eye of glass. I look at my gum sprouts, red and blue. And I say it loud and I say it low. They know their man and you bet they'll grow. A holiday. 'Tis Master Barry, editor. He takes an holiday. Now wherefore, venerable sir? So resolutely gay. He lifts his head, he laughs aloud. Odd zounds. 'Tis drear to see. Because the boodle scribbler crowd will soon be far from me. Full many a year I've striven well to freeze the caitiffs out by making this good town a hell. But still they hang about. They maken mouths and eke they grin at the dollar limit game. And they are holpen in that sin by many a wicked dame. In sylvan bowers hence I'll dwell, my bruised mind to ease. Farewell, ye urban scenes, farewell. Hail, unfamiliar trees. Forth then did Master Barry hie. And all the country folk besought him that he come not nigh the deadly poison oak. He smiled a cheerful smile, the day was straightway overcast. The poison oak along his way was blighted as he passed. Rejected. When Dr. Charles O'Donnell died, they sank a box with him inside. The plate with his initials 3 was simply graven, C.O.D. That night 2 demons of the pit adown the coal hole shunted it. 10 million leagues it fell, alighting at the gate of hell. Nick looked upon it with surprise, a night storm darkening his eyes. They've sent this rubbish, C.O.D. I'll never pay a cent, said he. Judex judicatus. Judge Armstrong, when the poor have sought your aid to be released from vows that they have made in haste, and leisurely repented, you, as stern as Rhadamanthus, -2, and Aeacus, have drawn your fierce brows down, and petrified them with a moral frown. With iron-faced rigor you have made them run the gauntlet of publicity, each Hun or vandal of the public press allowed to throw their households open to the crowd, and bawl their secret bickerings aloud. When wealth before you suppliant appears, bang! Go the doors and open fly your ears. The blinds are drawn, the lights diminished burn, lest eyes too curious should look and learn that gold refines not, sweetens not a life of conjugal brutality and strife. That vice is vulgar, though it gilded shine upon the curve of a judicial spine. The veiled complainants whispered evidence, the plain collusion and the no defense, the sealed exhibits and the secret plea, the unrecorded and unseen decree, the midnight signature and chink, chink, chink. Nay, pardon, upright judge, I did but think I heard that sound abhorred of honest men, No doubt it was the scratching of your pen. O California! Long-enduring land! Where judges fawn upon the golden hand. Proud of such service to that rascal thing. As slaves would blush to render to a king. Judges. Of judgment destitute and heart. Of conscience conscious only by the smart. From the recoil, with caution bump enlarged. Of duty accidentally discharged. Invoking still a song o' sixpence from the Scottish fiddle of each lusty palm. Thy judges, California, skilled to play this silent music, through the livelong day. Perform obsequious before the rich. And still the more they scratch the more they itch. On the wedding of an aeronaut. Aeronaut, you're fairly caught. Despite your bubbles' leaven. Out of the skies a lady's eyes have brought you down to heaven. No more you'll freely soar. Above the grass and gravel. Henceforth you'll walk, and she will chalk the line that you're to travel. A hasty inference. The devil one day, coming up from the pit, all grimy with perspiration, applied to St. Peter and begged he'd admit him a moment for consultation. The saint showed him in where the master reclined, on the throne where petitioners sought him. Both bowed, and the evil one opened his mind concerning the business that brought him. For 10 million years I've been kept in a stew, because you have thought me immoral. And though I have had my opinion of you, you've had the best end of the quarrel. But now, well, I venture to hope that the past, with its misunderstandings will smother. And you, sir, and I, sir, be throned here at last. As equals, the one to the other. Indeed, said the master, I cannot convey a sense of his tone by mere letters. What makes you presume you'll be bidden to stay up here on such terms with your betters? Why, sure you can't mean it, said Satan. I've seen how Stanford and Crocker you've nourished. And Huntington, bless me. The three like a green, umbrageous great bay tree have flourished. They are fat, they are rolling in gold, they command all sources and wellsprings of power. You've given them houses, you've given them land. Before them the righteous all cower. What of that? What of that? Cried the father of sin. Why, I thought when I saw you were winking at crimes such as theirs that perhaps you had been converted to my way of thinking. A voluptuary. Who's this that lispeth in the thickening throng, which crowds to claim distinction in my song? Fresh from the palms and temples of the south, the mixed aromas quarrel in his mouth. Of orange blossoms this the lingering gale, and that the odor of a spicy tale. Sir, in thy pleasure dome down by the sea, no finer one did Kubla Khan decree. Where, master of the revels, thou dost stand, with joys and mysteries on either hand, dost keep a poet to report the rites, and sing the tale of those Elysian nights? Faith, sir, I'd like the place if not too young. I'm no great bard, but I can hold my tongue. Ad catenum. I know not, Mr. Caton, who you are, nor very clearly why. But you go far to show that you are many things beside a Chilean consul with a tempting hide. But what they are I hardly could explain, without afflicting you with mental pain. Your name, gods. What a name the muse to woo. Suggesting cats, and hinting kittens, too. Points to an origin, perhaps Maltese. Perhaps Angoran, where the wicked cease from fiddling. And the animals that grow, the strings that groan to the tormenting bough, live undespoiled of their insides, resigned to give their name and nature to mankind. With Chilean birth your name but poorly tallies. The test is, did you ever sell tamales? It matters very little, though, my boy, if you're from Chile or from Illinois. You can't, because you serve a foreign land. Spit with impunity on ours, expand. Cock-turkey-wise, and strut with blind conceit. All heedless of the hearts beneath your feet. Fling falsehoods as a sower scatters grain. And, for security, invoke disdain. Sir, there are laws that men of sense observe. No matter whence they come nor whom they serve. The laws of courtesy. And these forbid you to malign, as recently you did. As servant of another state, a state wherein your duties all are concentrate. Branding its ministers as rogues, in short. Inviting cuffs as suitable retort. Chileno or American, 'tis one. Of any land a citizen, or none. If like a new Thersites here you rail, loading with libels every western gale, you'll feel the cudgel on your scurvy hump, impinging with a salutary thump. 'Twill make you civil or 'twill make you jump. The National Guardsman. I'm a gorgeous golden hero. And my trade is taking life. Hear the twiddle twiddle twirl of my sibilating fife. And the rub-a-dub-a-dum of my big bass drum. I'm an escort strong and bold, the grand army to protect. My countenance is cold, and my attitude erect. I'm a Californian guard, and my banner flies aloft. But the stones are oh, so hard, and my feet are oh, so soft. The barking weasel. You say, John Irish, Mr. Taylor hath a painted beard. Quite likely that is true. And sure, 'tis natural you spend your wrath on what has been least merciful to you. By Taylor's chin, if I am not mistaken, you like a rat have recently been shaken to wear a beard of artificial hue. Maybe or this or that, I know not what. But, faith, 'tis better to be black and blue in beard from dallying with brush and pot, than to be so in body from the beating that hardy rogues get when detected cheating. You're whacked about the mazzard rather more of late than any other man in town. Certes your vulnerable back is sore. And tender, too, your corrigible crown. In truth your whole periphery discloses more vivid colors than a bed of posies. You call it glory. Put your tongue in sheath. Scars got in battle, even if on the breast, may be a shameful record if, beneath a robber heart a lawless strife attest. John Sullivan had wounds, and Paddy Ryan. Nay, as to that, even Maston has, and Bryan. 'Tis willingly conceded you've a knack at holding the attention of the town. The worse for you when you have on your back what did not grow there, prithee put it down. For pride kills thrift, and you lack board and lodging. Even while the brickbats of renown you're dodging. A rear elevation. He can speak with his eyes, his hands, arms, legs, body, nay, with his very bones, for he turned the broad of his back upon us in Conrad, the other night. And his shoulder blade spoke to us a volume of hesitation, fear, submission, desperation, everything which could haunt a man at the moment of inevitable detection. A dramatic critic. Once Moses, in Scripture the story is told, entreated the favor God's face to behold. Compassion divine the petition denied, lest vision be blasted and body be fried. Yet this much, the Bible informs us, took place. Jehovah, concealing his terrible face, protruded his rear from behind a great rock, too. And edification ensued without shock. So godlike Salvini, lest worshippers die, averting the blaze of his withering eye, tempers his terrors and shows to the pack of feeble adorers the broad of his back, the fires of their altars, which, paled and declined before him, burn all the more brightly behind. O happy adorers, to care not at all where fawning may tickle or lip service fall. In Upper San Francisco, I heard that heaven was bright and fair, and politicians dwelt not there. 'Twas said by knowing ones that they were in the elsewhere, so to say. So, waking from my last long sleep, I took my place among the sheep. I passed the gate, though angels eyed me sharply as I stepped inside the New Jerusalem. Ah me! It was a sorry sight to see. The mansions of the blessed were there, and mostly they were fine and fair. But oh, such streets! So deep and wide, and all unpaved, from side to side. And in a public square there grew a blighted tree, most sad to view. From off its trunk the bark was ripped, its very branches all were stripped. An angel perched upon the fence, with all the grace of indolence. Celestial bird, I cried in pain. What vandal wrought this wreck? Explain. He raised his eyelids as if tired. What is a vandal? He inquired. This is the tree of life. 'Twas stripped by Durst and Sebe, who have shipped the bark across the Jordan, see, and sold it to a tannery. Alas, I sighed, their old-time tricks. That pavement, too, of golden bricks. They've gobbled that. But with a scowl. You greatly wrong them, said the fowl. 'Twas Gilliran did that, I fear. Head of the street department here. What? What? Cried I, you let such chaps come here. You've Satan, too, perhaps. We had him, yes, but off he went. Yet showed some purpose to repent. But since your priests and parsons filled the place with those their preaching killed, here Sebe passed along with Durst, psalming as if their lungs would burst. He swears his foot no more shall press our soil, 'tis cloven, though, I guess. In short, the fellow's out on strike. But devils are not all alike. Lo! Gilliran came down the street, pressing the soil with broad, flat feet. Nimrod! There were brave men, someone has truly said. Before Atrides, those were mostly dead. Behind him, and long ages ere you were, Actaeon lived, Nimrod and Barumgur. In strength and speed and daring they excelled. The stag they overtook, the lion felled. Ah, yes, great hunters flourished before you. And, for Munchausen lived, great talkers too. There'll be no more, there's much to kill, but, well, you have left nothing in the world to tell. The new Decalogue. Have but one God, thy knees were sore. If bent in prayer to 3 or 4. Adore no images save those the coinage of thy country shows. Take not the name in vain. Direct thy swearing unto some effect. Thy hand from Sunday work be held. Work not at all unless compelled. Honor thy parents, and perchance their wills thy fortunes may advance. Kill not, death liberates thy foe from persecution's constant woe. Kiss not thy neighbor's wife. Of course, there's no objection to divorce. To steal were folly, for 'tis plain. In cheating there is greater gain. Bear not false witness. Shake your head, and say that you have heard it said. Who stays to covet ne'er will catch an opportunity to snatch. Ultra crepidam. I think there must be some misunderstanding regarding my reference to the Catholic Church in the Philippines in my address at the Stanford University. Jen. Funston. A misunderstanding? Why, that's a great scandal. So stick to the weapon you know how to handle. The tongue is a very uncertain convincer. Don't draw it at all, keep it in, sir. I never have heard it was any great labor to dig out your meaning when swinging your saber. Even dull Filipino, ah, green be the bed of him, can manage to get it somehow through the head of him. Censor literarum. So, Parson Stebbins, you've released your chin to say that here, and here, we press folk ale. 'Tis a great thing an editor to skin, and hang his faulty pelt upon a nail. If over-eared, it has, at least, no tail. And, for an admonition against sin, point out its maculations with a rod. And act, in short, the gentleman of God. 'Twere needless cruelty to spoil your sport by comment, critical or merely rude. But you, too, have, according to report, despite your posing as a holy dude, imperfect spiritual pulchritude. For so severe a judge make please the court. We shall appeal and take our case at once before that higher court, a taller dunce. Sir, what were you without the press? What spreads the fame of your existence, once a week, from the Pacific mail dock to the heads, warning the people you're about to wreak upon the human ear your Sunday freak? Whereat the most betake them to their beds, though some prefer to slumber in the pews, and nod assent to your hypnotic views. Unhappy man! Can you not still your tongue, when, like a luckless brat afflict with worms, by cruel fleas intolerably stung, or with a pang in its small lap, it squirms? Still must it vulgarize your feats of lung. There were no better preachering beneath the sun if you'd not there behind your teeth borrowed brains. Writer folk across the bay take the pains to see and say all their upward palms in air. Joaquin Miller's cut his hair. Hasten, hasten, writer folk, in the gutters rake and poke. If by God's exceeding grace you may hit upon the place where the barber threw at length Samson's literary strength. Find it if you can. Happy the successful man. He has but to put one strand in his beaver's inner band, and his intellect will soar as it never did before. While an inch of it remains, he will noted be for brains, and at last 'twill so befall, fit to cease to write at all. Ye fightench seventh. It is the gallant seventh. It fighteth fast and free. God what though where it fighteth, I any desire to be. The gonfalon it flieth, seeming a flame in sky. The bugle loud a-blowen is, which saith, doe and die. And, O good saints defend us against the woes of war. Drawn tongues are flashing deadly, to smite the foeman sore, with divers kinds of riddance. The smoking earth is wet, and all aflow to seaward go. The torrents wide of sweat, the thunder of the captains, and eke the shouting, maketh such horrid din the soul within. The body of me keeketh. Who fighteth the bold seventh? What haughty power defies their colonel? 'Tis they drubben sore, and damon to his eyes. Indicted. Dear Brunner, once we had a little talk. That is to say, 'twas I did all the talking about the manner of your moral walk. How devious the trail you made in stalking on level ground, your law-protected game. Another's dollar is, I think, its name. Your crooked course more recently is not so blamable, for, truly, you have stumbled on evil days. And 'tis your luckless lot to traverse spaces, with a spirit humbled, contrite, dejected and divinely sad, where, 'tis confessed, the walking's mighty bad. Jordan, the song says, is a road, I thought it was a river, that is hard to travel. And Dublin, if you'd find it, must be sought along a highway with more rocks than gravel. In difficulty neither can compete with that wherein you navigate your feet. As once George Gorham said of Pixley, so I say of you, the prison yawns before you, the turnkey stalks behind. Now will you go, or lag, and let that functionary floor you? To change the metaphor, you seem to be between Judge Wallace and the deep, deep sea. Over the border. Oh, justice, you have fled, to dwell in Mexico, unstrangled. Lest you should hang as high as, well, as Haman dangled. I know not if his cord be twanged, or the king proved forgiving. 'Tis hard to think of Haman hanged, and Haman living. Yes, as I said, in mortal fear. To Mexico you journeyed, for you were on your trial here, and ill attorneyed. The law had long regarded you as an extreme offender. Religion looked upon you, too, with thoughts untender. The press to you was cold as snow, for sin you'd always call so. In politics you were de trop, in morals also. All this is accurately true. And, faith, there might be more said. But, well, to save your thrapple you fled, as aforesaid. You're down in Mexico, that's plain. As that the sun is risen. For Daniel burns down there his chain. Drags round in prison. To an insolent attorney. So, Hall McAllister, you'll not be warned. My protest slighted, admonition scorned. To save your scoundrel client from a cell. As loath to swallow him as he to swell. It's some of meals insurgent, it decries all wars intestinal with meats that rise. You turn your scurril tongue against the press, and damn the agency you ought to bless. Had not the press with all its 100 eyes discerned the wolf beneath the sheep's disguise, and raised the cry upon him, he today would lack your company, and you would lack his pay. Talk not of hire and consciences for sale. You whose profession 'tis to threaten, rail, calumniate and libel at the will of any villain who can pay the bill. You whose most honest dollars all were got by saying for a fee the thing that's not. To you 'tis one, to challenge or defend. Clients are means, their money is an end. In my profession sometimes, as in yours, always, a payment large enough secures a mercenary service to defend the guilty or the innocent to rend. But mark the difference, nor think it slight. We do not hold it proper, just and right. Of selfish lies a little still we shame, and give our villainies another name. Hypocrisy's an ugly vice, no doubt, but blushing sinners can't get on without. Happy the lawyer, at his favored hands. Nor truth nor decency the world demands. Secure in his immunity from shame. His cheek ne'er kindles with the telltale flame. His brains for sale, morality for hire. In every land and century a licensed liar. No doubt, McAllister, you can explain how honorable 'tis to lie for gain. Provided only that the jury's made to understand that lying is your trade. 100,000 volumes, broad and flat, the Bible not included, proving that, have been put forth, though still the doubt remains. If God has read them with befitting pains, no Moro could get justice, you'll declare. If none who knew him foul affirmed him fair. Ingenious man! How easy 'tis to raise an argument to justify the course that pays. I grant you, if you like, that men may need the services performed for crime by greed. Grant that the perfect welfare of the state requires the aid of those who in debate, as mercenaries lost in early youth, the fine distinction between lie and truth, who cheat in argument and set a snare to take the feet of justice unaware, who serve with livelier zeal when rogues assist with perjury, embracery. The list is long to quote, than when an honest soul, scorning to plot, conspire, intrigue, cajole, reminds them, their astonishment how great, he'd rather suffer wrong than perpetrate. I grant, in short, 'tis better all around, that ambidextrous consciences abound in courts of law to do the dirty work, that self-respecting scavengers would shirk. What then? Who serves however clean a plan? By doing dirty work, he is a dirty man. Accepted. Charles Shortridge once to St. Peter came. Down, cried the saint with his face aflame. 'Tis writ that every hardy liar shall dwell for ever and ever in fire. That's what I said the night that I died. The sinner, turning away, replied. What? You said that? Cried the saint, what? What? You said 'twas so writ. Then, faith, 'tis not. I'm a devil at quoting, but I begin to fail in my memory. Pray walk in a promised fast train. I turned my eyes upon the future's scroll, and saw its pictured prophecies unroll. I saw that magical life-laden train flash its long glories o'er Nebraska's plain. I saw it smoothly up the mountain glide. Oh happy, happy passengers! I cried. For pleasure, singing, drowned the engine's roar, and hope on joyous pinions flew before. Then dived the train adown the sunset slope. Pleasure was silent and unseen was hope. Crashes and shrieks attested the decay that greed had wrought upon that iron way. The rusted rails broke down the rotting ties, and clouds of flying spikes obscured the skies. My coward eyes I drew away, distressed, and fixed them on the terminus to west, where soon, its melancholy tale to tell, one bloody car-wheel wobbled in and fell from the death column. Open wide, ye golden gates that lead to the heavenly shore. Our Father suffered in passing through, and Mother weighs still more. Our Papa dear has gone to heaven to make arrangements for 11. The winter's snow congealed his form, but now we know our uncle's warm. We can but mourn our loss, though wretched was his life. Death took him from the cross, erected by his wife. Weep not, mother, little Will is gone to Upper Louisville. The farmer's prayer. O Lord, incline thine ear unto our prayer, and preacher's intercession. This strange discrimination is unfair. That's our impression. Our neighbors all about have copious rains that fall on them like manna. Send us the showers, Lord, and parch the plains of Indiana. Upon the just and unjust, sayest thou, thou lt sprinkle without favor. The sin of promise breaking, all allow, could not be graver. We're just, and still our whistles are not wet. And still, 'tis growing hotter, while every scamp in Michigan can get his fill of water. We ask but justice, treat us not with scorn. Our comfort make less chilly, and those who pray for an advance in corn, oh smite them silly. Let corn be plentiful, and cheap, our hops look well without a shower. We've sold our wheat, that profitable crops, beyond thy power. One of the saints, Big Smith, is an Oakland school board man, and he looks as good as ever he can. And he's such a cold and a chaste Big Smith, that snowflakes all are his kin and kith. Wherever his eye he chances to throw, the crystals of ice begin to grow, and the fruits and flowers he sees are lost by the singeing touch of a sudden frost. The women all shiver whenever he's near, and look upon us with a look austere, effect of the Smithian atmosphere. Such, in a word, is the moral plan of the Big Smith, the school board man. When told that Madame Ferrier had taught Hernani in school, his fist he brought like a trip hammer down on his bulbous knee, and he roared, Hernani, by gum, we'll see if the public's time she dares devote to the educatin of any damn goat. You do not entirely comprehend. Hernani's a play, said his learned friend, by Victor Hugo, immoral and bad. What's worse, it's French. Well, well, my lad, said Smith, if he cuts a swath so wide, I'll have him took reglar up and tried. And he smiled so sweetly the other chap thought that himself was a Finn or Lap, caught in a storm of his native snows, with a purple ear and an azure nose. The smith continued, I never pursue immoral reading. And that is true. He's a saint of remarkably high degree, with a mind as chaste as a mind can be. But read the devil a word can he. A military incident. Dawn heralded the coming sun. Fort Douglas was computing the minute, and the sunrise gun was manned for his saluting. The gunner at that firearm stood, the which he slowly loaded. When, bang, I know not how it could, but sure the charge exploded. Yes, to that veteran's surprise, the gun went off sublimely, and both his busy arms likewise went off with it, untimely. Then said that gunner to his mate, he was from Ballyshannon. Bedad, the sun's a minute late. According to this canon, substance or shadow. So, gentle critics, you would have me tilt not at the guilty, only at their guilt. Spare the offender and condemn offense, and make life miserable to pretense. Whip vice and folly, that is satire's use. But be not personal, for that's abuse. Nor e'er forget what, like a razor keen, wounds with a touch that's scarcely felt or seen. Well, friends, I venture, destitute of awe, to think that razor but an old saw. A trifle rusty, and a wound, I'm sure, that's felt not, seen not, one can well endure. Go to, you're as unfitted quite to give advice to writers as to write. I find in folly and in vice a lack of head to strike, and for the lash no back. Whilst Pixley has a pow that's easy struck. And though good Deacon Fitch, a Fitch for luck, has none, yet, lest he go entirely free, God gave to him a corn, a heel to me. He, also, sets his face, so like a flint. The wonder grows that Pickering doesn't skint with cold austerity, against these wars. On scamps, 'tis scampery that he abhors. Behold advances in dignity and state. Grave, smug, serene, indubitably great. Stanford, philanthropist. One hand bestows in alms what t'other one to justice owes. Rascality attends him like a shade, but closes, woundless, o'er my baffled blade. Its limbs unsevered, spirit undismayed. Faith, I'm for something can be made to feel, if, like Pelides, only in the heel. The fellow's self invites assault, his crimes will each bear killing 20,000 times. Anon creed Haymond, but the list is long of names to point the moral of my song. Rogues, fools, impostors, sycophants, they rise. They foul the earth and horrify the skies. With Collis Huntington, sole honest man, in all the reek of that rapscallion clan, denouncing theft as hard as e'er he can. The Committee on Public Morals. The Senate met in Sacramento City. On public morals it had no committee, though greatly these abounded. Soon the quiet was broken by the senators in riot. Now, at the end of their infectious quarrels, there's a committee but no public morals. A playwright, St. Peter, sitting at the gate of gold, looked idly down the cloudway and, behold, a soul ascending from this world of woe. Head up, hands pocketed, serene and bold. To souls, such pockets are, I know, denied, as in the flesh we wear on either side. But the dead rich, or else they wouldn't play, with souls of perished pockets are supplied. Ah, Harrison, the saint said, William Greer, 'Twill do you little good to come, I fear. I've certain crows to pick with you, and, first. You were a patron of the ring, I hear. Nodding and smirking, said the soul, that's right. Nothing so charmed me as to see a fight. But pray observe that as a man of peace, meek under challenge, I was out of sight. To this the saint made answer, although gay. You were not reckless, but, my friend, they say. You, what the devil was it that you did? Ah, once you wrote, I understand, a play. You had the right to do so, 'tis agreed. The ring and stage are near akin, indeed. With you to write and Sullivan to act. But, sir, the play you wrote was Runnymede. Well, worst I ever saw. The pride alurk in authorship flashed forth, and like a dirk that seeks a heart the cutting answer came. I guess you haven't seen my later work. What? You impenitent, you've written since. The warder thundered, making William wince. Only to lie about my critics, please. Of liars, bar Sam Chamberlain, I'm prince. The saint drew back his great two-handed key. And, as the nude immortal turned to flee, swung the big engine of his holy wrath, and smote him where the back forgets to be. All heaven resounded with the dreadful blow. An echo babbled of it down below. To farthest reaches of the shoreless void raced the receding sound waves of his, oh, rubbing the part with many a grimace. He said while hurtling Sheolward through space. Poor old St. Peter, and with a blue grin, added, that paradise is a J-place. The leader of the minority. He tolls them along through the wilderness dire. Ever in sight. A clod by day and a pillar of fire. Water by night. California. The Chinaman's assailant was allowed to walk quietly away, although the street was filled with pedestrians. Newspaper. Why should he not have been allowed to thread with peaceful feet the crowd that filled that Christian street? The Decalogue he had observed, from faith in Jesus had not swerved, and scorning pious platitudes, he saw in the Beatitudes a lamp to guide his feet. He knew that Jonah downed the whale, and made no bones of it. The tale that Ananias told, he swore was true. He had no doubt that Daniel laid the lions out. In short, he had all holiness, all meekness and all lowliness, and was with saints enrolled. 'Tis true, some slight excess of zeal, a little to promote the weal of this most Christian state, had moved him rudely to divide the queue that was a pagan's pride, and in addition certify the faith by making fur to fly from pelt as well as pate. But, Heavenly Father, thou dost know that in this town these actions go for nothing worth a name. Nay, every editorial ass, to prove they never come to pass, will damn his soul eternally, although in his own journal he may read the printed shame. From bloody hands the reins of power fall slack, the high decisive hour strikes not for liars' ears. Remove, O Father, the disgrace that stains our California's face, and consecrate to human good the strength of her young womanhood, and all her golden years. George C. Perkins. Running for senator with clumsy pace, he stooped so low to win the foremost place, that fortune, tempted by a mark so droll, sprang in and kicked him to the winning pole. To either back further than I know, in San Francisco dwelt a wealthy man. So rich was he that none could be wise, good and great in like degree. 'Tis true he wrought in deed or thought but few of all the things he ought. But men said, who would wish him to Great souls are born to be, not do. One thing, indeed. He did, we read. Which was becoming, all agreed. Grown provident. Ere life was spent. He built a mighty monument. For longer than I know, in San Francisco lived a beggar man. And when in bed, they found him dead. Just like the scamp, the people said. He died, they say. On the same day. His wealthy neighbor passed away. But matters it? When beggars quit their beats? I answer, not a bit. They got a spade. And pick and made a hole, and there the chap was laid. He asked for bread. 'Twas neatly said. He'll get not even a stone instead. The years rolled round. His humble mound sank to the level of the ground. And men forgot that the bare spot was, and was like, the beggar's lot. Forgotten, too, was t'other who had reared the monument to woo in constant fame, though still his name shouted in granite just the same. That name, I swear, they both did bear. The beggar and the millionaire. That lofty tomb. Then, honored, whom? For argument here's ample room. Disappointment. The Senate woke, the chairman's snore was stilled, its echoes balking. The startled members dreamed no more. For Steele, who long had held the floor, had suddenly ceased talking. As, like Elijah, in his pride, he to his seat was passing. Go up thou bald head. Ready cried. Then 6 fierce bears ensued and tried to sunder him for sassing. 2 seized his legs, and 1 his head. The 4th his trunk, to munch on. The 5th preferred an arm instead. The last, with rueful visage, said, Pray what have I for luncheon? Then to that disappointed bear said Steele, serene and chipper, My friend, you shall not lack your share. Look in the treasury, and there you'll find his other flipper. The valley of the shadow of theft. In fair Yosemite, that den of thieves, wherein the minions of the moon divide the travelers' purses, lo! The devil grieves. His larger share as leader still denied. El Capitan, foreseeing that his reign may be disputed too, beclouds his head. The joyous bridal veil is torn in twain, and the crape steamer dangles there instead. The vernal fall abates her pleasant speed, and hesitates to take the final plunge. For rumors reach her that another greed awaits her in the valley of the sponge. The brothers envy the accord of mind and peace of purpose, by the good deplored, as honor among commissioners, which bind that confraternity of crime, the board. The half-dome bows its riven face to weep, but not, as formerly, because bereft. Prophetic dreams afflict him when asleep, of losing his remaining half by theft. Ambitious knaves, has not the upper sod enough of room for every crime that crawls? But you must loot the palaces of God, and daub your filthy names upon the walls. Down among the dead men, within my dark and narrow bed, I rested well, new laid. I heard above my fleshless head the grinding of a spade. A gruffer note ensued and grew to harsh and harsher strains. The poet Bashford then I knew was snatching my remains. O Welker, let your hand be stayed, and leave me here in peace. Of your revenge you should have made an end with my decease. Hush, mouldy shanks, and hear my moan. I once, as you're aware, was eminent in letters, known and honored everywhere. My splendor made Mipitas bright, and San Francisco blind. Men swore no writer Eric could write like me, if I'd a mind. With honors all insatiate. With cursed ambition smit. Too far, alas. I tempted fate. I published what I'd writ. Good heaven! With what a hunger wild! Oblivion swallows fame. Men who have known me from a child forget my very name. Even creditors with searching looks my face cannot recall. My heaviest one, he prints my books. Forgetful most of all. Oh, I should feel a sweet content if one poor done his claim would bring to me for settlement and bully me by name. My dog is at my gate forlorn. It howls through all the night. And when I greet it in the morn, it answers with a bite. O poet, what in Satan's name to me's all this ado? Will snatching me restore the fame that printing snatched from you? Peace, dread remains, I'm not about to do a deed of sin. I come not here to hail you out. I'm trying to get in. The last man. I dreamed that Gabriel took his horn on resurrection's fateful morn, and lighting upon Laurel Hill, blew long, blew loud, blew high and shrill. The houses compassing the ground rattled their windows at the sound. But no one rose. Alas, said he, what lazy bones these mortals be. Again he plied the horn, again, deflating both his lungs in vain. Then stood astonished and chagrined at raising nothing but the wind. At last he caught the tranquil eye of an observer standing by. Last of mankind, not doomed to die. To him thus Gabriel, Sir, I pray, this mystery you'll clear away. Why do I sound my note in vain? Why spring they not from out the plain? Where's Looning, Blythe and Michael Reese? McGee, who ran the Golden Fleece? Where's Asa Fisk? Jim Phelan, who was thought to know a thing or two of land which rose but never sank? Where's Con O'Connor of the Bank? And all who consecrated lands of old by laying on of hands? I ask of them because their worth was known in all they wished, the earth. Brisk boomers once, alert and wise. Why don't they rise, why don't they rise? The man replied, reburied long with others of the shrouded throng. In San Mateo, carted there, and dumped promiscuous, anywhere. In holes and trenches, all misfits, mixed up with one another's bits. One's backbone with another's shin. A third one's skull with a fourth one's grin. Your eye was never fixed upon a company so mixed. Go now among them there and blow. 'Twill be as good as any show to see them, when they hear the tones compiling one another's bones. But here, 'tis vain to sound and wait. Naught rises here but real estate. I own it all and shan't disgorge. Don't know me? I am Henry George. Arbor Day. Hasten, children, black and white. Celebrate the yearly rite. Every pupil plant a tree. It will grow some day to be big and strong enough to bear a school director hanging there. The Piute. Unbeautiful is the Piute. How bedecked with bravery. His person is unsavory. Of soap he's destitute. He multiplies upon the earth. In spite of all admonishing. All censure his astonishing and versatile unworth. Upon the reservation wide we give for his inhabiting. He goes a jackass rabbiting to furnish his inside. The hopper singing in the grass he seizes with avidity. He loves its tart acidity and gobbles all that pass. He penetrates the spider's veil, industriously pillages the toad's defenseless villages, and shadows home the snail. He lightly runs to earth the quaint red worm and, deftly troweling, He makes it with his bowling. Familiarly acquaint. He tracks the pine nut to its lair. Surrounds it with celerity. Regards it with asperity. Smiles, and it isn't there. I wish he'd open up a grin. Of adequate vivacity. And carrying capacity. To take his agent in. Fame. He held a book in his knotty paws. And its title grand read he. The Chronicles of the Kings, it was. By the History Company. I'm a monarch, he said. But a tear he shed. And my picture here you see. Great and lasting is my renown. However the wits may flout. As wide almost as this blessed town. But he winced as if with gout. I paid like sin. For to put me in. But it's to be out. One of the redeemed. Saint Peter, standing at the gate, beheld. A soul whose body death had lately felled. A pleasant soul as ever was, he seemed. His step was joyous and his visage beamed. Good morning, Peter. There was just a touch of foreign accent, but not overmuch. The saint bent gravely, like a stately tree. And said, you have the advantage, sir, of me. Renan of Paris, said the immortal part. A master of the literary art. I'm somewhat famous, too, I grieve to tell. As controversialist and infidel. That's of no consequence, the saint replied. Why, I myself my master once denied. No one up here cares anything for that. But is there nothing you were always at? It seems to me you were accused one day. Of something, what it was I can't just say. Quite likely, said the other, but I swear. My life was irreproachable and fair. Just then a soul appeared upon the wall. Singing a hymn as loud as he could bawl. About his head a golden halo gleamed. As well befitted one of the redeemed. A harp he bore and vigorously thumbed. Strumming he sang, and, singing, ever strummed. His countenance, suffused with holy pride, glowed like a pumpkin with a light inside. Ah! That's the chap, said Peter, who declares. Renan's a rake and drunkard, smokes and swears. Yes, that's the fellow, he's a preacher, came from San Francisco. Mansfield was his name. Do you believe him? Said Renan. Great Scott! Believe? Believe the blackguard? Of course not. Just walk right in and make yourself at home. And if he pecks at you I'll cut his comb. He's only here because the devil swore he wouldn't have him, for the smile he wore. Resting his eyes one moment on that proof of saving grace, the Frenchman turned aloof. And stepping down from cloud to cloud, said he. Thank you, monsieur, I'll see if he'll have me. A critic. Apparently the Cleveland leader is not a good judge of poetry. The morning call. That from you, neighbor. To whose vacant lot each rhyming literary knacker scourges his cart compelling Pegasus to trot. As folly, vanity, or famine urges. Admonished by the stimulating goad. How gaily, lo! The spavined crowbait prances. Its cart before it, eager to unload the dead dog sentiments and swill-tub fancies. Gravely the sweating scavenger pulls out the tailboard of his cursed imagination. Shoots all his rascal rubbish, and, no doubt, thanks fortune for so good a dumping station. To improve your property, the vile cascade your thrift invites, to make a higher level. In vain, with tons of garbage overlaid. Your baseless bog sinks slowly to the devil. Rubbish may be shot here, familiar sign. I seem to see it in your every column. You have your wish, but, sir, if I had mine, 'twould to your editors mean something solemn. A question of eligibility. It was a bruised and battered chap, the victim of some dire mishap, who sat upon a rock and spent His breath in this ungy lament. Some wars, I've frequent heard of such, has beat the everlasting Dutch. But never fight was fit by man to equal this which has began. In our, I'm in it, if you please, Academy of Sciences. For there is various gents belong to it which go persistent wrong, and loving the debate's delight, calls one another names at sight. Their disposition, too, accords with fighting like they all was lords. Sec impulses should be withstood. 'Tis scientific to be good. 'Twas one of them, one night last week, rose up his figure for to speak. Please, Mr. Chair, I'm holding here a resolution which, I fear, some ancient fossils that has bust their cases and shook off their dust, to sit as members here will find unpleasant, not to say unkind. And then he read it every word, and silence fell on all which heard. That resolution, wild and strange, proposed a fundamental change, which was that idiots no more could join us as they had before. No sooner was he seated than the members rose up, to a man. Each chap was primed with a reply, and tried to snatch the chairman's eye. They stomped and shook their fists in air. And, oh, what words was uttered there! The chair was silent, but at last he hove up his proportions vast, and stilled them tumults with a look, by which the undauntedest was shook. He smiled sarcastical and said, if Argus was the chair, instead of me, he'd lack enough of eyes each orator to recognize. And since, denied a hearing, you might maybe undertake to do each other harm before you cease, I've took some steps to keep the peace. I've ordered out, alas, alas, that science ere to such a pass should come. I've ordered out, the gas. Oh, if a tongue or pen of fire was mine, I could not tell entire what the ensuing actions was, when swallowed up in darkness jaws, we fit and fit and fit and fit, and everything we felt we hit. We gouged, we scratched and we pulled hair. And oh, what words was uttered there! And when at last the day dawn came, 300 scientists was lame. 200 others couldn't stand. They'd been so careless handled, and 1,000 at the very least was spread upon the floor deceased. 'Twere easy to exaggerate, but lies is things I mortal hate. Such, friends, is the disaster sad, which has befell the cow academic. And now the question is of more importance than it was before. Shall vacancies among us be to idiots through open free? Fleet Struther. What? You were born, you animated doll, within the shadow of the Capitol. 'Twas always thought, and history so assures its trusting readers, it was reared in yours. Reciprocity. The night was dark, the way was steep. I scarcely, for fatigue, could creep. Fatigue, begone! I cried. Not so. It tarried and would not be go. At length the last one glimmer died of hope that lit up my inside. I let go all, and thought to sink back, headlong, from the mountain's brink. But ere I fell my startled eyes beheld a wonder in the skies. I grasped again a friendly tree to stay me till I more could see. When shows are free that men admire, 'tis most unthrifty to expire. 7 clustered planets rose as one. Their light was like another sun. Straight upward to the zenith they, without defection, held their way. Then paused, revealing with their light a massive building on the height. Before my very eyes its face it reared, my feet were at its base. And well I knew that I had clomb To Lick's renowned memorial dome, where Holden's mammoth tube betrays the stellar gambols to his gaze. With lifted brow and heart elate, I entered by the stranger's gate. Smit with a reverential awe, the great man's figure there I saw. He sat bolt upright in a chair, legs crossed, arms folded, and head bare. No king that I had ever seen, nor surely any jack nor queen, had ever on a golden throne with such a gracious aspect shone. The giant telescope, reversed, seemed diving from the sky head first. Its broader end remained at rest within 2 yards of Holden's breast. "O mighty scientist," I cried, "let me beneath this dome abide. The night is bad, and o'er your roof 7 crazy planets are aloof. The trails are terrors to my shanks. I dread the planetary pranks." He deigned no word, but gave the nod, that sign of an assenting god. Meantime the telescope's great eye with splendor smote him, hip and thigh. It seated him in a lambent light, sharp, searching, glorious and white. "Illustrious man," I said again, "this mystery I pray explain. Why is the glass reversed, and why are you in session 'neath its eye? 'Tis little that I know of stars, and Venus is to me as Mars. But, pardon me, I know aright how gentlemen should pass the night." That great professor smiled, and oh, the smile was light and cold as snow. "Know, then," he said, "that what you view is payment of a debt long due. For years I've watched the planets roll, and mapped the stars from pole to pole. 'Tis true I once, the people say, charted the lights of San Jose. But, generally speaking, I can tell the valley from the sky. Those planets up in heaven's high cope, I long have studied through the scope. Fair plays a jewel, and tonight their observation I invite. I turn the tube and, as you see, permit them now to study me." Next morn as on my way I sped, "I've seen a just, good man," I said. Californian summer pictures, the foothill resort, assembled in the parlor of the place of last resort. The smiler and the snarler, and the guests of every sort. The elocution chap, with rhetoric on tap. The mimic and the funny dog. The social sponge, the money hog. Vulgarian and dude. And the prude. The adiposing dame, with pimply face aflame. The kitten playful virgin, of a 100 years. The solemn-looking sturgeon, of a firm of auctioneers. The widower flirtatious. The widow all too gracious. The man with a proboscis and a sepulchre beneath. One assassin picks his banjo, and another one his teeth. The incoming climate. Now nights the ocean breeze makes the patient flinch, for that zephyr bears a sneeze in every cubic inch. Lo! The admiring population, chorusing in sternutation. A catarrhal acclamation. A long-felt want, dimly apparent, through the gloom of market streets' opaque simoom. A queue of people, party sexed, awaiting the command of next. A sidewalk booth, a dingy sign. Teeth dusted nice, 5 cents a shine. To the happy hunting grounds. Wide windy reaches of high stubble field. A long gray road, bordered with dusty pines. A wagon moving in a cloud by day. 2 city sportsmen with a dove between, breast high upon a fence and fast asleep. A solitary dove, the only dove in 20 counties, and it's sick, or else it were not there. 2 guns that fire as one, with thunder simultaneous and loud. 2 shattered human wrecks of blood and bone. And later, in the gloaming, comes a man, The worthy local coroner is he. Renowned all thereabout, and popular. With many a remain. All tenderly. Compiling in a game bag the remains. He glides into the gloom and fades from sight. The dove, cured of its ailment by the shock, has flown, meantime, on pinions strong and fleet, to die of age in some far foreign land. Slander. Fitch. All vices you've exhausted, friend. So all the papers say. Pickering. Ah, what vile calumnies are penned. 'Tis just the other way. James L. Flood. As oft it happens in the youth of day, that mists obscure the sun's imperfect ray. Who, as he's mounting to the dome's extreme, smites and dispels them with a steeper beam. So you the vapors that begirt your birth, consumed, and manifested all your worth. But still one early vice obstructs the light, and sullies all the visible and bright display of mind and character. You write 3 candidates for senator, to sleek your way to the goal of your hope. Oh plausible Mr. Perkins! You'll need 10 tons of the softest soap, and butter 1,000 firkins. The soap you could put to a better use in washing your hands of ambition, ere the butter's used for cooking your goose to a beautiful brown condition. The railroad can't run Stanford. That is so. The tail can't curl the pig, but then, you know, inside the vegetable garden's pale, the pig will eat more cabbage than the tail. Gods! What a sight! Astride McClure's broad back, Este jogs round the senatorial track. The crowd all undecided, as they pass, whether to cheer the man or cheer the ass. They stop, the man to lower his feet is seen, and the tired beast, withdrawing from between, mounts, as they start again, the biped's neck. And scarce the crowd can say which one's on deck. A growler. Judge Shafter, you're an aged man, I know. And learned too, I doubt not, in the law. And a head white with many a winter's snow. I wish, however, that your heart would thaw. Claims reverence and honor. But the jaw, that's always wagging with a word malign, nagging and scolding everyone in sight, as harshly as a jaybird in a pine, and with as little sense of wrong and right as animates that irritable creature, is not a very venerable feature. You damn all witnesses, all jurors too, and swear at the attorneys, I suppose. But that's a far more righteous thing to do. And what it's all about, the good Lord knows. Not you. But all the hotter, fiercer glows your wrath for that, as dogs the louder howl, with only moonshine to incite their rage, and bears with more ferocious menace growl, even when their food is flung into the cage. Reform, your honor, and forbear to curse us, lest all men, hearing you, cry, Ecce Ursus. Ad mudium. Tut. Moody, do not try to show to gentlemen and ladies that if they have not faith, they'll go headlong to Hades. Faith is belief, and how can I have that by being willing? This dime I cannot, though I try. Believe a shilling. Perhaps you can. If so, pray do. Believe you own it, also. But what seems evidence to you, I may not call so. Heaven knows I'd like the faith to think this little vessel's contents are liquid gold. I see 'tis ink for writing nonsense. Minds prone to faith, however, may come now and then to sorrow. They put their trust in truth today, in lies tomorrow. No doubt the happiness is great to think as one would wish to, but not to swallow every bait, as certain fish do. To think a snake a cord, I hope, would bolden and delight me. But some day I might think a rope would chase and bite me. Cursed reason. Faith forever blessed. You're crying all the season. Well, who decides that faith is best? Why, Mr. Reason. He's right or wrong. He answers you according to your folly, and says what you have taught him to. Like any Polly. A spade. The spade that was used to turn the first sod in the construction of the Central Pacific Railroad is to be exhibited at the New Orleans Exposition. Press telegram. Precursor of our woes, historic spade. What dismal records burn upon thy blade? On the eye see the maculating stains of passengers' commingled blood and brains. In this red rust a widow's curse appears, and here an orphan tarnished thee with tears. Upon thy handle sanguinary bands reveal the clutching of thine owner's hands, when first he wielded thee with vigor brave, to cut a sod and dig a people's grave. For they who are debauched are dead and ought, in God's name, to be hid from sight and thought. Within thee, as within a magic glass, I seem to see a foul procession pass. Judges with ermine dragging in the mud, and spotted here and there with guiltless blood. Gold-greedy legislators jingling bribes, kept editors and sycophantic scribes. Liars in swarms and plunderers in tribes. They fade away before the night's advance, and fancy figures thee a devil's lance, gleaming portentous through the misty shade, while ghosts of murdered virtues shriek about thy blade. The Van Nessiad. From end to end, thine avenue, Van Ness, rang with the cries of battle and distress. Brave lungs were thundering with dreadful sound, and perspiration smoked along the ground. Sing, heavenly muse, to ears of mortal clay, the meaning, cause and finish of the fray. Great Porter Ash, invoking first the gods, who signed their favor with assenting nods, that snapped off half their heads, their necks grown dry, since last the nectar cup went circling by, resolved to build a stable on his lot. His neighbors fiercely swearing he should not. Said he, I build that stable. No, you don't. Said they. I can. You can't. I will. You won't. By heaven, he swore. Not only will I build, but purchase donkeys till the place is filled. Needless expense, they sneered in tones of ice. The owner's self, if lodged there, would suffice. For 3 long months the awful war they waged, with women, men with men engaged, while roaring babes and shrilling poodles raged. Jove, from Olympus, where he still maintains his ancient session, with rheumatic pains, touched by his long exposure, marked the strife, interminable but by loss of life. For malediction soon exhausts the breath. If not, old age itself is certain death. Lo! He holds high in heaven the fatal beam. A golden pan depends from each extreme. One feels of Porter's fate the downward stress. One bears the destiny of all Van Ness. Alas! The rusted scales, their life all gone, deliver judgment neither pro nor con. The dooms hang level and the war goes on, with a divine, contemptuous disesteem. Jove dropped the pans and kicked, himself, the beam. Then, to decide the strife, with ready wit, the nickel that he did not care for it, twirled absently, remarking, see it spin. Head, Porter loses. Tail, the others win. The conscious nickel, charged with doom, spun round portentously and made a ringing sound. Then, staggering beneath its load of fate, sank rattling, died at last and lay in state. Jove scanned the disk and then, as is his wont, raised his considering orbs, exclaiming, front. With leisurely alacrity approached the herald god, to whom his mind he broached. In San Francisco 2 belligerent powers, such as contended round great Ilion's towers, fight for a stable, though in either class there's not a horse, and but a single ass. Achilles' ash, with formidable jaw, assails a Trojan band with fierce hee-haw, firing the night with brilliant curses. They, with dark vituperation gloom the day. Fate, against which nor gods nor men compete, decrees their victory and his defeat. With haste, good Mercury, betake thee hence, and salivate him till he has no sense. Sheer downward shot the messenger afar, trailing a splendor like a falling star. With dimming luster through the air he burned, vanished, but with another sun returned. The sovereign of the gods superior smiled, beaming benignant, fatherly and mild. Is destiny's decree performed, my lad? And has he now no sense? Ah, sire, he never had. Valedictory. They tell me, Deacon Fitch, that you are out. The bulletin being sold, you couldn't buy it. My. What could you, man, have been about these many years of editoring? Why, it seems hardly credible that you have made so little, working at so good a trade. Why, bless you, there is Mike DeYoung, a man. At least well, it doesn't greatly matter. He's famous from the waterfront to San Juan Smith Street as less good than you, though fatter. He's rich. Among the things he's proved to own are $500,000 in franc stone. So rich is he that many persons swear he ought as senator to be elected. He's rich enough to want the earth and air, although not rich enough to be respected. You say that's nothing to the purpose. True. I meant to sing about, not him, but you. You're hardly worth it, maybe, he who scorns his opportunities of gain by mounting, and then dismounting, other persons' corns, discredits journalism. There's no accounting for tastes. No doubt you think yourself as good as if in mail of black you proudly stood. I do not think you so. The rich are best. They've leisure, they explain, for moral culture. What fowl so meditative on the nest, so introspective as the glutted vulture? Our Mike is noble, I'm persuaded, nay, he'll tell you so himself 10 times a day. He will slip in, I can't at all prevent his reasonless and seasonless intrusion. I wish that, like Imo Gunst, the wretch had went. Come, deacon, let us drink to his confusion. On second thoughts, I can't afford, I think. No more can you, to buy befitting drink. Ah, well, in all these long, contentious years, 'tis many an ill turn we've done each other. You ne'er could altogether stay your sneers, nor I regard you as an elder brother. You every way invited my dislike, excepting by comparison with Mike. The cause of quarrel, now at end of war. The hatchet will inter and marble slab it. Was plain to either adversary, for 'twas very simple, though sufficient, habit. If there was aught behind I know not, that explains full 20 years of dog and cat. Now, as you leave the field, let me be frank. Excepting various errors of the noddle, such as made talk of caving down the bank, and lately a bad flow of sandlot twaddle, and always a bat's blindness to my worth. Your record's clean and laudable from birth. Fitch, here's my hand, my heart is in it, too. That organ's somewhat out of shape, however, from use in football. Really, 'twould not do our long relation sullenly to sever. Soon comes the silence. May we then be laid where Mike's tall monument bestows its shade? A fish commissioner, great Joseph D. Redding, illustrious name, considered a fish horn the trumpet of fame. That goddess was angry, and what do you think? Her trumpet she filled with a gallon of ink. And all through the press, with a devilish glee, she sputtered and spattered the name of J.D. to a stray dog. Well, Towser, I'm thinking your name must be Towser. You're a decentish puppy as puppy dogs go. For you never, I'm sure, could have dined upon Trozer. And your tail's unimpeachably curled just so. But, dear me, your name, if 'tis yours, is a poser. Its meaning I cannot get anywise at. When spoken correctly perhaps it is tozer. And means one who toses. Max Muller, how's that? I ne'er was ingenious at all at divining a word's prehistorical, primitive state. Or finding its root, like a mole, by consigning its bloom to the turnip-top's sorrowful fate. And, now that I think of it well, I'm no nearer the riddle's solution than ever, for how's my pretty invented word, toes, any clearer in point of its signification than tows? So, Towser, or Tozer, I mean to rename you, in honor of some good and eminent man, in the light and the heat of whose quickening fame you may grow to an eminent dog if you can. In sunshine like his you'll not long be a croucher. The Senate shall hear you, for that I will vouch. Come here, sir. Stand up. I rechristen you Goucher. But damn you, I'll shoot you if ever you gouch. In his hand. De Young, in Chicago the story is told, took his life in his hand, like a warrior bold, and stood before Buckley, who thought him behind. For Buckley, the man-eating monster is blind. Count fairly the ballots, so rang the demand of the gallant De Young, with his life in his hand. 'Tis done, and the struggle is ended. No more. He havocs the battlefield, gilt with the gore of slain reputations. No more he defies his lying opponents with deadlier lies. His trumpet is hushed and his belt is unbound. His enemies' characters cumber the ground. They bloat on the war-plain with ink all a-soak. The fortunate candidates perching to croak. No more he will charge, with a daring divine, his foes with corruption, his friends by the line. The thunders are stilled of the horrid campaign. De Young is triumphant, and never again will he need, with his life in his hand, to roar. Count fair or, by God, I will die on your floor. His life has been spared, for his sins to atone. And the hand that he took it in washed with cologne. A demagogue. Yop, yop, yop. Under the moon and sun. It's I the rabble. And I to gabble. And hey! For the tale that is never done. Chant, chant, chant. To woo the reluctant vote. I would I were dead. And my say were said. And my song were sung to its ultimate note. Stab, stab, stab. Ah! The weapon between my teeth. I'm sick of the flash of it. See how the slash of it misses the foeman to mangle the sheath. Boom, boom, boom. I'm beating the mammoth drum. My nethermost tripes I blow into the pipes. It's oh for the honors that never come. 'Twas the dolorous blab of a tramping scab. 'Twas the eloquent swift of the marvelous gift. The wild, weird, wonderful gift of gab. Ignis fatuus. Weep, weep, each loyal partisan. For Buckley, king of hearts. A most accomplished man, a man of parts, of foreign parts. Long years he ruled with gentle sway. Nor grew his glory dim. And he would be with us today, if we were but with him. Men wondered at his going off in such a sudden way. 'Twas thought, as he had come to scoff, he would remain to pray. Since he is gone we're all agreed that he is what men call a crook. His very steps, indeed, are bent to Montreal. So let our tears unhindered flow. Our sighs and groans have way. It matters not how much we owe. The devil is to pay. From top to bottom. Japan has 73,759 Buddhist priests, most of whom, says a Christian missionary, are grossly ignorant, and many of them lead scandalous lives. O Buddha, had you but foreknown the vices of your priesthood, it would have made you twist and moan, as any wounded beast would. You would have damned the entire lot, and turned a Christian, would you not? There were no Christians, I'll allow. In your day, that would only have brought distinction. Even now, a Christian might feel lonely. All take the name, but facts are things as stubborn as the will of kings. The priests were ignorant and low when ridiculed by Lucian. The records, could we read, might show the same of time's confusion. And yet the fact I can't disguise, that Deacon Rankin's good and wise. 'Tis true he is not quite a priest, nor more than half a preacher. But he exhorts as loud at least as any living creature. And when the plate is passed about, he never takes a penny out. From Buddha down to Rankin. There. I never did intend to. This pen's a buzzard's quill, I swear. Such subjects to descend to. When from the hummingbird I've wrung a plume, I'll write of Mike DeYoung, an idler, who told Creed Haymond he was witty, who had nothing better in this world to do. Could no greased pigs appeal to his embrace, kindle his ardor for the friendly chase? Did no dead dog upon a vacant lot, bloated and bald, or curdled in a clot, stir his compassion and inspire his arms, to hide from human eyes its faded charms? If not to works of piety inclined, then recreation might have claimed his mind. The harmless game that shows the feline greed, to cinch the shorts and make the market bleed three, is better sport than victimizing creed. And a far livelier satisfaction comes of knowing Simon, autocrat of thumbs. 4. If neither worthy work nor play command this gentleman of leisure's heart and hand, then Mammon might his idle spirit lift by hope of profit to some deed of thrift. Is there no cheese to pare, no flint to skin, no tin to mend, no glass to be put in, no housewife worthy of a morning visit, her rags and sacks and bottles to solicit? Lo! The blind sow's precarious pursuit of the aspiring oak's familiar fruit. 'Twould more advantage any man to steal this easy victim's undefended meal, than tell Creed Haymond he has wit, and so expose the state to his narcotic flow. The dead king, Hawaii's king, resigned his breath. Our legislature guffawed. The awful dignity of death. Not any single rough awed. But when our legislators die, all kings, queens, jacks and aces cry a patter song. There was a cranky governor. His name it wasn't Waterman. For office he was hotter than the love of any lover, nor was Borik's threat of aiding him effective in dissuading him. This pig-headed, big-headed, singularly self-conceited governor non-Waterman. To citrus fairs, etc. he went about philandering. To pride of parish pandering. He knew not any better, his early education had not taught the abnegation fad. The wool-witted, bull-witted, fabulously feeble-minded king of gabble-gandering, he conjured up, ad libitum, with postures energetical. One day, this is prophetical, his graces, to exhibit, he straddled in each attitude 4 parallels of latitude. The slab-footed, crab-footed, galloping gregarian, of presence unesthetical. An ancient cow, perceiving that his powers of agility transcended her ability, a circumstance for grieving at. Upon her horns engrafted him. And to the welkin wafted him. The high-rolling, sky-rolling, hurtling hallelujah lad of peerless volatility. A caller. "Good morning, you are looking very well," said Death as, strolling through the county jail, and entering a fat assassin's cell, he hung his hat and coat upon a nail. "I think that life in this secluded spot agrees with men of your trade, does it not?" "Well, yes," was the reply, "I can't complain. Life anywhere, provided it is mine, agrees with me, but I observe with pain that still the people murmur and repine. It hurts their sense of harmony, no doubt, to see a persecuted man grow stout." "Oh no, 'tis not your growing stout," said Death, "which makes these malcontents complain and scold. They like you to be, somehow, scant of breath. What they object to is your growing old. And, though indifferent to lean or fat, I don't myself entirely favor that. With brows that met above the orbs beneath, and nose that like a soaring hawk appeared, and lifted lip, uncovering his teeth, the pampered butcher glacially sneered. Oh. So you don't? Well, how will you assuage your spongy passion for the blood of age?" Death with a clattering convulsion drew his coat on, hatted his unmeted pow, unbarred the door and, stepping partly through, turned and made answer, "I will show you how. I'm going to the bench you call supreme, and tap the old women who sit there and dream." The shafter shafted. "Well, James Macmillan Shafter, you're a judge. At least you were when last I knew of you. And if the people since have made you budge, I did not notice it. I've much to do, without endeavoring to follow, through the miserable squabbles, dust and smudge, the fate of all political contenders, who fight with flying colors and suspenders. Being a judge, 'tis natural and wrong that you should vilify the public press, save while you are a candidate. That song is easy quite to sing, and I confess it wins applause from hearers who have less of spiritual graces than belong to audiences of another kidney. Men, for example, like Sir Philip Sidney. Newspapers, so you say, don't always treat the judges with respect. That may be so. And still no harm done, for I swear I'll eat my legs and in the long hereafter go snake-like, upon my belly if you'll show all judges are respectable and sweet. For some of them are rogues and the Lord's laughters directed at some others, for their shafters to one out of favor. Attention, Miles. You have observed, no doubt, that General Sam Young is fired out. That is to say, retired for age. Just so. You were yourself retired not long ago. Just, cast as rubbish to the void, for such is law's demand, alighting where 'tis much too cold for comfort. There you may be found, piled up on fame's eternal dumping ground. If you've a memory you still can tell yourself how singularly hard you fell, and no one kissed the place to make it well. I know not, Mr. Root knows little else, why Sam should fare so better far than else. But so he did, for scarcely did he light ere Mr. Secretary gripped him tight, stood him erect, removed his coat and shirt, and, finding on his person where it hurt, performed, in pity for his hapless plight, the appropriate consolatory rite. Miles, you are lucky. True, you're badly bruised. The wound administered, the balm refused. But if too rashly you had dared to strip your aching back for the official lip, consider the temptation, none can fight it. Who has administration teeth, to bite it? Privation. With her grief the widow was so engrossed, as she rode at the hearse's rear, That I really think the dead man's ghost must have shed the ghost of a tear. She murmured and moaned and wiped her eyes, and blew her pale nose for relief. Then started and cried, as in pained surprise, "I've forgotten my handkerchief. Oh, what shall I do when we get to the grave? And the coffin is put in the ground? I know I shall weep, for I cannot be brave with those staring people all round." "Be calm," said one, "there is nothing forgot. For your handkerchief you bring. You are holding it, see." Said the widow, "What? This poky old linen thing? To one in custody? Villain! For years you've plied your awful trade. For wife, for widow and, no, not for maid. Even you'll confess in chastity one true advantage, its immunity from you. About your hand, in clamorous appeal, as round the blade of Kalmar, shriek and wheel. Like flights of Arctic seabirds, the forlorn. Pale ghosts, mothers and babes unborn. Now, villain, now, I pray your time has come. Mercy be deaf and intercession dumb. No more, red-handed, in the path to life. May you be found a lurk with eager knife. Nor longer o'er the door to death display the sign, for ladies. Lo! Day after day, for 20 years I've read on every wall a handwriting prophetic of your fall. And now the last dread syllable I spell, that damns your body to a felon's cell. Your soul has long awaited you in hell for a revised version. Oh, deem it not presumption, Lord, in me to revise thy holy word. No jot or tittle I'd efface. No menace dire, nor pledge of grace. No poetry I'd blot, although it's well known to thee that I hate poets. But humbly, reverently try some missing mandates to supply. For lo! I fall of dunces ill, who've got by heart thy written will. I turn, behold, in tears away, from rogues thy bidding who obey. Wherever thou shalt not occurs, I'd add thou shalt the exact reverse. And many a virtue, too, compel, by plain command and threat of hell, which has no corresponding vice, to interdict in terms precise. Thus I'd exterminate the brood of rascals negatively good, men Bible clear, who ought to smart beneath the lash at tail of cart. Each soul, masks, too, would then be thinner. If not a saint, should be a sinner. In error, Lord, if I am found. Observe how clouds my vision bound. Forgive my narrowness of sight, and bless me with the larger light. In thine imperfect law to trace the perfect purpose of thy grace. The Mormon Question. By J. Chuen MLLR. I said I will shake myself out of my clothes. I will roll up my sleeves. I will spit on my hands. The hands that I kissed to the sun in the lands. To the north, to the east, to the south, and the west. Of every sea that is under the sun. I will go to the land that the Gentile loathes, as he gathers his one small wife to his breast, and curses and loathes till his life is done. I will go to the place of the Mormon, the place where the jackass rabbit is first in the race, and the woodchuck chatters in meaningless glee, chatters and twists all his marvelous face, twists it and chatters and looks like me. And I rose in the strongest strength of my strength, with my breast of brass and my hair's full length. And I shook myself out of my clothes in the land of the Mormons, and stood there and kissed my hand. An election expense. Stanford, when recently you gave Tom Fitch $10,000, gold, to stump the state. A circumstance of no importance, which you deemed it right, however, to relate to the grand jury. Did you calculate that it and other sums, which I will not embarrass you by naming, would come back as bread upon the waters, piping hot, with added pancakes in an ample stack. 'Twere better, sir, to cast your bread and butter. You'd get that back, at least, into the gutter. Tom Fitch's silver tongue is very well, if let alone, though that he'll never do. For he must live by what he has to sell. And silver should be free, that's very true. But how the devil could the thing help you? Like an unruly child, it kicks and squalls. In mutiny wiener he moves his chin. And ne'er is faithful except when he falls asleep in I mean, of course, in gin. Tom's tongue makes senators. No, no, that's gammon. They're made by Mr. Stowe and Mr. Mammon. I know they are, for once I saw the two hobnobbing in a friendly kind of way up there at Sacramento. It is true. You were not with them. I heard statesmen say you took good care to tarry at the bay, where you could be surprised when Creed should claim your ear, and hope you'd pardon him, and sigh, and say he'd venture to propose your name, and that all men had thrown their hats so high that none had yet come down, and split their collars with cheers. And, would you loan him $20? A famous person said that God and he were a majority, so, by your leave, are you and Mammon. But it seems to me that you and he on this Thanksgiving Eve should drink a stirrup cup, for I perceive you ride your philanthropic hobby, Ned Curtis astride behind you, and so part. For, after all is done and all is said, Mammon and Stanford are not over smart. The firm's an old one, but not quite respected, since you in statesmanship have been detected. William F. Smith. Light lie the earth upon his dear dead heart, and dreams disturb him never. Be deeper peace than paradise his part, forever and forever. Juventus Mundi. Dr. Alan Griffiths is an audible theosopher, a student of Blavatsky, inconsolable for loss of her. He says, he's seen the figures, too, the human race was flourishing 300 million years upon this planet, ever nourishing the flame of immortality, which always, though, was flickering, until it burned, a still, eternal red, in Mr. Pickering. Before that microbe chief of all the spiritual faculties, the faculty of thinking, heard of man and lightly tackled his poor brain, then sleeping sweetly in his undefended cranium, unable to distinguish a surmise from a geranium. Oh happy, happy period of mental independency! Oh golden, golden age of theosophical ascendancy! Two guides. Ingersoll has neither philosophy nor logic. He has only sentiment, wit and rhetoric. Bulletin. You, Fitch, are known to be a deacon, a shining light, a holy beacon, upon the walls of Zion, blazing with an effulgency amazing. And yet, I think, between the two, Bob Ingersoll, I mean, and you, a man in want of light to read between the lines of nature's creed, would rather scrutinize creation by Robert's clear illumination than blind his eyes with smoke and vapor from your infernal sputtering taper. Though Ingersoll, perchance, had not of wisdom or of truth one jot, I'd rather miss with him the clue to life than follow it with you. In warning, they tell us, dear Kipling, you're coming to shoot in the hills of the wide, wild West. There's a lot of cost and a risk to boot. I don't at all think it is best, and hope it is only a jest. For, Rudyard, although you're a terrible swell, you're not in high favor out here. For you said San Francisco was meaner than, well, you said it was very small beer, and Chicago uncommonly queer. You put your legs under our tables, you did. You dined at the Jolly Dog Club. And when of your hunger you well were rid. And your manners too, like a cub. You snarled at the speeches and grub. You said, I don't know the one half that you said. But I know you pretended to meet some folk that existed not out of your head. Or an English comical sheet. And you vilified Kearney Street. Our statesmen apparently didn't get far. In the favor of one so too utterly fine. Nor the plump cigar. Nor the shiny hat could woo the sweet and beautiful you. But hardest of all our hearts you wrung. With assorted pangs and woes. When you said you could speak the English tongue. But not the American nose. And you damned our orators' oaths. For all of this and for all of that. You'd better abate your flame. And remain where pheasants are tame and fat. And the sportsman takes his aim. As a general thing, at the game. Out here when we go to shoot, perhaps. Nor beast nor bird we see. So we just let go at the Britisher chaps. Who have made remarks too free. And the same surcease to be. Apparition. The ghosts are all gone, the bulletin cries. Oh neighbor, good neighbor, where are your eyes? Gruesome and ghastly, beneath your nose. A ghost is stalking that never goes. With a stony eye and a brow of gloom. It enters the editorial room. It haunts the passages, haunts the stairs. Editors, printers alike it scares. But the reader most it appalls, for still. It writes and writes with a real quill. On real paper, in real ink. The phantoms of thoughts that dead men think. Sheeted ideas from wormy brains. Troop o'er the paper, and spooks of strains. Of sepulchral laughter seem to float. In the air as the ghost reads what it wrote. And a faint, white, phosphorescent ray. The visible eloquence of decay. Gleams on its lips as it reads each word. In a tone that no mortal before has heard. Copy to printer and ghost to tomb. Silent the editorial room. Oh, the bulletin ghost is indeed a most remarkable kind of a bulletin ghost. Who sees it cries, as his heart were bled. Oh God! Will Bill Bartlett never stay dead? A creditable collision. There was once a brave collision. In imaginary bay. When a steamer with precision clove its comfortable way through another, which had hospitably stood to receive it, as a civil steamer should. Then the people on the ladder said they didn't understand, but they thought they'd better scatter to the most adjacent land. And the people on the former said, that's so. You will find it 60 fathoms down below. Then the skipper of the vessel, which was sinking in the brine, said to t'other one, I guess I'll trouble you to drop a line. Well, just give me your address, was the reply. I am busy but I'll write you by and by. Then the carpenter whose function was to mend the leaky boat said, so wide is our disjunction that we cannot longer float. See the rats already leave us. And so he up and hove his kit among them in the sea. Though these incidents are cheerful for a landsman to relate, yet the passengers were fearful of a melancholy fate. For their knowledge was imperfect of the way that the fishes have of breathing in the bay. Some of them, who were accounted quite unmannerly and rude, on the floating steamer mounted, saying, hope we don't intrude. But the others, with politeness rare and fine, said their tickets were not good upon that line. But the skipper of the wetter ship, the pilot and the mate, nothing ever yet was better than the way they met their fate. For the perils that beset them in their climb, they encountered with alacrity sublime. When the troubles all were ended, and the living safe in port, invitation was extended for them all to come to court, where the officers, they afterward explained, were with deferential kindness entertained. 20 consuls, 10 inspectors, 30 coroners were there, 87 skilled objectors, and a notary to swear. And before that court the sailor people sighed, and expounded how the passengers had lied. The unanimous decision of that high and mighty court was spontaneous collision. I am quoting the report. And the skippers were commended who had fed to the lobsters each a bellyful of dead. An emigrant. After Tennyson. You ask me why, though ill at ease, within this region I subsist, where all defaulters fill the fist, ere sailing o'er the western seas. It is a land where one may kill, with sober-sided freedom, bruise, and shoot and stab whome'er he choose. And thugs may wreak their own sweet will. A land of such misgovernment, that justice here has not a frown, and greed still broadens slowly down, from scavenger to president, where faction gathers to a head, and in his greasy, foulest thought, sets law and order all at naught, goes in for anarchy instead. If banded unions prosecute our unions like the deuce, and I'm about to be had up for crime, or made to keep my clapper mute, and power should take from purse and till the gains that I appropriate from every coffer of the state, and I to fight have not the will, then waft me from the harbor south, wild winds. I seek a safer sky, where I can plunder still, and I can still shoot off my loaded mouth. Contempt of court. So, Juror Simpson, you got drunk, and was a holy show. Who could have thought that you had sunk so very low, as not to hold it clearly sinful, to get your miserable skin full? Defendant has a right, I think, to trial by her peers. Are you one when you are in drink? Up to your ears? You're not her equal by a pailful, when you've enough to make a whale full. Judge Ross, who never looks on wine when it is red, but sits cold sober cramming books into his head. Poor fellow! Must have felt quite rueful, observing, not himself, but you full. Ah, well, I know you did not mean 'twas all an accident. You drank between drinks, and between them you repent. But just prepare for something awful. In words, that jurist has his jaw full. A partial eclipse. A person of consequence rose from the dead, and to him a curious citizen said, beg pardon, but why is your glorious name not blazoned in gold on the temple of fame? I truly don't know, said the spook in reply, and was just on the point of asking you why. Those other names are. And the risen one made a wink that threw half of the land into shade, sent half of the hens to their perches aloof, and half of the cats to the peak of a roof, half crazed the foreseer of eclipses, and fooled the funny left lobe of the brain of Miss Gould. On stone, some ante-mortem epitaphs. As in a dream, strange epitaphs I see, inscribed on yet unquarried stone, where wither flowers yet unstrown. The Campo Santo of the time to be. Chapter 1. George Francis Train. Inscribed on a pork barrel. Beneath this casket rots unknown, a thing that merits not a stone, save that by passing urchin cast, whose fame and virtues we express by transient urn of emptiness, with apt inscription to its past relating, and to his prime mess. No honor had this infidel, that doth not appertain, as well, to haltered caitiff on the drop. No wit that would not likewise pass for wisdom in the famished ass, who breaks his neck a weed to crop, when tethered in the luscious grass. And now, thank God, his hateful name shall never rescued be from shame. Though seas of venal ink be shed, no sophistry shall reconcile with sympathy for Erin's isle, or sorrow for her patriot dead, the weeping of this crocodile. Life's incongruity is past, and dirt to dirt is seen at last. The worm of worm afoul doth fall, the sexton tolls his solemn bell, for scoundrel dead and gone too, well, it matters not, it can't recall this convict from his final cell. Chapter 2. A King of Craft. Here lies Sam Chamberlain. His fatal smile survives its wielder for a little while. In nightmares of the prudent few who fled, the Judas kisses that it heralded, those all are dreamless who stood still to view the smile that stayed them for the stab that slew. Against his God his warfare now is o'er. His bloodless heart, no colder than before, no longer with a mute ambition swells to run 100 little hells, with ever a polite, perfidious art, a dove in manner and a snake in heart. This titmouse Machiavelli ne'er again will feel the urge, the passion and the strain, to prove it true that one may smile, and be a Chamberlain the blessed while. Sharp at both ends, his secret soul was like a double-headed mole, equipped with equal nose to prod this way or that beneath the sod. Conjecture fitted to confound, if seen a moment out of ground, its former, as its future, root. The matter of a vain dispute, save where a dunghill's lure supplied its aid the riddle to decide. When that occurred, his nearer nose pointing the way with happier throws, he sought it as a bee the rose, and as that robber daubs its thighs with pollen till it cannot rise. So he, with glutted mind, remained inert, and Christ arose and reigned. We raise the stone, we carve the solemn word, the sign of promise and the symbol grim. His voice and vice are in the land unheard, yet all is doubtful that relates to him. No more he twirls his smile to work us woe. We saw him put a fathom under sod, flung down at last, but so was Aaron's rod. We hope he's dead, but only this we know, he does not smile. Oh, glory be to God. Chapter 3. Stephen Dorsey. Flee, heedless stranger, from this spot accursed, where rests in Satan an offender first, in point of greatness, as in point of time, of new school rascals who proclaim their crime, skilled with a frank loquacity to blab the dark arcana of each mighty grab, and famed for lying from his early youth. He sinned secure behind a veil of truth. Some lock their lips upon their deeds, some write a damning record and conceal from sight. Some, with a lust of speaking, die to quell it. His way to keep a secret was to tell it. Chapter 4. Mr. Justice Field. Here sleeps one of the greatest students of jurisprudence. Nature endowed him with the gift of the jurist-thrift. All points of law alike he threw the dice to settle. Those honest cubes were loaded true with railway metal. Chapter 5. General B. F. Butler. Thy flesh to earth, thy soul to God, we gave, O gallant brother, and o'er thy grave the awkward squad fired into one another. Chapter 6. Reparation. Beneath this monument which rears its head, a giant note of admiration, dead, his life extinguished like a taper's flame, John Ericsson is lying in his fame. Behold how massive is the lofty shaft, how fine the product of the sculptor's craft, the gold how lavishly applied, the great man's statue how impressive and sedate. Think what the cost was. It would ill become Our modesty to specify the sum. Suffice it that a fair percent we're giving of what we robbed him of when he was living. Chapter 7. Disincorporated. Of Corporal Tanner the head and the trunk are here in unconsecrate ground duly sunk. His legs in the south claim the patriot's tear. But, stranger, you needn't be blubbering here. Chapter 8. A kit. Here Ingalls, sorrowing, has laid the tools of his infernal trade. His pen and tongue, so sharp they grew, and such destruction from them flew. His hand was wounded when he wrote, and when he spoke he cut his throat. Chapter 9. Disjunctus. Within this humble mausoleum, poor Guteau's flesh you'll find. His bones are kept in a museum, and Tillman has his mind. Chapter 10. A Trencher Night. Stranger, uncover, here you have in view the monument of Chauncey M. Depew. Eater and orator, the whole world round, for feats of tongue and tooth alike renowned. Dining his way to eminence, he rode with knife and fork up waterways that flowed from lakes of favor, pulled with all his force, and found each river sweeter than the source. Like rats, obscure beneath a kitchen floor, gnawing and rising till obscure no more. He ate his way to eminence, and fame inscribes in gravy his immortal name. A trencher knight, he, mounted on his belly, so spurred his charger that its sides were jelly. Grown desperate at last, it reared and threw him, and indigestion, overtaking, slew him. Chapter 11. A Vice President. Here the remains of Schuyler Colfax lie. Born, all the world knows when, and God knows why. In 71 he filled the public eye. In 72 he bade the world goodbye. In God's good time, with a protesting sigh, he came to life just long enough to die. Chapter 12. A Wasted Life. Of Morgan here lies the unspirited clay, whose secrets of masonry swore to betray. He joined the great order and studied with zeal the awful arcana he meant to reveal. At last in chagrin by his own hand he fell. There was nothing to learn, there was nothing to tell. The Masons are said to have killed him. Not so. Even a secret so foul, they're compelled to forego. Chapter 13. Loring Pickering. After Pope. Here rests a writer, great but not immense, born destitute of feeling and of sense. No power he but o'er his brain desired, how not to suffer it to be inspired. Ideas unto him were all unknown, proud of the words which, only, were his own. So unreflecting, so confused his mind, torpid in error, indolently blind. A fever heaven to quicken him applied, but rather than revive, the sluggard died. Chapter 14. A Water Pirate. Pause, stranger, whence you lightly tread. Bill Carr's immoral part has fled. For him no heart of woman burned, but all the river's heads he turned. Alas! He now lifts up his eyes in torment and for water cries, entreating that he may procure one drop to cool his parched McClure. Chapter 15. C. P. Barry. Here's crowbait. Ravens, too, and daws flock hither to advance their cause, and, with a sudden courage armed, devour the foe who once alarmed. In life and death a fair deceit, nor strong to harm nor good to eat. King Bogey of the scarecrow host, when known the least affrighting most. Though light his hand, his mind was dark. He left on earth a strawberry mark. Chapter 16. The Rev. Joseph Hemphill. He preached that sickness he could floor by prayer and by commanding. When sick himself he sent for 4 physicians in good standing. He was struck dead despite their care. For, fearing their dissension, he secretly put up a prayer, thus drawing God's attention. Chapter 17. Jay Gould lies here. When he was newly dead, he looked so natural that round his bed the people stood, in silence all, to weep. They thought, poor souls, that he did only sleep. Chapter 18. Cynic perforce from studying mankind. In the false volume of his single mind, he damned his fellows for his own unworth, and, bad himself, thought nothing good on earth. Yet, still so judging and so erring still, observing well, but understanding ill. His learning all was got by dint of sight, and what he learned by day he lost by night. When hired to flatter he would never cease, till those who'd paid for praises paid for peace. Not wholly miser and but half a knave, he yearned to squander but he lived to save, and did not, for he could not, cheat the grave. Hic jacet Pixley, scribe and muleteer. Step lightly, stranger, anywhere but here. Chapter 19. McAllister, of talents rich and rare, lies at this spot at finish of his race. Alike to him if it is here or there. The one spot that he cared for was the ace. Chapter 20. Here lies Joseph Redding, who gave us the catfish. He dined upon every fish except that fish. 'Twas touching to hear him expounding his fad, with a heart full of zeal and a mouth full of shad. The catfish meowed with unspeakable woe, when death, the lone fisherman, landed their Joe. Chapter 21. Judge Sawyer, whom in vain the people tried to push from power, here is laid aside. Death only from the bench could ever start that clinging surface, his immortal part. Chapter 22. John Irish went, one luckless day, to loaf and fish at San Jose. He got no loaf, he got no fish. They brained him with an empty dish. They laid him in this place asleep. Oh come, ye crocodiles, and weep. Chapter 23. In Sacramento City here, this wooden monument we rear, in memory of Dr. May, whose smile even death could not allay. He's buried, heaven alone knows where, and only the hyenas care. This maypole merely marks the spot where, ere the wretch began to rot, Fame's trumpet, with its brazen bray, bawled, who, and why, was Dr. May. Chapter 24. Dennis Spencer's mortal coil here is laid away to spoil. Great riparian, who said, not a stream should leave its bed. Now his soul would like a river, turned upon its parching liver. Chapter 25. For those this mausoleum is erected, who Stanford to the upper house elected, their luck is less or their promotion slower. For, dead, they were elected to the lower. Chapter 26. Beneath this stone sleeps Reuben Lloyd, of breath deprived, of sense devoid. The Templars' Captain General, he so formidable seemed to be, that had he not been on his back, death ne'er had ventured to attack. Chapter 27. Here lies Greer Harrison, a well-cracked louse, so small a tenant of so big a house, who loved to loll on the Parnassian mount, his pen to suck and all his thumbs to count. What poetry he'd written but for lack of skill, when he had counted, to count back. Alas, no more he'll climb the sacred steep, to wake the lyre and put the world to sleep. To his rapt lip his soul no longer springs, and like a jaybird from a knothole sings. No more the clubmen, pickled with his wine, spread wide their ears and hiccup, that's divine. The genius of his purse no longer draws the pleasing thunders of a paid applause. All silent now, nor sound nor sense remains, though riddances of worms improve his brains. All his no talents to the earth revert, And fame concludes the record, dirt to dirt. Chapter 28. This grave holds Barnes in all his glory. Master he of oratory. When he died the people, weeping, for they thought him only sleeping, cried, although he now is quiet, and his tongue is not a riot. Soon, the spell that binds him breaking, he a motion will be making. Then, alas, he'll rise and speak in support of it a week. Chapter 29. Rash mortal, stay thy feet and look around. This vacant tomb as yet is holy ground. But soon, alas, Jim Fair will occupy these premises, then, holiness, goodbye. Chapter 30. Here Salomon's body reposes. Bring roses, ye rebels, bring roses. Set all of your drumsticks a-moving. Discretion and valor approving. Discretion, he always retreated. And valor, the dead he defeated. Brings roses, ye loyal, bring roses. As patriot here he reposes. Chapter 31. When Waterman ended his bright career, he left his wet name to history here. To carry it with him he thought unfair. 'Twould tantalize spirits of statesmen there. Chapter 32. Here lie the remains of Fred Emerson Brooks. A poet, as everyone knew by his looks, who hadn't, unluckily, met with his books. On civic occasions he sprang to the fore, with poems consisting of stanzas 80. The men whom they deafened enjoyed them the more. In this peaceful spot, so the grave diggers say, with pen, ink and paper they laid him away. The poet-elect of the Judgment Day. Chapter 33. George Perry here is stiff and stark, with stone at foot and stone at head. His heart was dark, his mind was dark. Ignorant ass, the people said. Not ignorant but skilled, alas, in all the secrets of his trade. He knew more ways to be an ass than any ass that ever brayed. Chapter 34. Here lies the last of Deacon Fitch, whose business was to melt the pitch. Convenient to this sacred spot lies Sammy, who applied it, hot. 'Tis hard, so much alike they smell, one's grave from t'other's grave to tell. But when his tomb the deacons burst, of two he'll always be the first. He'll see by studying the stones that he's obtained his proper bones. Then, seeking Sammy's vault, unlock it, and put that person in his pocket. Chapter 35. Beneath this stone O'Donnell's tongue's at rest, our noses by his spirit still addressed. Living or dead, he's equally satanic. His noise a terror and his smell a panic. Chapter 36. Hangman's hands laid in this tomb. Imp of Satan's getting, human. Ancient legend says that woman never bore, he owed his birth to sin herself. From hell to earth, she brought the brat in secret state, and laid him at the golden gate. And they named him Henry Vrooman. While with mortals here he stayed, his father frequently he played, raised his birthplace and in other playful ways begot his mother. Chapter 37. When Gabriel blows a dreadful blast, and swears that time's forever past, days, weeks, months, years all one at last, then Asa Fisk, lying here unblessed, will beat and skin his hand, his breast. There'll be no rate of interest. Chapter 38. Step lightly, stranger, here Jerome B. Cox is for the second time in a bad box. He killed a man, the Labour Party rose, and showed him by its love how killing goes. Chapter 39. When Vrooman here lay down to sleep, the other dead awoke to weep. Since he no longer lives, they said, small honor comes of being dead. Chapter 40. Here Porter Ash is in the ground, Green grows the grass upon his mound. This patron of the turf, I vow, ne'er served it half so well as now. Chapter 41. Like a cold fish escaping from its tank. Hence fled the soul of Joe Russell, crank. He cried, cold water, roaring like a beast. 'Twas thrown upon him and the music ceased. Chapter 42. Here Este rests. He shook a basket. When, like a jewel from its casket, fell Felton out. Said Este, shouting with mirth, I've given you an outing. Then told him to go back. He wouldn't. Then tried to put him back. He couldn't. So Este died, his blood congealing in Felton's growing shadow, squealing. Chapter 43. Mourn here for one Brunner, called Elwood. He doesn't, he never did, smell good to noses of critics and scholars. If now he'd an office to sell, could he sell it? Oh, no, where, in hell, could he find a cool $400? Chapter 44. Here Stanford lies, who thought it odd that he should go to meet his God. He looked, until his eyes grew dim, for God to hasten to meet him. Uncollected verse. Basilica. With aimless feet, along the verge of ocean, where the rocks emerge, I strolled, and watched the baffled surge. In sheltered channels at my feet, the sleepy ripples crisping neat, slid in and out with sluicy beat. The groaning sea, wind-smitten white. The day, shot through with throbbing light, lay palpitating on my sight. From bloody death of stricken day, and ocean's leprous agony, my weary eyes I drew away, to where the rocks the margin mar, of waters where the shadows are, and saw the smiling of a star, embedded deep in mossy green, a glinting gem with lustrous sheen, burnt wondrous with a flame serene. My soul grew drunken with its ray, like liquid April filing May. Its wing light suffused the day, and day became, with colors cold, new drowned in beauties manifold. An opal chalice brimming gold. A silent music clove the air. A spirit bent in worship there. My wish had wrought itself a prayer. Oh, if thy beauty, radiant stone, be not rejected love alone, by wooing skies upon thee thrown, but rather a desire intense, appealing thus to human sense, with more than human eloquence. If so thou strivest to impart the aspirations at thy heart, pulsing a wish with every spark, give me to claim thy sacred ray. I'll bear thee from thy shades away, and set thee in the perfect day. I'll niche thee in a shrine made fair, with wondrous woods and metals rare, and dim with amber-tinted air, and sculpted work of quaint device, gem-tinct with gleams of prismic ice, and lamps antique of fabled price, and droning troops of monkish bees, with censers filled at spicy trees, shall minister on bended knees. Grey darkness fell upon the land, with hasty clutch my eager hand, to snatch the gem from barren strand. Essayed. When, lo! With stiffened hair, and vision smit with baleful glare, and hope sharp freezing to despair, with heart compressed as in a vice, and forehead bound with sudden ice, I grasped a hidden cockatrice. Oh, with heart of stone with eyes of light, and ivory throat of pallid white, and snaky folds concealed from sight, with jeweled teeth, alas, and breath, whose touch to passion ministreth, sweet spiced with aromatic death. No pen of poison, gall immersed, of deadly sins can name thy worst, or fitly curse thy race accursed. San Francisco, September 16, 1867. A mystery. A thing to be thought with a bated breath. and named with tears. There ever shall be as there ever have been. Beyond our ken. The weight of the past with its burden of sin. A shadow thrown from the future within. On the souls of men. And the weight unfelt and the shadow unseen. With the cry of the present unheard between. Is all of life. And 'tis only through toil and the nameless pain. Of wishes forever unwished again. By an aimless strife. As who should do battle with weapon of steel. To the fleshless dark which he cannot feel. As it hedges him round. That peace is found. Think'st thou that, to smile, is the same as, to live? That a life shall receive what it need not give? That toil is toil. That a fruitful future unmoistened by tears. Brings harvest of ears. And wine and oil. Oh, dreamer of dreams, there forever shall be. A blossomless growth in the spirit of thee. Still draping in gloom. Each fairy facade of each castle so fair. By thy fancy upreared in the roseate air. As ivy a tomb. 'Tis rooted in life and its fruit is of death. And the prisoned breath. In its baleful shadow, still shudders and moans. In voiceless tones. Wouldst thou know, O mortal, the secret of pain? 'Tis the payment in blood for each wish we obtain. San Francisco, November 18, 1867. Rosalie. Lithesome, blithesome daughter mine. Lift to me those lips of thine. Greet me with those eyes of blue. Eyes which seem to look me through. Flashing now with life and light. Now in hush of sleep reposing. Veiled by lashes dark as night. Shadows over violets closing. Come thou, o'er me softly bow. Shower on me fond caresses. O'er my cheek, and on my brow. Fling thy wealth of sunbright tresses. Every throbbing pulse of mine. Beats in time and tune to thine. All my heart's tide sets to thee. Loving little Rosalie. As the dewdrop doth the flower. As the sunshine doth the hour. So the music of thy voice. Makes my soul rejoice. All the livelong day around. Babbles on thy childlike chatter. Mingled with the pleasant sound. Comes thy little foot's light patter. Like the linnets on the thorn. Joyously thy carol floweth. Sing, my bird, for thy young morn. No dark night of winter knoweth. Blue-eyed romp, in ceaseless whirl. Half the angel, half the girl. All the child art thou to me. Laughing little Rosalie. Loved one mine, the sunny day. Passeth rapidly away. All too soon the bright time goes. All too fast life's current flows. Now its fairy waters glide. Where the sunbeams o'er it quiver. Soon the salt waves meet its tide. Soon the beck will be the river. Thine is now the primrose spring. Thine the bluebell in the meadows. Mine the fading hours that fling. Autumn leaves and lengthening shadows. Yet my day lights up awhile. 'Neath the sunshine of thy smile. Thou dost bring new life to me. Lithesome, blithesome Rosalie. To thee, my darling. The heliotrope's fragrant breath. The subtle sweet of jasmine on the evening air. The flowery mead. All radiant. With sympathetic pleasure. From the glowing kiss with which the god of day salutes its lovely face. The whispering, snowy surf. Wherewith old ocean in his kindliest mood murmurs soft secrets to the willing sands. The mingled joy and anguish thrilling us. In the weird plaints of Schubert. Great Rossini's heaven-born strains. All graceful. Lovely things. Lifting my soul to beatific state. Mnemosyne with flowery fetters. Binds to thee, my darling. Serenade. Listen, maiden, to my strain. Listen, pray thee, do. Darkness shrouds the gloomy plain. And our moon is on the wane. Yet this fog cools not my brain. 'Tis on fire anew. List. And from thy couch arise. Rise, dear, pray thee do. Not to gaze on murky skies. That were now nor well nor wise. But because your lover tries to catch sight of you. Draw that dismal curtain back. Draw it back, duck, do. 'Tis like these clouds, whose flimsy rack hides yon bright moon's silvery track. I'd rather see the window black and know it bright to you. Let me see those love-lit eyes. Let me, sweet, now, do lit by them these misty skies. Ne'er would wish the moon to rise. And the stars, like scared fireflies, would hide deep in the blue. Come, dear, dup that tiresome door. Dup the door, duck, do. Let me love afar no more. Singing in the fogs a bore. Sooth to say my throat is sore. Hoarse I'm getting too. Let me to thy chamber creep. Let me creep up, do. I'll not again disturb thy sleep. Nor more before thy window weep. Listen, love, and do not keep me longer in the dew. Listen, maiden, to my song. Listen, now come, do. Do not deem my rhyming wrong. I'm not of the ribald throng. Let me in, I merely long to read my rhymes to you. San Francisco, March 16, 1870. Science. The winds of heaven trample down the pines. Or creep in lazy tides along the Lea. Lead the wild waters from the smitten rock. Or crawl with childish babble to the sea. But why the tempests out of heaven blow? Or what the purpose of the seaward flow? No man hath known, and none shall ever know. Why seek to know? To follow nature up against the current of her course, why care? Vain is the toil. He's wisest still who knows. All science is but formulated prayer. Prayer for the warm winds and the quickening rain. Prayer for sharp sickle and for laboring swain. To gather from the planted past the grain. The Mummery. The two caves. Dramatis Personae. Fitch, a pelter of railrogues. Pickering, his partner, an enemy to sin. Old Nick, a general blackwasher. Dead cat. A missile. Antique egg, another. Railroads, dump carters, navvies and unassorted chivalry in the lower distance. Scene, the brink of a railway cut, a mile deep. Time, 1875. Fitch. Gods. What a steep declivity. Below. I see the lazy dump carts come and go. Creeping like beetles and about as big. The delving paddies. Pickering. Case of infra-dig. Fitch. Loring, light-minded and unmeaning quips. Come with but scant propriety from lips. Fringed with the blue-black evidence of age. 'Twere well to cultivate a style more sage. For men will fancy, hearing how you pun. Our foulest missiles are but thrown in fun. Enter dead cat. Here's one that thoughtfully has come to hand. Slant your fine eye below and see it land. Seizes dead cat by the tail and swings it in act to throw. Dead cat. Singing. Merrily, merrily, round I go. Over and under and at. Swing wide and free, swing high and low. The anti-monopoly cat. Oh, who wouldn't be in the place of me? The anti-monopoly cat. Designed to admonish. Persuade and astonish. The capitalist N. Fitch. Letting go. Scat. Exit dead cat. Pickering. Huzzah. Good deacon, well and truly flung. Pat Stanford it has grasped, and Mike DeYoung. Mike drives a dump cart for the villains, though 'twere fitter that he pull it. Well, we owe The traitor one for leaving us, some day. We'll get, if not his place, his cart away. Meantime fling missiles, any kind will do. Enter antique egg. Ha! We can give them an ovation, too. Antique egg. In the valley of the Nile, where the holy crocodile, of immeasurable smile, blossoms like the early rose, and the sacred onion grows. When the pyramids were new, and the Sphinx possessed a nose, by a storkus I was laid, in the cool papyrus shade, where the rushes later grew, that concealed the little Jew. Baby mows, straining very hard to hatch. I disrupted there my yoke, and I felt my yellow streaming through my white, and the dream that I was dreaming of posterity was broke in a night. Then from the papyrus patch, by the rising waters rolled, passing many a temple old, I proceeded to the sea. Memnon sang, one morn, to me, and I heard Cambyses' sass, the tomb of Ozymandias. Fitch. O, venerablest orb of all the earth, God rest the lady fowl that gave thee birth. Fit missile for the vilest hand to throw, I freely tender thee mine own. Although, as a bad egg I am myself no slouch, thy riper years thy rancor worth avouch. Now, Pickering, please expose your eye and say, if, whoop, exit egg, I've got the range. Pickering. Hooray! Hooray! A grand good shot, and Teddy Colton's down. It burst in thunderbolts upon his crown. Larry a Crocker drops his pick and flies, and deafening odors scream along the skies. Pelt some more. Fitch. There's nothing left but tar. I wish I were a Yahoo. Pickering. Well, you are. But keep the tar. How well I recollect, when Mike was in with us, proud, strong, erect. Mens conchia recti, flinging mud, he stood. Austerely brave, incomparably good. Ere yet for filthy lucre he began to drive a cart as Stanford's hired man. That pitchpot bearing in his hand, old Nick appeared and tarred us all with the same stick. Enter old Nick. I hope he won't return and use his arts to make us part with our immortal parts. Old Nick. Make yourself easy on that score, my lamb. For both your souls I wouldn't give a damn. I want my tar pot, hello. Where's the stick? Fitch. Don't look at me that fashion, look at Pick. Pickering. Forgive me, father, pity my remorse. Truth is, Mike took that stick to spank his horse. It fills my pericardium with grief, that I kept company with such a thief. Endeavoring to get his handkerchief, he opens his coat and the tar stick falls out. Nick picks it up, looks at the culprit reproachfully and withdraws in tears. Fitch. Excitedly. Oh Pickering, come hither to the brink. There's something going on down there, I think. With many an upward smile and meaning wink. The navvies all are running from the cut, like lunatics, to right and left. Pickering. Tut. Tut. 'Tis only some poor sport or boisterous joke. Let us sit down and have a quiet smoke. They sit and light cigars. Fitch. Singing. When first I met Miss Tuffy, I smoked a fine cigar, and I was on de dummy, and she was in desire. Both. Singing. And I was on de dummy, and she was in desire. Fitch. Singing. I couldn't go to her, and she wouldn't come to me, and I was as uneasy as a gander on a tree. Both. Singing. And I was as uneasy as a gander on a tree. Fitch. Singing. But pretty soon I weakened, and left the dummy's bench, and threw away a 10-cent weed, to win a 5-cent wench. Both. Singing. And threw away a 10-cent weed, to win a 5-cent wench. Fitch. Is there not now a certain substance sold, under the name of fulminate of gold? A high explosive, popular for blasting, producing an effect immense and lasting? Pickering. Nay, that's mere superstition. Rocks are rent, and excavations made by argument. Explosives all have had their day and season. The modern engineer relies on reason. He'll talk a tunnel through a mountain's flank, and by fair speech cave down the tallest bank. The earth trembles, a deep subterranean explosion is heard, and a section of the bank as big as El Capitan starts away and plunges thunderously into the cut. A part of it strikes de Young's dump cart abaft the axle-tree and flings him, hurtling, skyward, a thing of legs and arms, to descend on the distant mountains, where it is cold. Fitch and Pickering pull themselves out of the debris and stand unraveling their eyes and noses. Fitch. Well, since I'm down here I will help to grade, and do dirt throwing henceforth with a spade. Pickering. God bless my soul. It gave me quite a start. Well, fate is fate, I guess I'll drive this cart. Curtain. Metempsychosis. Dramatis personae. St. John, a presidential candidate. MacDonald, a defeated aspirant. Mrs. Hayes, a former president. Fitzevans, a water nymph. Scene, a small lake in the Allegheny Mountains. St. John. Solace. Hours I've immersed my muzzle in this tarn, and, quaffing copious potations, tried to suck it dry. But ever as I pumped its waters into my distended skin, the labor of my zeal extruded them in perspiration from my pores. And so, rilling the marginal declivity, they fell again into their source. Ah, me! Could I but find within these ancient hills some long extinct volcano, by the rains of countless ages in its crater brimmed, like a full goblet, I would lay me down, prone on the outer slope, and o'er its edge, arching my neck, I'd siphon out its store, and flood the valleys with my sweat, for I, so should I be accounted as a god, even as Father Nilus is. What's that? Methought I heard some sawyer draw his file, with jarring, stridulous cacophony, across his notchy blade, to set its teeth, and mine on edge. Ha! There it goes again. Song, within. Cold water's the milk of the mountains, and nature's our wet nurse. Oh then, glue thou thy blue lips to her fountains, forever and ever, amen. St. John. Why surely there's congenial company. Aloof, the spirit, I suppose, that guards this sacred spot. Perchance some water nymph, who laving in the crystal flood her limbs, has taken cold, and so, with raucous voice, afflicts the sensitive membrane of mine ear, the while she sings my sentiments. Enter Fitzstevens. Hello. What fiend is this? Fitzstevens. 'Tis I, be not afraid. St. John. And who, thou antiquated crone, art thou? I ne'er forget a face, but names I can't so well remember. I have seen thee oft, when in the middle season of the night, curved with a cucumber, or knotted hard, with an eclectic pie, I've striven to keep my head and heels asunder. Thou hast come, with sociable familiarity, into my dream, but not, alas, to bless. Fitzstevens. My name's Fitzstevens, aged just 17 years. Talking teetotaler, professional. Beauty. St. John. What dost thou here? Fitzstevens. I'm come, fair sir, with paint and brush to blazon on these rocks the merits of my master's nostrum, so, paints rapidly, MacDonald's vinegar bitters. St. John. What are they? Pitt Stevens. A woman suffering from widowhood. Took a full bottle and was cured. A man. There was, a murderer. The doctors all had given him up, he'd but an hour to live. He swallowed half a glassful. He is dead. But not of vinegar bitters. A wee babe lay sick and cried for it. The mother gave that innocent a spoonful and it smoothed its pathway to the tomb. 'Tis warranted to cause a boy to strike his father, make a pig squeal, start the hare upon a stone, or play the fiddle for a country dance. Enter MacDonald, reading a Sunday school book. Good morrow, sir, I trust you're well. MacDonald. Hullo, Pitts. Observe, good friends, I have a volume here. Myself am author of, a noble book. To train the infant mind, delightful task. It tells how one Samantha Brown, age 6, a gutter-bunking slave to rum, was saved by vinegar bitters, went to church and now has an account at my Pacific Bank. I'll read the whole work to you. St. John. Heaven forbid. I've elsewhere an engagement. Pitt Stevens. I am deaf. MacDonald. Reading regardless. Once on a time there lived, enter Mrs. Hayes, as a tree walking. Behold our queen. All her eyes upon the ground. Before her feet she Laughorisms. Walking, in thought profound. As 'twere, upon all fours. Her visage is austere. Her gait a high parade. At every step you hear the plashing lemonade. Mrs. Hayes. To herself. Once, sitting in the White House, hard at work, signing state papers, Rutherford was there. Knitting some hose, a sudden glory fell upon my paper. I looked up and saw an angel, holding in his hand a rod, wherewith he struck me, smarting with the blow. I rose and, cuffing Rutherford, inquired, wherefore this chastisement? The angel said, for years you have been president, and still there's rum. Then flew to heaven. Contrite, I swore such oath as Lady Methodist might take. My second term should medicine my first. The people would not have it that way. So I seek some candidate who'll take my soul, my spirit of reform, fresh from my breast, giving me his instead. And thus equipped with my imperious and fiery essence, drive the drink demon from the land and fill the people up with water till their teeth are all afloat. St. John discovers himself. What, you? St. John. I, madam, I'll swap souls with you and lead the cold sea green amphibians of prohibition on. Pallid of nose and webbed of foot, swim-bladdered, gifted with gills, invincible. Mrs. Hayes. Enough. Stand forth and consummate the interchange. While MacDonald and Pitt Stevens modestly turn their backs, the latter blushing a delicate shrimp pink, St. John and Mrs. Hayes effect an exchange of immortal parts. When the transfer is complete, MacDonald turns and advances, uncorking a bottle of vinegar bitters. MacDonald. Chanting. Nectar compounded of simples, concocted in Stygian shades, acids of wrinkles and pimples, from faces of ancient maids, acrid precipitates sunken, from tempers of scolding wives, whose husbands, sagaciously drunken, rejoice in oblivious lives. With this I baptize and appoint thee to St. John, to marshal the vinophobe ranks. In Neptune's name I anoint thee pours the liquid down St. John's back. As king of aquatical cranks. The liquid blisters the royal back, and his majesty starts on a dead run, energetically exclamatory. Exit St. John. Mrs. Hayes. My soul. My soul. I'll never get it back. Unless I follow nimbly on his track. Exit Mrs. Hayes. Pitt Stevens. Oh my. He's such a beautiful young man. I'll follow, too, and wed him if I can. Exit Pitt Stevens. MacDonald. Soulless. He scarce is visible, his dust so great. Methinks for so obscure a candidate. He runs quite well. But as for prohibition, I mean myself to hold the first position. Produces a pocket flask, topes a cruel quantity of double-distilled thunder and lightning out of it, smiles so grimly as to darken all the stage and sings. Though fortunes vary, let all be merry. And then if e'er a disaster befall, at Styx's ferry is Charon's wherry. In easy call. Upon a ripple of golden tipple. That tipsy ship will convey you best. To king and cripple, the bottle's the nipple. Of nature's breast. Curtain. Slickens. Dramatis personae. Hayseed, a granger. Nozzle, a miner. Ringdivvy, a statesman. Fee-gobble, a lawyer. Junket, a committee. Scene, Yuba Dam. Fee-gobble, ringdivvy, nozzle. Nozzle. My friends, since 51 I have pursued the evil tenor of my watery way, removing hills as by an act of faith. Ringdivvy. Just so. The steadfast faith of those who hold in foreign lands beyond the eastern sea. The shares in your concern, a simple, blind, unreasoning belief in dividends. Still stimulated by assessments which, when the stars fall upon the backs of toads, will bring, no doubt, a very great return. All. Singing. Oh, the adequate assessment. The annual assessment. The regular assessment. That makes the water flow. Ringdivvy. The rascally assessment. Fee-gobble. The murderous assessment. Nozzle. The glorious assessment. That makes my mare to go. Fee-gobble. But, Nozzle, you, I think, were on the point of making a remark about some rights. Some certain vested rights you have acquired by long immunity. For still the law holds that if one do evil undisturbed, his right to do so ripens with the years. And one may be a villain long enough to make himself an honest gentleman. All. Singing. Hail, holy law. The soul with awe bows to thy dispensation. Nozzle. It breaks my jaw. Ringdivvy. It qualms my maw. Fee-gobble. It feeds my jaw. It crams my maw. It is my soul's salvation. Nozzle. Why, yes, I've floated mountains to the sea. For lo, these many years, though some, they say, do strand themselves along the bottom lands, and cover up a village here and there a ranch. 'Tis said, indeed, the granger with his female and his young does not infrequently go to the dickens by premature burial in slickens. All. Singing. Could slickens forever choke up the river, and slimes endeavor be tried on grain, how small the measure of Granger's treasure, how keen his pain. Ringdivvy. These rascal Grangers would long since have been submerged in slimes, to the last man of them, but for the fact that all their wicked tribes affect our legislation with their bribes. All. Singing. Oh, bribery's great 'Tis a pillar of state. And the people they are free. Fee gobble. It smashes my slate. Nozzle. It is thievery straight. Ring divvy. But it's been the making of me. Nozzle. I judge by certain shrewd sensations here. In these callosities I call my thumbs. A thrilling sense as of 10,000 pins. Red hot and penetrant. Transpiercing all. The cuticle and tickling through the nerves. That some malign and awful thing draws near. Enter hayseed. Good Lord! Here are the ghosts and spooks of all. The Grangers I have decently interred. Rolled into one. Fee gobble. Plead, phantom. Ring divvy. You've the floor. Hayseed. From the margin of the river. Bitter Creek, they sometimes call it. Where I cherished once the pumpkin. And the summer squash promoted. Harvested the sweet potato. Dallied with the fatal melon. And subdued the fierce cucumber. I've been driven by the slickens. Driven by the slimes and tailings. All my family, my Polly. And all my sons and daughters. Dog and baby both included. All were swamped in seas of slickens. Buried 50 fathoms under. Where they lie. Prepared to play their gentle prank on geologic gents that shall exhume them later. In the dim and distant future. Taking them for melancholy relics antedating Adam. I alone got up and dusted. Nozzle. Avaunt. You horrid and infernal shape. What dire distress have you prepared for us? Ring divvy. Were I a buzzard stooping from the sky, my craw with filth to fill, into your honorable body I would introduce a bill. Fee gobble. Defendant, hence, or, by the gods, I'll brain thee. Unless you saved some turnips to retain me. Hayseed. As I was saying, I got up and dusted. My ranch a graveyard and my business busted. But hearing that a fellow from the city, who calls himself a citizens' committee, was coming up to play the very dickens with those who cover up our farms with slickens, and make himself, unless I am in error, to all such miscreants a holy terror. I thought if I would join the dialogue, I maybe might get payment for my dog. All singing. Oh, the dog is the head of creation. Prime work of the master's hand. He has an unknown occupation. Yet lives on the fat of the land. Adipose, indolent, sleek and orbicular. Sun-soaken, door-matted, cross and particular. Men, women, children, all coddle and wait on him. Then, accidentally shutting the gate on him, miss from their calves, ever after. The rift out. Mouthful of tendons that doggy has lifted out. Enter junket. Junket. Well met, my hearties. I must trouble you, jointly and severally to provide a comfortable carriage, with relays of hardy horses. This committee means to move in state about the country here. I shall expect at every place I stop. Good beds, of course, and everything that's nice. With bountiful repast of meat and wine. For this committee comes to see and mark. And inwardly digest. Hayseed. Digest my dog. Nozzle. First square my claim for damages, the gold. Escaping with the slickens keeps me poor. Ring divvy. I merely would remark that if you'd grease my itching palm it would more glibly glide into the public pocket. Fee gobble. Sir, the wheels of justice move but slowly till they're oiled. I have some certain writs and warrants here, prepared against your advent. You recall the tale of Zacchaeus who did climb a tree, and Jesus said, "Come down." Junket. Why, bless your souls, I've got no money. I but came to see what all this noisy babble is about. Make a report and file the same away. Nozzle. Ring divvy. Fee gobble. Hayseed. How that help us? Reports are not our style. Of provender. Junket. Well, you can gnaw the file. Curtain. Peaceful expulsion. Dramatis personae. Mount Wave, a politician. Hard Hand, a workingman. Talk Bach, a Chinaman. Satan. A friend to Mount Wave. Chorus of foreign voters. Mount Wave. My friend. I beg that you will lend your ears. I know 'tis asking a good deal of you. While I for your instruction nominate some certain wrongs you suffer. Men like you imperfectly are sensible of all the miseries they actually feel. Hence, Providence has prudently raised up clear-sighted men like me to diagnose their cases and inform them where it hurts. The wounds of honest workingmen I've made a specialty, and probing them's my trade. Hard Hand. Well, mister, suppose you let your bosses die. Camp on my mortal part a while. Then you just toot my sufferins and tell me what's the fashionable caper now in writhes. The very swellest wiggle. Mount Wave. Well, my lad. 'Tis plain as is the long, conspicuous nose. Born, ponderous and pendulous, between the elephant's remarkable eye-teeth enter talk Bach. That Chinese competition's what ails you. Both. Singing. O pigtail celestial. O barbarous, bestial. Abominable chinny. Simian fellow man. Primitive yellow man. Joshian devotee. Shuan cigar machine. Oleomargarine. You are, and butter are we. Fat of the land are we. Salt of the earth. In God's image planned to be noble in birth. You, on the contrary, modeled upon very different lines indeed. Show inconspicuous, base and ridiculous ways your inferior breed. Freak of biology. Shame of ethnology. Monster unspeakably low. Fit to be buckshot. Brickbat, boycotted. Vanish, vamoose, mosey, go. Talk Bach. You listen me. You bt the big glum. And tell me go to flowly kingdom come. You all too muchy fool. You chin nay heap. Such talkee like my washi, belly cheap. Enter Satan. You'd live me oody clunty towns all way. Why you no tackle me Saflisco, hey? Satan. Methought I heard a murmuring of tongues sound through the ceiling of the hollow earth. As if the anti-coolie K's, ha. Friends. Well met. You see I keep my ancient word. Where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there am I in their midst. Mount Wave. O monstrous thief. To quote the words of Shakespeare as your own. I know his work. Hard Hand. Who's Shakespeare, what's his trade? I've heard about the work that galoot. Till I'm just sick. Talk Bach. Go sunny school, you'll know. M.O. Bible. Bime by Pleach, hell talkie. Tell. 'Bout Abel, mebbe so he live too cheap. He mebbe all time dig on lanch, no dlink. No splee, no go procession fo, make vote. No send money out of clunty fo. To hell p Ilishman. Cain kill lum. Josh. He cat chi at it, and he belly mad. Say, all ye Melicans boycottee Cain. Not muchi, you know pleachy that. You all same lie. Mount Wave. This cuss must be expelled. Draws pistol. Mount Wave. Hard Hand. Satan. Singing. For Chinese expulsion, hurrah. To mobbing and murder, all hail. Away with your justice and law. We'll make every pagan turn tail. Chorus of foreign voters. Bedad. Oof. Tief oz vorld. Zat Ivan Chanane vas got hurled. In Hella, the debil he say. War be your return permit, hey. UNDGRY as Shaka de boot. Zis hey then half never been OOT. Hard hand. Too many cooks are working at this broth. I think, by thunder, 'twill be mostly froth. I'm cussed ef I can survey, up to date. What good this dern fandango does the state? Mount Wave. The state's advantage, sir, you may not see. But think how good it is for me. Satan. And me. Curtain. Aspirants 3. Dramatis Personae. Quick. De young, a brother to mushrooms. Dead. Swift, an heirloom. Este. A relic. Immortals. The spirit of broken hopes. The author. Miscellaneous. A troop of coffins. The moon. Various colored fires. Scene, the political graveyard at Bone Mountain. De young. Solace. This is the spot agreed upon. Here rest. The sainted statesmen who upon the field of honor have at divers times laid down their own, and ended, ignominious, their lives political. About me, lo! Their silent headstones, gilded by the moon. Half full and near her setting, midnight. Hark! Through the white mists of this portentous night, which throng in moving shapes about my way, as they were ghosts of candidates I've slain, to fray their murderer, my open ear engulfs a footstep. Enter Este from his tomb. Ah, 'tis he, my foe. True to appointment, and so here we fight. Though truly 'twas my firm belief that he would send regrets, or I had not been here. Este. O moon that hast so oft surprised the deeds whereby I rose to greatness. Tricksy orb. The type and symbol of my politics. Now draw my ebbing fortunes to their flood. As, by the magic of a poultice, boils that burn ambitions with defeated fires are lifted into eminence. Seized a young. What? You. Faith, if I had suspected you would come from the fair world of politics wherein so lately you were whelped, and which, alas, I vainly to revisit strive. Though still wrapped on the rotting head and bidden sleep till resurrection's morn, if I had thought you would accept the challenge that I flung, I would have seen you damned ere I came forth in the night air, shroud-clad and shivering, to fight so mean a thing. But since you're here, draw and defend yourself. By gad, we'll see who'll be Postmaster General. De young. We will. I'll fight, for I am lame, with any blue and redolent remain that dares aspire to wreck the grand old grandson's cabinet. Here's at you, nosegay. They draw tongues and are about to fight, when from an adjacent whited sepulchre, enter Swift. Swift. Hold. Put up your tongues. Within the confines of this sacred spot broods such a holy calm as none may break. By clash of weapons, without sacrilege, beats down their tongues with a bone. Madmen! What profits it? For though you fought with such heroic skill that both survived, yet neither should achieve the prize, for I would wrest it from him. Let us not contend, but friendlywise by stipulation fix a slate for mutual advantage. Why, having the pick and choice of seats, should we forego them all but one? Nay, we'll take 3. And part them so among us that to each shall fall the fittest to his powers. In brief, let us establish a portfolio trust. Este. Agreed. De Young. Aye, truly, 'tis agreed, and one. The offices imperfectly will sate. But I'll stand in. Swift. Well, so, 'tis understood. As you're the junior member of the trust. Politically younger and undead. Speak, Michael, what portfolio do you choose? De Young. I've thought the postal service best would serve my interest, but since I have my pick, I'll take the War Department. It is known throughout the world, from Market Street to Pine. For a Chicago journal told the tale, how in this hand I lately took my life, and marched against great Buckley, thundering my mandate that he count the ballots fair. Earth heard and shrank to half her size. Yon moon, which rivaled then a liver's whiteness, paused that night at Butchertown and daubed her face with sheep's blood. Then my serried rank I drew back to my stronghold without loss, to mark my care in saving human life, my own. The peace society bestowed on me, its leather medal and the title, too, of colonel. Yes, my genius is for war. Good land. I naturally dote on a brass band. Sings. Oh, give me a life on the tented field, where the cannon roar and ring, where the flag floats free and the foemen yield and bleed as the bullets sing. But be it not mine to wage the fray, where matters are ordered the other way, for that is a different thing. Oh, give me a life in the fierce campaign. Let it be the life of my foe. I'd rather fall upon him than the plain. That service I'd fain forego. Oh, a warrior's life is fine and free, but a warrior's death, ah me. Ah me. That's a different thing, you know. Este. Some claim I might myself advance to that portfolio, when rebellion raised her head, and you, my friends, stayed meekly in your shirts. I marched with banners to the party stump, spat on my hands, made faces fierce as death, shook my 2 fists at once and introduced brave resolutions terrible to read. Nay, only recently, as you do know, I conquered treason by the word of mouth, and slew again, to her surprise, the South. Swift. You once fought Stanford, too. Este. Enough of that. Give me the interior and I'll devote my mind to agriculture and improve the breed of cabbages, especially the Brassica celeritatis, named for you because in days of long ago you sold it at your market stall, and, faith, 'tis said you were an honest huckster then. I'll be Attorney General if you prefer, for know I am a lawyer too. Swift. I never have heard that, have you, De Young? De Young. Never, so help me. And I swear I've heard a score of judges say that he is not. Swift. To este. You take the interior. I might aspire to military station too, for once I led my party into Pixley's camp, and he paroled me. I defended, too, the state of Oregon against the sharp and bloody tooth of the Australian sheep. But I've an aptitude exceeding neat for bloodless battles of diplomacy. My cobweb treaty of exclusion once, through which 100,000 coolies sailed, was much admired, but most by Colonel B. Though born a tinker, I'm a diplomat from old Missouri, and I, ha. What's this? Exit moon. Enter blue lights on all the tombs, and a circle of red fire on the grass. In the center the spirit of broken hopes, and round about, a troop of coffins, dancing and singing. Chorus of coffins. 2 bodies dead and 1 alive. Yo, ho, merrily all. Now for office strain and strive. Buzzards all a warble, oh. Prophets 3, agape for bread. Raven with a stone instead. Providential raven. Judges 2 and Colonel 1. Run, run, rustics, run. But it's oh, the pig is shaven. And oily, oily all. Exeunt coffins, dancing. The spirit of broken hopes advances, solemnly pointing at each of the 3 worthies in turn. Spirit of broken hopes. Governor, governor, editor man. Rusty, musty, spick and span. Harlequin, harridan, dicky doubt. Demagogue, charlatan, oh, you, out. The young falls and sleeps. Antimonopolar, diplomat. Railroad lackey, political rat. 1, 2, 3, scat. Swift falls and sleeps. Boycotting chin worker, working to woo. Fortune, the fickle, to smile upon you. Joe-coated acrobat, shuttlecock, shoe. Este falls and sleeps. Now they lie in slumber sweet. Now the charm is all complete. Hasten I with flying feet. Where beyond the farther sea, a babe upon its mother's knee is gazing into skies afar, and crying for a golden star. I'll drag a cloud across the blue, and break that infant's heart in 2. Exeunt the spirit of broken hopes and the red and blue fires. Re-enter moon. Este. Waking. Why, this is strange. I dreamed I know not what. It seemed that certain apparitions were, which sang uncanny words, significant, and yet ambiguous, half understood, portending evil, and an awful spook. Even as I stood with my accomplices, counted me out, as children do in play. Is that you, Mike? The young. Waking. It was. Swift. Waking. And I all that? Then I'll reform my life. Reforms his life. Ah! Had I known how sweet it is to be an honest man, I never would have stooped to turn my coat for public favor. As chameleons take the hue, as near as they can judge, of that. Supporting them. Henceforth I'll buy with money all the offices I need, and know the profit of an honest life, or stay forever in this dismal place. Now that I'm good, it will no longer do to make a third with such a wicked too. Returns to his tomb. The young. Prophetic dream. By some good angel sent to make me with a quiet life content. The question shall no more my bosom irk, to go to Washington or go to work. From fame's debasing struggle I'll withdraw, and taking up the pen lay down the law. I'll leave this rogue, lest my example make an honest man of him, his heart would break. Exit the young. Este. Out of my company these converts flee, but that advantage is denied to me. My cursed identity's confining skin nor lets me out nor tolerates me in. But since my hopes eternally have fled, and, dead before, I'm more than ever dead, to find a grander tomb be now my task, and pack my pork into a stolen cask. Exit, searching. Loud calls for the author, who appears, bowing and smiling. Enter faint odor of mortality. Exit the gas. The birth of the rail. Dramatis personae. Leland the Kid, a road agent. Cowboy Charlie, same line of business. Happy Hunty, ditto in all ways. Sooty Mug. A devil. Scene, the Dutch Flat Stage Road, at 12 p.m., on a night of 1864. Cowboy Charlie. I fear the coach will not come by tonight. Already it is past the hour, and yet my ears have reached no sound of wheels. No note melodious, of long, luxurious oaths. Betokens the traditional dispute, unsettled from the dawn of time, between the driver and off-wheeler. No clear chant, nor carol of Wells Fargo's messenger, unbosoming his soul upon the air, singing his prowess to the tenderfoot. And how at divers times in sundry ways he strewed the roadside with our carcasses. Clearly, the stagecoach will not pass tonight. Leland the Kid. I now remember that but yesterday I saw 3 ugly-looking fellows start from Colfax with a gun apiece, and they did seem on business of importance bent, furtively casting all their eyes about, and covering their tracks with all the care that business men do use. I think perhaps they were directors of that rival line, the great Pacific Mail. If so, they have indubitably taken in that coach. And we are overreached. 3 times before this thing has happened, and if once again these outside operators dare to cut our rates of profit, I shall quit the road and take my money out of this concern. When robbery no longer pays expense, it loses then its chiefest charm for me. And I prefer to cheat, you hear me shout. Happy Hunty. My chief, you do but echo back my thoughts. This competition is the death of trade. 'Tis plain, unless we wish to go to work. Some other business we must early find. What shall it be? The field of usefulness is yearly narrowing with the advance of wealth and population on this coast. There's little left that any man can do without some other fellow stepping in and doing it as well. If one essay to pick a pocket, he is sure to feel with what disgust I need not say to you. Another hand inserted in the same. You crack a crib at dead of night, and lo, as you explore the dining room for plate, you find, in session there, a graceless band, stuffing their coats with spoons, their skins with wine. And so it goes. Why, even undertake to salt a mine and you will find it rich with noble specimens placed there before Leland the Kid. And yet this line of immigration has advantages superior to aught that elsewhere offers, all these passengers, if punched with care. Cowboy Charlie. Significant remark. It opens up a prospect wide and fair, suggesting to the thoughtful mind, my mind, a scheme that is the boss lay out. Instead of stopping passengers, let's carry them. Instead of crying out, throw up your hands. Let's say, walk up and buy a ticket. Why should we unwieldy goods and bullion take? Watches and all such trifles, when we might far better charge their value 3 times o'er for carrying them to market. Leland the Kid. Put it there. Old son. Happy Hunty. You take the cake, my dear. We'll build a mighty railroad through this pass, and then the stage folk will come up to us and squeal and say, it is bad medicine for both. What will you give or take? And then we'll sell. Cowboy Charlie. Enlarge your notions, little one, this is no petty, slouching, opposition scheme to be bought off like honest men and fools. Mine eye prophetic pierces through the mists that cloud the future, and I seem to see a well-devised and executed scheme of wholesale robbery within the law, made by ourselves, great, permanent, sublime, and strong to grapple with the public throat, shaking the stuffing from the public purse, the tears from bankrupt merchants' eyes, the blood from widows' famished carcasses, the bread from orphans' mouths, Happy Hunty. Hooray. Leland the Kid. Hooray. All. Hooray. They tear the masks from their faces, and discharging their shotguns, throw them into the chaparral. Then they join hands, dance and sing the following song. Ah! Blessed to measure the glittering treasure. Ah! Blessed to heap up the gold, untold, that flows in a wide and deepening tide. Rolled, 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 from multifold sources, converging its courses upon our Leland the Kid. Just wait a bit, my pards, I seem to hear a sneaking grizzly cracking the dry twigs. Such an intrusion might deprive the state of all the good that we intended. Ha! Enter Sooty Mug. He saunters carelessly in and gracefully leans his back against a redwood. Sooty Mug. My boys, I thought I heard some careless revelry. As if your minds were stirred by some new devilry. I too am in that line. Indeed, the mission on which I come. Happy Hunty. Here's more damned competition. Curtain. A bad night. Dramatis personae. William, a son. Needle son, a Sydneduck. Smiler, a skyster. Kee, a traitor. Grimhast, a spader. Seralthea. A lovelorn nymph. Nellabrack, a sweeten. A body. A ghost, an unmentionable thing, skulls, hoodoos, etc. Scene, a cemetery in San Francisco. Seralthea. The red half-moon is dipping to the west. And the cold fog invades the sleeping land. Lo! How the grinning skulls in the level light litter the place. Methinks that every skull is a most lifelike portrait of my son, drawn by the hand of death. Each fleshless pate, cursed with a ghastly grin to eyes unrubbed with love's magnetic ointment, seems to mine to smile an amiable smile like his, whose amiable smile I alone am able to distinguish from his leer. See how the gathering coyotes flit through the lit spaces, or with burning eyes star the black shadows with a steadfast gaze. About my feet the poddy toads at play, bulbously comfortable, try to hop and tumble clumsily with all their warts, while pranking lizards, sliding up and down my limbs, as they were public roads, impart a singularly interesting chill. The circumstance and passion of the time, the caste and manner of the place, the spirit of this confederate environment, command the rites we come to celebrate. Obedient to the inspired hag, the seventh daughter of the seventh daughter, who rules all destinies from Minna Street. $1 a destiny. Here at this grave, which for my purposes thou, Jack of Spades, to grim hast, corrupter than the thing that reeks below, hast opened secretly, will work the charm. Now what's the hour? Distant clock strikes 13. Enough, hail forth the stiff. Grimhast by means of a boat hook stands the coffin on end in the excavation. The lid crumbles, exposing the remains of a man. Ha! Master Moldybones, how fare you, sir? The body. Poorly, I thank your ladyship. I miss some certain fingers and an ear or two. There's something, too, gone wrong with my inside. And my periphery's not what it was. How can we serve each other, you and I? Nellabrack. Oh, what a personable man. Blushes bashfully, drops her eyes and twists the corner of her apron. Seralthea. Yes, dear. A very proper and alluring male. And quite superior to Lubin Royd. Who has, however, this distinct advantage. He is alive. Grimhast. Mrs. these your remains. Was the boss singer back in 72? And used to allers get invites to go down to Swellmont and sing at every feed. In t'other William's time, that was, afore the gent that you've hooked onto bought the place. The body singing down among the sainted dead. Many years I lay. Beetles occupied my head. Moles explored my clay. There we feasted day and night. I and bug and beast. They provided appetite. And I supplied the feast. The raven is a dicky bird. Seralthea. Singing. The jackal is a daisy. Nellabrack. Singing. The wallmouse is a worthy third. A spook. Singing. But mortals all are crazy. Chorus of skulls. Oh, mortals all are crazy. Their intellects are hazy. In the growing moon they shake their shoon. And trip it in the mazy. But when the moon is waning, their senses they're regaining. They fall to prayer and from their hair remove the straws remaining. Seralthea. That's right, rogues gallery, pray keep it up. Your song recalls my William's auld lang syne. What time he came and, like an amorous bird, that struts before the female of its kind, warbling its nightly preference, piped high. His cracked falsetto out of reach. Enough. Now let's to business. Nellabrack, sweet child. Saint Cloacina's future devotee. The time is ripe and rotten, got the grip. Nellabrack brings forward a valise and takes from it 5 articles of clothing, which, one by one, she lays upon the points of a magic pentagram that has thoughtfully inscribed itself in lines of light on the wet grass. The body holds its late lamented nose. Nellabrack. Singing. Fragrant socks, by William's toes. Consecrated to the nose. Shirt that shows the well-worn track of the knuckles of his back. Handkerchief with mottled stains, into which he blew his brains. Collar crying out for soap. Prophet of the future rope. An unmentionable thing. It would sicken me to sing. Unmentionable thing. Aside. What? I unmentionable. Just you wait. In all the family journals of the state, you'll sometimes see that I'm described at length, with supereditorial grace and strength. Seralthea. Singing. Throw them in the open tomb. They will cause his love to bloom. With an amatory boom. Chorus of invisible hoodoos. Hoodoo, hoodoo, vaudevet. William struggles in the net. By the power and intent of the charm his strength is spent. By the virtue in each rag. Blessed by the inspired hag. He will be a willing victim. Limp as if a donkey kicked him. By this awful incantation, we decree his animation. By the magic of our art, warm the cockles of his heart. William, if alive or dead, thou Seralthea shalt wed. They cast the garments into the grave and push over the coffin. Grimhast fills up the hole. Hoodoos gradually become apparent in a phosphorescent light about the grave, holding one another's back hair and dancing in a circle. Hoodoos. Singing. Oh, we're the larrikin hoodoos. The chirping, lirruping hoodoos. We mix things up that the fates ordain. Bring back the past and the present detain. Postpone the future and sometimes tether the three and drive them abreast together. We rollicking, frolicking hoodoos. To us all things are the same as none. And nothing is that is under the sun. 7's a dozen and never is then. Whether is what and what is when. A man is a tree and a cuckoo a cow. For gold galore and silver enow. To magical, mystical hoodoos. Seralthea. What monstrous shadow darkens all the place, enter Smiler. Flung like a doom athwart, ha, thou. Portentous presence, art thou not the same? That stalks with aspect horrible among small youths and maidens, bearing snaggy teeth, champing their tender limbs till crimson spume flung from thy lips in cursing God and man. Incarnadines the land. Smiler. Thou damn mid slut. Exit Smiler. Nellabrack. Oh, what a pretty man. Seralthea. Now who is next? Of tramps and casuals this graveyard seems prolific to a fault. Enter Needle Son, exhaling, prophetically, an odor of decayed eggs and, actually, one of unlaundried linen. He darts an intense regard at an adjacent marble angel and places his open hand behind his ear. Needle Son. Hey. Exit Needle Son. Nellabrack. Sweet, sweet male. I yearn to play at Copenhagen with him. Blushes diligently and energetically. Chorus of skulls. Hoodoos, hoodoos, disappear. Some dread deity draws near. Exeunt hoodoos. Smitten with a sense of doom. The dead are cowering in the tomb. Seas are calling, stars are falling. And appalling is the gloom. Fragmentary flames are flung through the air the trees among. Lo! Each hill inclines its head. Earth is bending 'neath his tread. On the contrary, enter William on a chip, navigating an odor of mignonette. Seralthea springs forward to put him in her pocket, but he is instantly retracted by an invisible string. She falls headlong, breaking her heart. Re-enter William, Needle Son, Smiler. All gather about Seralthea, who loudly laments her accident. The spirit of Taran Feathers, rising like a black smoke in their midst, executes a monstrous wink of graphic and vivid significance, then contemplates them with an obviously baptismal intention. The cross on Bone Mountain takes fire, splendoring the peninsula. Tableau. Curtain. The Fiend's Delight. Poesy. Ye idol of ye hippopotamus. With a Methodist hymn in his musical throat. The sun was emitting his ultimate note. His quivering larynx enwrinkled the sea. Like an ichthyosaurian blowing his tea. When sweetly and pensively rattled and rang this plaint which an hippopotamus sang. Oh, chamomile, calabash, cartilage pie. Spread for my spirit a peppermint fry. Crown me with doughnuts, and drape me with cheese. Settle my soul with a cod liver sneeze. Lo, how I stand on my head and repine. Lollipop lumpkin can never be mine. Down sank the sun with a kick and a plunge. Up from the wave rose the head of a sponge. Ropes in his ringlets, eggs in his eyes. Tip-tilted nose in a way to surprise. These the conundrums he flung to the breeze. The answers that echo returned to him these. Cobblestone, cobblestone, why do you sigh? Why do you turn on the tears? My mother is crazy on strawberry jam. And my father has petrified ears. Liverwort, liverwort, why do you droop? Why do you snuffle and scowl? My brother has cockleburrs into his eyes. And my sister has married an owl. Simia, Simia, why do you laugh? Why do you cackle and quake? My son has a pollywog stuck in his throat. And my daughter has bitten a snake. Slow sank the head of the sponge out of sight. Soaken with sea water, then it was night. The moon had now risen for dinner to dress. When sweetly the pachyderm sang from his nest. He sang through a pestle of silvery shape. Encrusted with custard, empurpled with crape. And this was the burden he bore on his lips. And blew to the listening sturgeon that sips. From the fountain of opium under the lobes. Of the mountain whose summit in buffalo robes. The winter envelopes. As Venus adorns. An elephant's trunk with a chaplet of thorns. Chasing mastodons through marshes upon stilts of light rutten. Hunting spiders with a shotgun and mosquitoes with an axe. Plucking peanuts ready roasted from the branches of the oak. waking echoes in the forest with our hymns of blessed Bosh. We roamed, my love and I, by the margin of the fountain spouting thick with clabbered milk. Under spreading boughs of basswood all alive with cooing toads. Loafing listlessly on boulders of octagonal design. Standing gracefully inverted with our toes together knit. We loved, my love and I. Hippopotamus comforts his heart. Biting half-moons out of strawberry tart. Jerusalem, old and new. Didymus Dunkleton Dodi Don John. Is a parson of high degree. He holds forth of Sundays to marveling crowds. Who wonder how vice can still be. When smitten so stoutly by Didymus Don. Disciple of Calvin is he. But sinners still laugh at his talk of the new Jerusalem, he. And biting their thumbs at the dowdy Don John. This parson of high degree. They think of the streets of a village they know. Where horses still sink to the knee. Contrasting its muck with the pavement of gold. That's laid in the other city. They think of the sign that still swings, uneffaced. By winds from the salt sea. Which tells where he trafficked in tipple, of yore. Don Dunkleton Johnny, D. Didymus Dunkleton Dodi Don John. Still plays on his fiddle D. His lambkins still bleat in full psalmody sweet. And the devil still pitches the key. Communing with nature. One evening I sat on a heavenward hill. The winds were asleep and all nature was still. We children came round me to play at my knee. As my mind floated rudderless over the sea. I put out one hand to caress them, but held. With the other my nose, for these cherubim smelled. I cast a few glances upon the old sun. He was red in the face from the race he had run. But he seemed to be doing, for aught I could see, quite well without any assistance from me. And so I directed my wandering eye around to the opposite side of the sky. And the rapture that ever with ecstasy thrills through the heart as the moon rises bright from the hills, would in this case have been most exceedingly rare. Except for the fact that the moon was not there. But the stars looked right lovingly down in the sea. And, by Jupiter, Venus was winking at me. The gas in the city was flaring up bright. Montgomery Street was resplendent with light. But I did not exactly appear to advance a sentiment proper to that circumstance. So it only remains to explain to the town that a rainstorm came up before I could come down. As the boots I had on were uncommonly thin, my fancy leaked out as the water leaked in. Though dampened my ardor, though slackened my strain, I'll strike the wild lyre who sings the sweet rain. Conservatism and progress. Old Zephyr, dawdling in the west, looked down upon the sea, which slept unfretted at his feet, and balanced on its breast a fleet that seemed almost to be suspended in the middle air, as if a magnet held it there, eternally at rest. Then, one by one, the ships released their folded sails, and strove against the empty calm to press north, south, or west, or east. In vain. The subtle nothingness was impotent to move. Then Zephyr laughed aloud to see no vessel moves except by me. And, hey, ho, I shall sleep. But lo! From out the troubled north a tempest strode impatient forth, and trampled white the deep. The sloping ships flew glad away, laving their heated sides in spray. The west then turned him red with wrath, and to the north he shouted, "Hold there! How dare you cross my path? As now you are about it?" The north replied with labored breath, his speed no moment slowing, "My friend, you'll never have a path, unless you take to blowing inter arma silent leges." An election incident. About the polls the freedmen drew to vote the freemen down. And merrily their caps up flew, as Grant rode through the town. From votes to staves they next did turn, and beat the freemen down. Full bravely did their valor burn, as Grant rode through the town. Then staves for muskets they forsook, and shot the freemen down. Right royally their banners shook, as Grant rode through the town. Hail, final triumph of our cause! Hail, chief of mute renown! Grim magistrate of silent laws, writing freedom down. Quintessence. To produce these spicy paragraphs, which have been unsuccessfully imitated by every newspaper in the state, requires the combined efforts of 5 able-bodied persons associated on the editorial staff of this journal. New York Herald. Sir Muscle speaks, and nations bend the ear. Hark ye these notes, our wit quintuple here. 5 able-bodied editors combine their strength prodigious in each labored line. O wondrous vintner! Hopeless seemed the task to bung these drainings in a single cask. The riddles read, 5 leathern skins contain the working juice, and scarcely feel the strain. Saviors of Rome! Will wonders never cease? A ballad cackled by 5 tuneful geese. Upon one Rosinante 5 stout knights ride fiercely into visionary fights. A cap and bells 5 sturdy fools adorn. 5 porkers battle for a grain of corn. 5 donkeys squeeze into a narrow stall. 5 tumblebugs propel a single ball. Resurgam. Dawn's dread and red the fateful morn. Lo, resurrection's day is born. The striding sea no longer strides, no longer knows the trick of tides. The land is breathless, winds relent. All nature waits the dread event. From wassail rising rather late, awarding Jove arrives in state. O'er yawning graves looks many a league, then yawns himself from sheer fatigue. Lifting its finger to the sky, a marble shaft arrests his eye. This epitaph, in pompous pride, engraven on its polished side. Perfection of creation's plan. Here resteth universal man, who virtues, segregated wide, collated, classed, and codified, reduced to practice, taught, explained, and strict morality maintained. Anticipating death, his pelf he lavished on this monolith. Because he leaves nor kin nor kith, he rears this tribute to himself, that virtue's fame may never cease. Hic jacet, let him rest in peace. With sober eye Jove scanned the shaft, then turned away and lightly laughed. Poor man! Since I have careless been in keeping books to note thy sin, and thou hast left upon the earth this faithful record of thy worth, thy final prayer shall now be heard. Of life I'll not renew thy lease, but take thee at thy carven word, and let thee rest in solemn peace. Musings, Philosophical and Theological. Seated in his den, in the chill gloom of a winter twilight, comforting his stomach with hoarded bits of cheese and broad biscuits, Mr. Grile thinketh unto himself after this fashion of thought. Chapter 1. To eat biscuits and cheese before dining is to confess that you do not expect to dine. Chapter 2. Once bit, twice shy, is a homely saying, but singularly true. A man who has been swindled will be very cautious the second time, and the third. The fourth time he may be swindled again more easily and completely than before. Chapter 3. A four-footed beast walks by lifting 1 foot at a time, but a 4-horse team does not walk by lifting 1 horse at a time. And yet you cannot readily explain why this is so. Chapter 4. Asked to describe the deity, a donkey would represent him with long ears and a tail. Man's conception is higher and truer, he thinks of him as somewhat resembling a man. Chapter 5. The bald head of a man is a very common spectacle. You have never seen the bald head of a woman. Chapter 6. Bald-headed women are a very common spectacle. Chapter 7. Piety, like smallpox, comes by infection. Robinson Crusoe, however, caught it alone on his island. It is probable that he had it in his blood. Chapter 8. The doctrine of foreknowledge does not imply the truth of foreordination. Foreordination is a cause antedating an event. Foreknowledge is an effect, not of something that is going to occur, which would be absurd, but the effect of its being going to occur. Chapter 9. Those who cherish the opposite opinion may be very good citizens. Chapter 10. Old shoes are easiest, because they have accommodated themselves to the feet. Old friends are least intolerable because they have adapted themselves to the inferior parts of our character. Chapter 11. Between old friends and old shoes there are other points of resemblance. Chapter 12. Everybody professes to know that it would be difficult to find a needle in a haystack, but very few reflect that this is because haystacks seldom contain needles. Chapter 13. A man with but one leg is a better man than a man with 2 legs, for the reason that there is less of him. Chapter 14. A man without any legs is better than a man with 1 leg. Not because there is less of him, but because he cannot get about to enact so much wickedness. Chapter 15. When an ostrich is pursued he conceals his head in a bush. When a man is pursued he conceals his property. By instinct each knows his enemy's design. Chapter 16. There are 2 things that should be avoided, the deadly upas tree and soda water. The latter will make you puffy and potty. Chapter 17. This list of things to be avoided is necessarily incomplete. Chapter 18. In calling a man a hog, it is the man who gets angry, but it is the hog who is insulted. Men are always taking up the quarrels of others. Chapter 19. Give an American a newspaper and a pie and he will make himself comfortable anywhere. Chapter 20. The world of mind will be divided upon the question of baptism so long as there are 2 simple and effective methods of baptizing, and they are equally disagreeable. Chapter 21. They are not equally disagreeable, but each is disagreeable enough to attract disciples. Chapter 22. The face of a pig is a more handsome face than the face of a man, in the pig's opinion. Chapter 23. A pig's opinion upon this question is as likely to be correct as is a man's opinion. Chapter 24. It is better not to take a wife than to take one belonging to some other man, for if she has been a good wife to him she has adapted her nature to his, and will therefore be unsuited to yours. If she has not been a good wife to him she will not be to you. Chapter 25. The most gifted people are not always the most favored. A man with 12 legs can derive no benefit from 10 of them without crawling like a centipede. Chapter 26. A woman and a cow are the 2 most beautiful creatures in the world. For proof of the beauty of a cow, the reader is referred to an ox. For proof of the beauty of a woman, an ox is referred to the reader. Chapter 27. There is reason to believe that a baby is less comely than a calf, for the reason that all kine esteem the calf the more comely beast. And there is one man who does not esteem the baby the more comely beast. Chapter 28. To judge of the wisdom of an act by its result is a very shallow plan. An action is wise or unwise the moment it is decided upon. Chapter 29. If the wisdom of an action may not be determined by the result, it is very difficult to determine it. Chapter 30. It is impossible. Chapter 31. The moon always presents the same side to the earth because she is heaviest on that side. The opposite side, however, is more private and secluded. Chapter 32. Christians and camels receive their burdens kneeling. Chapter 33. It was never intended that men should be saints in heaven until they are dead and good for nothing else. On earth they are mostly. Chapter 34. Fools. I, Greil, have arranged these primal truths in the order of their importance, in the hope that some patient investigator may amplify and codify them into a coherent body of doctrine, and so establish a new religion. I would do it myself were it not that a very corpulent and most unexpected pudding is claiming my present attention. Oh, steaming enigma! Oh, savory mountain of hidden mysteries! Too long neglected for too long a sermon. Engaging problem, let me reveal the secrets latent in thy breast, and unfold thine occult philosophy. Cutting into the pudding. Ah! Here, and here alone, is, eating it. Laughorisms. Chapter 1. When a favorite dog has an incurable pain, you put him out of his misery, with a bullet or an axe. A favorite child similarly afflicted is preserved as long as possible, in torment. I do not say that this is not right, I claim only that it is not consistent. There are two sorts of kindness. One for dogs, and another for children. A very dear friend, wallowing about in the red mud of a battlefield, once asked me for some of the dog sort. I suspect, if no one had been looking, he would have got it. Chapter 2. It is to be feared that to most men the sky is but a concave mirror, showing nothing behind, and in looking into which they see only their own distorted images. Like the reflection of a face in a spoon. Hence it needs not surprise that they are not very devout worshippers, it is a great wonder they do not openly scoff. Chapter 3. The influence of climate upon civilization has been more exhaustively treated than studied. Otherwise, we should know how it is that some countries that have so much climate have no civilization. Chapter 4. Whoso shall insist upon holding your attention while he expounds to you things that you have always thriven without knowing resembles one who should go about with a hammer, cracking nuts upon other people's heads and eating the kernels himself. Chapter 5. There are but two kinds of temporary insanity, and each has but a single symptom. The one was discovered by a coroner, the other by a lawyer. The one induces you to kill yourself when you are unwell of life, the other persuades you to kill somebody else when you are fatigued of seeing him about. Chapter 6. People who honor their fathers and their mothers have the comforting promise that their days shall be long in the land. They are not sufficiently numerous to make the life assurance companies think it worth their while to offer them special rates. Chapter 7. There are people who dislike to die, for apparently no better reason than that there are a few vices they have not had the time to try. But it must be confessed that the fewer there are of these untasted sweets, the more loath are they to leave them. Chapter 8. Men ought to sin less in petty details, and more in the lump, that they might the more conveniently be brought to repentance when they are ready. They should imitate the touching solicitude of the lady for the burglar, whom she spares much trouble by keeping her jewels well together in a box. Chapter 9. I once knew a man who made me a map of the opposite hemisphere of the moon. He was crazy. I knew another who taught me what country lay upon the other side of the grave. He was a most acute thinker, as he had need to be. Chapter 10. Those who are horrified at Mr. Darwin's theory, may comfort themselves with the assurance that, if we are descended from the ape, we have not descended so far as to preclude all hope of return. Chapter 11. There is more poison in aphorisms than in painted candy, but it is of a less seductive kind. Chapter 12. If it were as easy to invent a credible falsehood as it is to believe one, we should have little else in print. The mechanical construction of a falsehood is a matter of the gravest import. Chapter 13. There is just as much true pleasure in walloping one's own wife as in the sinful enjoyment of another man's right. Heaven gives to each man a wife, and intends that he shall cleave to her alone. To cleave is either to split or to stick. To cleave to your wife is to split her with a stick. Chapter 14. A strong mind is more easily impressed than a weak one. You shall not as readily convince a fool that you are a philosopher, as a philosopher that you are a fool. Chapter 15. In our intercourse with men, their national peculiarities and customs are entitled to consideration. In addressing the common Frenchman, take off your hat. In addressing the common Irishman, make him take off his. Chapter 16. It is nearly always untrue to say of a man that he wishes to leave a great property behind him when he dies. Usually he would like to take it along. Chapter 17. Benevolence is as purely selfish as greed. No one would do a benevolent action if he knew it would entail remorse. Chapter 18. If cleanliness is next to godliness, it is a matter of unceasing wonder that, having gone to the extreme limit of the former, so many people manage to stop short exactly at the line of demarcation. Chapter 19. Most people have no more definite idea of liberty than that it consists in being compelled by law to do as they like. Chapter 20. Every man is at heart a brute, and the greatest injury you can put upon anyone is to provoke him into displaying his nature. No gentleman ever forgives the man who makes him let out his beast. Chapter 21. The psalmist never saw the seed of the righteous begging bread. In our day they sometimes request pennies for keeping the street crossings in order. Chapter 22. When two wholly irreconcilable propositions are presented to the mind, the safest way is to thank heaven that we are not like the unreasoning brutes, and believe both. Chapter 23. If every malefactor in the church were known by his face, it would be necessary to prohibit the secular tongue from crying, "Stop thief." Otherwise the church bells could not be heard of a pleasant Sunday. Chapter 24. Truth is more deceptive than falsehood, because it is commonly employed by those from whom we do not expect it, and so passes for what it is not. Chapter 25. If people only knew how foolish it is to take their wine with a dash of prussic acid, it is probable that they would prefer to take it with that addition. Chapter 26. A man's honor, says a philosopher, is the best protection he can have. Then most men might find a heartless oppressor in the predatory oyster. Chapter 27. The canary gets his name from the dog, an animal whom he looks down upon. We get a good many worse things than names from those beneath us, and they give us a bad name too. Chapter 28. Faith is the best evidence in the world, it reconciles contradictions and proves impossibilities. It is wonderfully developed in the blind. Chapter 29. He who undertakes an account of idiots in all ages, will find himself committed to the task of compiling most known biographies. Some future publisher will affix a life of the compiler. Chapter 30. Gratitude is regarded as a precious virtue, because tendered as a fair equivalent for any conceivable service. Chapter 31. A bad marriage is like an electric machine, it makes you dance, but you can't let go. Chapter 32. The symbol of charity should be a circle. It usually ends exactly where it begins, at home. Chapter 33. Most people redeem a promise as an angler takes in a trout, by first playing it with a good deal of line. Chapter 34. It is a grave mistake to suppose defaulters have no consciences. Some of them have been known, under favorable circumstances, to restore as much as 10% of their plunder. Chapter 35. There is nothing so progressive as grief, and nothing so infectious as progress. I have seen an acre of cemetery infected by a single innovation in spelling cut upon a tombstone. Chapter 36. It is wicked to cheat on Sunday. The law recognizes this truth, and shuts up the shops. Chapter 37. In the infancy of our language, to be foolish signified to be affectionate. To be fond was to be silly. We have altered that now. To be foolish is to be silly, to be fond is to be affectionate. But that the change could ever have been made is significant. Chapter 38. If you meet a man on the narrow crossing of a muddy street, stand quite still. He will turn out and go round you, bowing his apologies. It is courtesy to accept them. Chapter 39. If every hypocrite in the United States were to break his leg at noon today, the country might be successfully invaded at 1 o'clock by the warlike hypocrites of Canada. Chapter 40. To dogmatism the spirit of inquiry is the same as the spirit of evil, and to pictures of the latter it has appended a tail, to represent the note of interrogation. Chapter 41. We speak of the affections as originating in instinct. This is a miserable subterfuge to shift the obloquy from the judgment. Chapter 42. What we call decency is custom. What we term indecency is merely customary. Chapter 43. The noblest pursuit of man is the pursuit of woman. Chapter 44. Immoral is the solemn judgment of the stalled ox upon the sun-inspired lamb. Epigrams. Chapter 1. If every hypocrite in the United States were to break his leg today, the country could be successfully invaded tomorrow by the warlike hypocrites of Canada. Chapter 2. To dogmatism the spirit of inquiry is the same as the spirit of evil, and to pictures of the latter it appends a tail to represent the note of interrogation. Chapter 3. Immoral is the judgment of the stalled ox on the gambolling lamb. Chapter 4. In forgiving an injury be somewhat ceremonious, lest your magnanimity be construed as indifference. Chapter 5. True, man does not know woman. But neither does woman. Chapter 6. Age is provident because the less future we have the more we fear it. Chapter 7. Reason is fallible and virtue vincible, the winds vary and the needle forsakes the pole, but stupidity never errs and never intermits. Since it has been found that the axis of the earth wobbles, stupidity is indispensable as a standard of constancy. Chapter 8. In order that the list of able women may be memorized for use at meetings of the oppressed sex, heaven has considerately made it brief. Chapter 9. Firmness is my persistency. Obstinacy is yours. Chapter 10. A little heap of dust. A little streak of rust. A stone without a name. Lo! Hero, sword and fame. Chapter 11. Our vocabulary is defective. We give the same name to woman's lack of temptation and man's lack of opportunity. Chapter 12. You scoundrel, you have wronged me, hissed the philosopher. May you live forever. Chapter 13. The man who thinks that a garnet can be made a ruby by setting it in brass is writing dialect for publication. Chapter 14. Who art thou, stranger, and what dost thou seek? I am generosity, and I seek a person named Gratitude. Then thou dost not deserve to find her. True. I will go about my business and think of her no more. But who art thou, to be so wise? I am Gratitude, farewell forever. Chapter 15. There was never a genius who was not thought a fool until he disclosed himself, whereas he is a fool then only. Chapter 16. The boundaries that Napoleon drew have been effaced. The kingdoms that he set up have disappeared. But all the armies and statecraft of Europe cannot unsay what you have said. Chapter 17. Strive not for singularity in dress. Fools have the more and men of sense the less. To look original is not worth while. But be in mind a little out of style. Chapter 18. A conqueror arose from the dead. Yesterday, he said, I ruled half the world. Please show me the half that you ruled, said an angel, pointing out a wisp of glowing vapor floating in space. That is the world. Chapter 19. Who art thou, shivering in thy furs? My name is Avarice. What is thine? Unselfishness. Where is thy clothing, placid one? Thou art wearing it. Chapter 20. To be comic is merely to be playful, but wit is a serious matter. To laugh at it is to confess that you do not understand. Chapter 21. If you would be accounted great by your contemporaries, be not too much greater than they. Chapter 22. To have something that he will not desire, nor know that he has, such is the hope of him who seeks the admiration of posterity. The character of his work does not matter, he is a humorist. Chapter 23. Women and foxes, being weak, are distinguished by superior tact. Chapter 24. To fatten pigs, confine and feed them; to fatten rogues, cultivate a generous disposition. Chapter 25. Every heart is the lair of a ferocious animal. The greatest wrong that you can put upon a man is to provoke him to let out his beast. Chapter 26. When two irreconcilable propositions are presented for assent, the safest way is to thank heaven that we are not as the unreasoning brutes, and believe both. Chapter 27. Truth is more deceptive than falsehood, for it is more frequently presented by those from whom we do not expect it, and so has against it a numerical presumption. Chapter 28. A bad marriage is like an electrical thrilling machine; it makes you dance, but you can't let go. Chapter 29. Meeting Merit on a street crossing, Success stood still. Merit stepped off into the mud and went round him, bowing his apologies, which Success had the grace to accept. Chapter 30. I think, says the philosopher divine. Therefore I am. Sir, here's a surer sign. We know we live, for with our every breath we feel the fear and imminence of death. Chapter 31. The first man you meet is a fool. If you do not think so, ask him and he will prove it. Chapter 32. He who would rather inflict injustice than suffer it will always have his choice, for no injustice can be done to him. Chapter 33. There are as many conceptions of a perfect happiness hereafter as there are minds that have marred their happiness here. Chapter 34. We yearn to be, not what we are, but what we are not. If we were immortal we should not crave immortality. Chapter 35. A rabbit's foot may bring good luck to you, but it brought none to the rabbit. Chapter 36. Before praising the wisdom of the man who knows how to hold his tongue, ascertain if he knows how to hold his pen. Chapter 37. The most charming view in the world is obtained by introspection. Chapter 38. Love is unlike chess, in that the pieces are moved secretly and the player sees most of the game. But the looker-on has one incomparable advantage: he is not the stake. Chapter 39. It is not for nothing that tigers choose to hide in the jungle, for commerce and trade are carried on, mostly, in the open. Chapter 40. We say that we love, not whom we will, but whom we must. Our judgment need not, therefore, go to confession. Chapter 41. Of two kinds of temporary insanity, one ends in suicide, the other in marriage. Chapter 42. If you give alms from compassion, why require the beneficiary to be a deserving object? No other adversity is so sharp as destitution of merit. Chapter 43. Bereavement is the name that selfishness gives to a particular privation. Chapter 44. O proud philanthropist, your hope is vain. To get by giving what you lost by gain. With every gift you do but swell the cloud of witnesses against you, swift and loud. Accomplices who turn and swear you split your life, half robber and half hypocrite. Your least unsafe when most intact you hold your cursed allotment of dishonest gold. Chapter 45. The highest and rarest form of contentment is approval of the success of another. Chapter 46. If inclination challenge, stand and fight. From opportunity the wise take flight. Chapter 47. What a woman most admires in a man is distinction among men. What a man most admires in a woman is devotion to himself. Chapter 48. Those who most loudly invite God's attention to themselves when in peril of death are those who should most fervently wish to escape his observation. Chapter 49. When you have made a catalogue of your friend's faults, it is only fair to supply him with a duplicate, so that he may know yours. Chapter 50. How fascinating is antiquity! In what a golden haze the ancients lived their lives. We, too, are ancients. Of our enchanting time posterity's great poets will sing immortal songs, and its archaeologists will reverently uncover the foundations of our palaces and temples. Meantime we swap jack-knives. Chapter 51. Observe, my son, with how austere a virtue the man without a cent puts aside the temptation to manipulate the market or acquire a monopoly. Chapter 52. For study of the good and the bad in woman 2 women are a needless expense. Chapter 53. There's no free will, says the philosopher. To hang is most unjust. There is no free will, assents the officer. We hang because we must. Chapter 54. Hope is an explorer who surveys the country ahead. That is why we know so much about the hereafter and so little about the heretofore. Chapter 55. Remembering that it was a woman who lost the world, we should accept the act of cackling geese in saving Rome as partial reparation. Chapter 56. There are 2 classes of women who may do as they please, those who are rich and those who are poor. The former can count on assent, the latter on inattention. Chapter 57. When into the house of the heart curiosity is admitted as the guest of love, she turns her host out of doors. Chapter 58. Happiness has not to all the same name, to youth she is known as the future, age knows her as the dream. Chapter 59. Who art thou, there in the mire? Intuition. I leaped all the way from where thou standest in fear on the brink of the bog. A great feat, madam, accept the admiration of reason, sometimes known as dryfoot. Chapter 60. In eradicating an evil, it makes a difference whether it is uprooted or rooted up. The difference is in the reformer. Chapter 61. The audible sisterhood rightly affirms the equality of the sexes. No man is so base but some woman is base enough to love him. Chapter 62. Having no eyes in the back of the head, we see ourselves on the verge of the outlook. Only he who has accomplished the notable feat of turning about knows himself the central figure in the universe. Chapter 63. Truth is so good a thing that falsehood cannot afford to be without it. Chapter 64. If women did the writing of the world, instead of the talking, men would be regarded as the superior sex in beauty, grace and goodness. Chapter 65. Love is a delightful day's journey. At the farther end kiss your companion and say farewell. Chapter 66. Let him who would wish to duplicate his every experience prate of the value of life. Chapter 67. The game of discontent has its rules, and he who disregards them cheats. It is not permitted to you to wish to add another's advantages or possessions to your own. You are permitted only to wish to be another. Chapter 68. The creator and arbiter of beauty is the heart, to the male rattlesnake the female rattlesnake is the loveliest thing in nature. Chapter 69. Thought and emotion dwell apart. When the heart goes into the head there is no dissension, only an eviction. Chapter 70. If you want to read a perfect book there is only one way, write it. Chapter 71. Where goest thou, ignorance? To fortify the mind of a maiden against a peril. I am going thy way. My name is knowledge. Scoundrel. Thou art the peril. Chapter 72. A prude is one who blushes modestly at the indelicacy of her thoughts and virtuously flies from the temptation of her desires. Chapter 73. The man who is always taking you by the hand is the same who if you were hungry would take you by the café. Chapter 74. When a certain sovereign wanted war he threw out a diplomatic intimation, when ready, a diplomat. Chapter 75. If public opinion were determined by a throw of the dice, it would in the long run be half the time right. Chapter 76. The gambling known as business looks with austere disfavor upon the business known as gambling. Chapter 77. A virtuous widow is the most loyal of mortals. She is faithful to that which is neither pleased nor profited by her fidelity. Chapter 78. Of one who was foolish, the creators of our language said that he was fond. That we have not definitely reversed the meanings of the words should be set down to the credit of our courtesy. Chapter 79. Rioting gains its end by the power of numbers. To a believer in the wisdom and goodness of majorities it is not permitted to denounce a successful mob. Chapter 80. Artistically set to grace. The wall of a dissecting place. A human pericardium. Was fastened with a bit of gum. While, simply underrunning it. The one word, charity. Was writ. To show the student band that hovered. About it what it once had covered. Chapter 81. Virtue is not necessary to a good reputation, but a good reputation is helpful to virtue. Chapter 82. When lost in a forest go always downhill. When lost in a philosophy or doctrine go upward. Chapter 83. We submit to the majority because we have to. But we are not compelled to call our attitude of subjection a posture of respect. Chapter 84. Pascal says that an inch added to the length of Cleopatra's nose would have changed the fortunes of the world. But having said this, he has said nothing, for all the forces of nature and all the power of dynasties could not have added an inch to the length of Cleopatra's nose. Chapter 85. Our luxuries are always masquerading as necessaries. Woman is the only necessary having the boldness and address to compel recognition as a luxury. Chapter 86. I am the seat of the affections, said the heart. Thank you, said the judgment, you save my face. Chapter 87. Who art thou that weepest? Man. Nay, thou art egotism. I am the scheme of the universe. Study me and learn that nothing matters. Then how does it matter that I weep? Chapter 88. A slight is less easily forgiven than an injury, because it implies something of contempt, indifference, an overlooking of our importance, whereas an injury presupposes some degree of consideration. The blackguards, said a traveler whom Sicilian brigands had released without ransom, did they think me a person of no consequence? Chapter 89. The people's plaudits are unheard in hell. Chapter 90. Generosity to a fallen foe is a virtue that takes no chances. Chapter 91. If there was a world before this we must all have died impenitent. Chapter 92. We are what we laugh at. The stupid person is a poor joke, the clever, a good one. Chapter 93. If every man who resents being called a rogue resented being one, this would be a world of wrath. Chapter 94. Force and charm are important elements of character, but it counts for little to be stronger than honey and sweeter than a lion. Chapter 95. Grief and discomfiture are coals that cool. Why keep them glowing with thy sighs, poor fool? Chapter 96. A popular author is one who writes what the people think. Genius invites them to think something else. Chapter 97. The sky is a concave mirror in which man sees his own distorted image and seeks to propitiate it. Chapter 98. Honor thy father and thy mother that thy days may be long in the land, but do not hope that the life insurance companies will offer thee special rates. Chapter 99. Persons who are horrified by what they believe to be Darwin's theory of the descent of man from the ape may find comfort in the hope of his return. Chapter C. A strong mind is more easily impressed than a weak. You shall not so readily convince a fool that you are a philosopher as a philosopher that you are a fool. Chapter CI. A cheap and easy cynicism rails at everything. The master of the art accomplishes the formidable task of discrimination. Chapter CII. When publicly censured, our first instinct is to make everybody a co-defendant. Chapter CI. O Lady Fine, fear not to lead. To Hymen's shrine a clown. Love cannot level up, indeed. But he can level down. Chapter CIV. Men are polygamous by nature and monogamous for opportunity. It is a faithful man who is willing to be watched by a half-dozen wives. Chapter CV. The virtues chose modesty to be their queen. I did not know that I was a virtue, she said. Why did you not choose innocence? Because of her ignorance, they replied. She knows nothing but that she is a virtue. Chapter CVI. It is a wise man's man who knows what it is that he despises in a lady's man. Chapter CVI. If the vices of women worshipped their creators, men would boast of the adoration they inspire. Chapter CVI. The only distinction that democracies reward is a high degree of conformity. Chapter CX. Slang is the speech of him who robs the literary garbage carts on their way to the dumps. Chapter CX. A woman died who had passed her life in affirming the superiority of her sex. At last, she said, I shall have rest and honors. Enter, said St. Peter, thou shalt wash the faces of the dear little cherubim. Chapter CXI. To woman a general truth has neither value nor interest unless she can make a particular application of it. And we say that women are not practical. Chapter CXI. The ignorant know not the depth of their ignorance, but the learned know the shallowness of their learning. Chapter CXI. He who relates his success in charming woman's heart may be assured of his failure to charm man's ear. Chapter CXIV. What poignant memories the shadows bring! What songs of triumph in the dawning ring! By night a coward and by day a king. Chapter CXV. When among the graves of thy fellows, walk with circumspection. Thine own is open at thy feet. Chapter CXVI. As the physiognomist takes his own face as the highest type and standard, so the critic's theories are imposed by his own limitations. Chapter CXVI. Heaven lies about us in our infancy, and our neighbors take up the tale as we mature. Chapter CXVI. My laws, she said, are of myself apart. I read them by examining my heart. True, he replied, like those to Moses known. Thine also are engraven upon stone. Chapter CXX. Love is a distracted attention, from contemplation of one's self one turns to consider one's dream. Chapter CXX. Halt, who goes there? Death. Advance, death, and give the countersign. How needless! I care not to enter thy camp tonight. Thou shalt enter mine. What? I a deserter? Nay, a great soldier. Thou shalt overcome all the enemies of mankind. Who are they? Life and the fear of death. Chapter CXXI. The palmist looks at the wrinkles made by closing the hand and says they signify character. The philosopher reads character by what the hand most loves to close upon. Chapter CXXI. Ah, woe is his, with length of living cursed, who, nearing second childhood, had no first. Behind, no glimmer, and before no ray. A night at either end of his dark day. Chapter CXXI. A noble enthusiasm in praise of woman is not incompatible with a spirited zeal in defamation of women. Chapter CXXIV. The money-getter who pleads his love of work has a lame defense, for love of work at money-getting is a lower taste than love of money. Chapter CXXV. He who thinks that praise of mediocrity atones for disparagement of genius is like one who should plead robbery in excuse of theft. Chapter CXXVI. The most disagreeable form of masculine hypocrisy is that which finds expression in pretended remorse for impossible gallantries. Chapter CXXVI. Anyone can say that which is new. Anyone that which is true. For that which is both new and true we must go duly accredited to the gods and await their pleasure. Chapter CXXVI. The test of truth is reason, not faith. For to the court of reason must be submitted even the claims of faith. Chapter CXXX. Whither goest thou, said the angel. I know not. And whence hast thou come? I know not. But who art thou? I know not. Then thou art man. See that thou turn not back, but pass on to the place whence thou hast come. Chapter CXXX. If expediency and righteousness are not father and son, they are the most harmonious brothers that ever were seen. Chapter CXXXI. Train the head, and the heart will take care of itself. A rascal is one who knows not how to think. Chapter CXXXI. Do you to others as you would that others do to you. But see that you no service good would have from others that they could not rightly do. Chapter CXXXI. Taunts are allowable in the case of an obstinate husband. Balky horses may best be made to go by having their ears bitten. Chapter XXIV. Adam probably regarded Eve as the woman of his choice, and exacted a certain gratitude for the distinction of his preference. Chapter CXXXV. A man is the sum of his ancestors. To reform him you must begin with a dead ape and work downward through a million graves. He is like the lower end of a suspended chain. You can sway him slightly to the right or the left, but remove your hand and he falls into line with the other links. Chapter CXXXVI. He who thinks with difficulty believes with alacrity. A fool is a natural proselyte, but he must be caught young, for his convictions, unlike those of the wise, harden with age. Chapter CXXXVI. These are the prerogatives of genius: to know without having learned, to draw just conclusions from unknown premises, to discern the soul of things. Chapter CXXXVI. Although one love a dozen times, yet will the latest love seem the first. He who says he has loved twice has not loved once. Chapter XXXVI. Men who expect universal peace through invention of destructive weapons of war are no wiser than one who, noting the improvement of agricultural implements, should prophesy an end to the tilling of the soil. Chapter CXL. To parents only, death brings an inconsolable sorrow. When the young die and the old live, nature's machinery is working with the friction that we name grief. Chapter CXLI. Empty wine bottles have a bad opinion of women. Chapter CXLII. Civilization is the child of human ignorance and conceit. If man knew his insignificance in the scheme of things he would not think it worth while to rise from barbarity to enlightenment. But it is only through enlightenment that he can know. Chapter CXLI. Along the road of life are many pleasure resorts, but think not that by tarrying in them you will take more days to the journey. The day of your arrival is already recorded. Chapter CXLIV. The most offensive egotist is he that fears to say, I, and me. It will probably rain, that is dogmatic. I think it will rain, that is natural and modest. Montaigne is the most delightful of essayists because so great is his humility that he does not think it important that we see not Montaigne. He so forgets himself that he employs no artifice to make us forget him. Chapter CXLV. On fair foundations theocrats unwise rear superstructures that offend the skies. Behold, they cry, this pile so fair and tall. Come dwell within it and be happy all. But they alone inhabit it, and find. Poor fools, 'tis but a prison for the mind. Chapter CXLVI. If thou wilt not laugh at a rich man's wit thou art an anarchist, and if thou take not his word thou shalt take nothing that he hath. Make haste, therefore, to be civil to thy betters, and so prosper, for prosperity is the foundation of the state. Chapter CXLVI. Death is not the end. There remains the litigation over the estate. Chapter CXLVI. When God makes a beautiful woman, the devil opens a new register. Chapter CXLAX. When Eve first saw her reflection in a pool, she sought Adam and accused him of infidelity. Chapter CL. Why dost thou weep? For the death of my wife. Alas! I shall never again see her. Thy wife will never again see thee, yet she does not weep. Chapter CLI. What theology is to religion and jurisprudence to justice, etiquette is to civility. Chapter CLII. Who art thou that despite the piercing cold and thy robe's raggedness seemest to enjoy thyself? Naught else is enjoyable, I am contentment. Ha! Thine must be a magic shirt. Off with it. I shiver in my fine attire. I have no shirt. Pass on, success. Chapter CLI. Ignorance when inevitable is excusable. It may be harmless, even beneficial. But it is charming only to the unwise. To affect a spurious ignorance is to disclose a genuine. Chapter CLIV. Because you will not take by theft what you can have by cheating, think not yours is the only conscience in the world. Even he who permits you to cheat his neighbor will shrink from permitting you to cheat himself. Chapter CLV. God keep thee, stranger, what is thy name? Wisdom. And thine? Knowledge. How does it happen that we meet? This is an intersection of our paths. Will it ever be decreed that we travel always the same road? We were well named if we knew. Chapter CLVI. Nothing is more logical than persecution. Religious tolerance is a kind of infidelity. Chapter CLVI. Convictions are variable, to be always consistent is to be sometimes dishonest. Chapter CLVI. The philosopher's profoundest conviction is that which he is most reluctant to express, lest he mislead. Chapter CLAX. When exchange of identities is possible, be careful. You may choose a person who is willing. Chapter CLX. The most intolerant advocate is he who is trying to convince himself. Chapter CLXI. In the Parliament of Otham the Chancellor of the Exchequer proposed a tax on fools. The right honourable and generous gentleman, said a member, forgets that we already have it in the poll tax. Chapter CLXI. Whose dead body is that? Credulity's. By whom was he slain? Credulity. Ah, suicide. No, surfeit. He dined at the table of science, and swallowed all that was set before him. Chapter CLXI. Don't board with the devil if you wish to be fat. Chapter CLXIV. Pray do not despise your delinquent debtor, his default is no proof of poverty. Chapter CLXV. Courage is the acceptance of the gambler's chance, a brave man bets against the game of the gods. Chapter CLXVI. Who art thou? A philanthropist. And thou? A pauper. Away. You have nothing to relieve my need. Chapter CLXVI. Youth looks forward, for nothing is behind. Age backward, for nothing is before. Chapter CLXVI. Think not, O man, the world has any need. That thou canst truly serve by word or deed. Serve thou thy better self, nor care to know how God makes righteousness and roses grow. Chapter CLXAX. In spiritual matters material aids are not to be despised. By the use of an organ and a painted window an artistic emotion can be made to seem a religious ecstasy. Chapter CLXX. The poor man's price of admittance to the favor of the rich is his self-respect. It assures him a seat in the gallery. Chapter CLXXI. One may know oneself ugly, but there is no mirror for the understanding. Chapter CLXXI. If the righteous thought death what they think it they would search less diligently for divine ordinances against suicide. Chapter CLXXI. Weep not for cruelty to rogues in jail. Injustice can the just alone assail. Deny compassion to the wretch who swerved. Till all who, fainting, walked aright are served. Chapter Clexive. The artless woman may be known by her costume, her gown is trimmed with feathers of the white blackbird. Chapter CLXXV. All are lunatics, but he who can analyze his delusion is called a philosopher. Chapter CLXXVI. Slang is a foul pool at which every dunce fills his bucket, and then sets up as a fountain. Chapter CLXXVI. The present is the frontier between the desert of the past and the garden of the future. It is redrawn every moment. Chapter CLXXVI. The virtue that is not automatic requires more attention than it is worth. Chapter CLX6. At sunset our shadows reach the stars, yet we are no greater at death than at the noon of life. Chapter CLXXX. Experience is a revelation in the light of which we renounce the errors of youth for those of age. Chapter CLXXXI. From childhood to youth is eternity. From youth to manhood, a season. Age comes in a night and is incredible. Chapter CLXXXI. Avoid the disputatious. When you greet an acquaintance with, "How are you?" and he replies, "On the contrary, how are you?" pass on. Chapter CLXXXI. If all thought were audible, none would be deemed discreditable. We know, indeed, that bad thoughts are universal, but that is not the same thing as catching them at being so. Chapter CLXXXIV. All the souls in this place have been happy ever since you blundered into it, said Satan, ejecting hope. You make trouble wherever you go. Chapter CLXXXV. Our severest retorts are unanswerable because nobody is present to answer them. Chapter CLXXXVI. The angels have good dreams and bad, and we are the dreams. When an angel wakes, one of us dies. Chapter CLXXXVI. The man of honor pays his bet by saving on his lawful debt. When he to nature pays his dust, not for he would, but for he must. Men say, he settled that, 'tis true. But, faith, it long was overdue. Chapter CLXXXVI. Do not permit a woman to ask forgiveness, for that is only the first step. The second is justification of herself by accusation of you. Chapter CLXXXX. If we knew nothing was behind us, we should discern our true relation to the universe. Chapter CXC. Youth has the sun and the stars by which to determine his position on the sea of life. Age must sail by dead reckoning and knows not whither he is bound. Chapter CXCI. Happiness is lost by criticizing it, sorrow by accepting it. Chapter CXCI. As nature cannot make us altogether wretched, she resorts to the trick of contrast by making us sometimes almost happy. Chapter CXCI. When prosperous the fool trembles for the evil that is to come, in adversity the philosopher smiles for the good that he has had. Chapter CXCIV. When God saw how faulty was man, he tried again and made woman. As to why he then stopped, there are two opinions. One of them is woman's. Chapter CXCV. She hated him because he discovered that her lark was a crow. He hated her because she unlocked the cage of his beast. Chapter CXCVI. Who art thou? Friendship. I am love. Let us travel together. Yes, for a day's journey, then thou arrivest at thy grave. And thou? I go as far as the grave of advantage. Chapter CXCVI. Look far enough ahead and always thou shalt see the domes and spires of the city of contentment. Chapter CXCVI. You would say of that old man, he is bald and bent. No. In the presence of death he uncovers and bows. Chapter CXCX. If you saw love pictured as clad in furs you would smile. Yet every year has its winter. Chapter CC. You cannot disprove the Great Pyramid by showing the impossibility of putting the stones in place. Chapter CCI. Men were singing the praises of justice. Not so loud, said an angel. If you wake her she will put you all to death. Chapter CCI. Age, with his eyes in the back of his head, thinks it wisdom to see the bogs through which he has floundered. Chapter CCI. Wisdom is known only by contrasting it with folly, by shadow only we perceive that all visible objects are not flat. Yet philanthropos would abolish evil. Chapter CCIV. One whose falsehoods no longer deceive has forfeited the right to speak truth. Chapter CCV. Wisdom is a special knowledge in excess of all that is known. Chapter CCVI. To live is to believe. The most credulous of mortals is he who is persuaded of his incredulity. Chapter CCVI. In him who has never wronged another, revenge is a virtue. Chapter CCVI. That you cannot serve God and mammon is a poor excuse for not serving God. Chapter CCX. A fool's tongue is not so noisy, but the wise can hear his ear commanding them to silence. Chapter CCX. If the valley of peace could be reached only by the path of love, it would be sparsely inhabited. Chapter CCXI. To the eye of failure success is an accident with a presumption of crime. Chapter CCXI. Wearing his eyes in his heart, the optimist falls over his own feet, and calls it progress. Chapter CCXI. You can calculate your distance from hell by the number of wayside roses. They are thickest at the hither end of the route. Chapter CCXIV. The world was made a sphere in order that men should not push one another off, but the landowner smiles when he thinks of the sea. Chapter CCXV. Let not the night on thy resentment fall. Strike when the wrong is fresh, or not at all. The lion ceases if his first leap fail. 'Tis only dogs that knows a cooling trail. Chapter CCXVI. Having given out all the virtues that he had made, God made another. Give us that also, said his children. Nay, he replied, if I give you that you will slay one another till none is left. You shall have only its name, which is justice. That is a good name, they said. We will give it to a virtue of our own creation. So they gave it to revenge. Chapter CCXVI. The sea-bird speeding from the realm of night dashes to death against the beacon light. Learn from its evil fate, ambitious soul. The ministry of light is guide, not goal. Chapter CCXVI. While you have a future, do not live too much in contemplation of your past, unless you are content to walk backward. The mirror is a poor guide. Chapter CCXX. O dreadful death, why veilest thou thy face? To spare me thine impetuous embrace. Chapter CCXX. He who knows himself great accepts the truth in reverent silence, but he who only believes himself great has embraced a noisy faith. Chapter CCXXI. Life is a little plot of light. We enter, clasp a hand or two, and go our several ways back into the darkness. The mystery is infinitely pathetic and picturesque. Chapter CCXXI. Cheerfulness is the religion of the little. The low hills are a-smirk with flowers and greenery, the dominating peaks, austere and desolate, holding a prophecy of doom. Chapter CCXXI. It is not to our credit that women like best the men who are not as other men, nor to theirs that they are not particular as to the nature of the difference. Chapter Kexiv. In the journey of life, when thy shadow falls to the westward, stop until it falls to the eastward. Thou art then at thy destination. Chapter CCXXV. Seek not for happiness, 'tis known to hope and memory alone. At dawn, how bright the noon will be. At eve, how fair it glowed, ah, me. Chapter CCXXVI. Brain was given to test the heart's credibility as a witness, yet the philosopher's lady is almost as fine as the clown's wench. Chapter CCXXVI. Who art thou, so sorrowful? Ingratitude. It saddens me to look upon the devastations of benevolence. Then veil thine eyes, for I am benevolence. Wretch! Thou art my father and my mother. Chapter CCXXVI. Death is the only prosperity that we neither desire for ourselves nor resent in others. Chapter XXX. To the small part of ignorance that we can arrange and classify we give the name knowledge. Chapter CCXXX. I wish to enter, said the soul of the voluptuary. I am told that all the beautiful women are here. Enter, said Satan, and the soul of the voluptuary passed in. They make the place what it is, added Satan, as the gates clanged. Chapter CCXXXI. Woman would be more charming if one could fall into her arms without falling into her hands. Chapter CCXXXI. Think not to atone for wealth by apology, you must make restitution to the accuser. Chapter CCXXXI. Before undergoing a surgical operation, arrange your temporal affairs. You may live. Chapter CCXXXIV. Intolerance is natural and logical, for in every dissenting opinion lies an assumption of superior wisdom. Chapter CCXXXV. Who art thou, said St. Peter at the gate. I am known as Memory. What presumption, go back to hell. And who, perspiring friend, art thou? My name is Satan. I am looking for. Take your penal apparatus and be off. And Satan, laying hold of Memory, said, Come along, you scoundrel. You make happiness wherever you are not. Chapter CCXXXVI. Women of genius commonly have masculine faces, figures and manners. In transplanting brains to an alien soil, God leaves a little of the original earth clinging to the roots. Chapter CCXXXVI. The heels of detection are sore from the toes of remorse. Chapter CCXXXVI. Twice we see paradise. In youth we name it life, in age, youth. Chapter CCXXXX. There are but 10 commandments, true. But that's no hardship, friend, to you. The sins whereof no line is writ. You're not commanded to commit. Chapter CCXL. Fear of the darkness is more than an inherited superstition, it is at night, mostly, that the king thinks. Chapter CCXLI. Who art thou, said Mercy. Revenge, the father of justice. Thou wearest thy son's clothing. One must be clad. Farewell, I go to attend thy son. Thou wilt find him hiding in yonder jungle. Chapter CCXLII. Self-denial is indulgence of a propensity to forego. Chapter CCXLII. Men talk of selecting a wife, horses, of selecting an owner. Chapter XLiv. You are not permitted to kill a woman who has wronged you, but nothing forbids you to reflect that she is growing older every minute. You are avenged 1440 times a day. Chapter CCXLV. A sweetheart is a bottle of wine, a wife is a wine bottle. Chapter CCXLVI. He gets on best with women who best knows how to get on without them. Chapter CCXLVI. Who am I? Asked an awakened soul. That is the only knowledge that is denied to you here, answered a smiling angel, this is heaven. Chapter CCXLVI. Woman's courage is ignorance of danger, man's is hope of escape. Chapter XLix. When God had finished this terrestrial frame, and all things else, with or without a name, the nothing that remained within his hand, said, Make me into something fine and grand. Thine angels to amuse and entertain. God heard and made it into human brain. Chapter CCL. If you wish to slay your enemy, make haste, oh make haste, for already nature's knife is at his throat and yours. Chapter CCLI. To most persons a sense of obligation is insupportable, beware upon whom you inflict it. Chapter CCLII. Bear me, good oceans, to some isle, where I may never fear the snake alurk in woman's smile, the tiger in her tear. Yet bear not with me her, O deeps, who never smiles and never weeps. Chapter CCLI. Life and death threw dice for a child. I win, cried life. True, said death, but you need a nimbler tongue to proclaim your luck. The stake is already dead of age. Chapter CCLIV. How blind is he who, powerless to discern the glories that about his pathway burn, walks unaware of the avenues of dream, nor sees the domes of paradise agleam. O golden age, to him more nobly planned, thy light lies ever upon sea and land. From sordid scenes he lifts his eyes at will, and sees a Grecian god on every hill. Chapter CCLV. In childhood we expect, in youth demand, in manhood hope, and in age beseech. Chapter CCLVI. A violet softly sighed. A hollyhock shouted above. In the heart of the violet, pride. In the heart of the hollyhock, love. Chapter CCLVI. If women knew themselves, the fact that men do not know them would flatter them less and content them more. Chapter CCLVI. The angel with a flaming sword slept at his post, and Eve slipped back into the garden. Thank heaven. I am again in paradise, said Adam.